Alex Ovechkin had 2 assists last night, and the Washington Capitals ended the Vegas Golden Knights' season-opening winning streak at 3 with a 4-2 victory. Alex Ovechkin also made history last night, and I'm sure that is not the first time I'm going to say that this season. It definitely is not the last. He became the 60th player in the league to score 700 assists. Now, he had a secondary assist on Tom Wilson's power play goal early in the second period, and then he set up his line mate, Alexi Protas, a few minutes later. He is also the 6th player in NHL history with 700-plus goals and 700 assists. Moving over to playoff baseball, Aaron Judge finally welcomed to the postseason. 5 postseason games of struggles gave way to one giant swing last night when Aaron Judge's 2-run homer capped a 6-3 win that gave the Yankees a huge 2-0 series lead against the Guardians. Now, the Yankees have won 4 of their first 5 playoff games with very little production from their captain. Aaron Judge hasn't done much. Yes, he walked 5 times, but only 2 hits and 15 at-bats this postseason. That's all before last night. In one night, he tripled his previous RBI output. Now, Game 3 is tomorrow in Cleveland, so the Guardians have a chance to bring a few games back and even up this series. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Lyrically, what up, everybody? It's 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Me and B holding it down. Ashburn, VA. Commanders back on the practice field today in advance of Sunday's game against the Panthers with a very real chance of going 5-2. Good morning, Brian. How you doing? Not much, man.
Cold this morning for you?
What's that?
A little cold this morning for you?
Yeah, dude. I don't like the cold. I had a Beamish give me a hard time because I have a hoodie and
you got on a hoodie, a puffer coat,
This is like a light
and
jacket.
another coat.
No.
I didn't see the other little thing right there.
This I forgot I left here last week.
Oh, okay.
So that's
a little bit too much, JP.
Well, I also have to do TV later, and I can't wear this hoodie, so I brought the jacket so I can just wear a golf shirt. That makes sense, right?
I guess.
Dude, I can't wear this. I don't think even in the casual.
Hey, man, you covering football. You're not covering no damn ice skating.
That's a good point. I am not covering ice skating. Good morning to the boys in the aquarium. How's everybody doing?
Great, man. How are you?
Jeff,
that sounds a little rough.
How you doing, bud? What'd you get into last night?
Great, man. How are you?
God, Jeff, what'd you get into last night, dude?
Man, nothing. It's this morning. I was helping my boy get his kid ready for school, and JP, I don't know how you do that with 2 daughters in the morning.
Bro, it's hard.
I don't know how you do that, and I just had to do it for one day.
It's easy, Jeff. Did it for years,
Nah, dog.
Did it for years, Jeff.
Wednesdays when Lauren goes to her office too, usually. So I'm in charge solo. And B Mitch, I had to drop off all these muffins and
Jeff.
And
if the person is together, it's easy. But when the person is not together, like JP, it's not easy.
J-Dog's forever. Jeff ain't together either. It was yeah, man, getting the kids to school is an adventure, always.
Wow.
Did you watch any baseball last night, Brian?
No.
Okay. I did. I thought that game was pretty good. The Yankees got some bats, man, and
hell yeah, they do.
It'll be really interesting to see kind of what happens there. Beam is just ripping up papers. What do you got going on over here?
I'm trying to get rid of some of this junk.
You know what I love about you, B? When something is on your mind, you're just doing it regardless of the situation.
Yeah, multitask. You're talking. Why the hell I got to worry about talking? You're talking. I'm going to let you talk, and then I'll say something. But I'm going to tear it up. I don't have to wait till after the show to tear paper.
Certainly not wait till a break.
No.
Yeah.
Hell no.
So I was listening to Grant and Danny driving home yesterday, I think, and Rouillet believes the Yankees are going to the World Series.
Possibly.
I watched that game last night. They're up 2-0 now. I kind of think they're going to beat Cleveland, but now this is for Jeff and Landfill because they are Yankee fans. Jeff publicly, Landfill privately. I don't think that closer can win a World Series. Like if that closer's staring down Lindor or Ohtani or something in a World Series game, I just don't think he has World Series stuff. I don't know how you guys feel about that. And that is my assessment from watching him close one game. But he does wear really dope sneakers on the mound. But I think it's Luke Weaver. Luke Weaver ain't winning a World Series. Jeffrey, your rebuttal.
Let's just worry about this series right now because anything can happen. So I'm not even looking towards the World Series right now, JP. So
Jeff sounds kind of scared, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I know anything can happen.
You're up
bro.
2-0 in the ALCS.
Hey, anything can happen. Anything is possible. Let's just
Jeff-
focus. We're gonna
Jeff
focus on
will-
this.
Jeff is gonna start picking the Guardians. Tell
No.
me how he does it.
I ain't gonna do that. I'm
I
not
thought
even gonna.
that's what you did last week. You
I'm
take
not
the other
gonna
team 'cause
touch
you
this
know you're not
series,
good
dude.
at it.
I'm not
Oh,
going.
you-
I'm not going
I
to touch
see
this series,
now.
bro.
You completely moving.
I'm not. I'm not going to touch
Landfill,
this series.
what do you have on my assessment of Luke Weaver, the closer, who I watched approximately throw 19 pitches?
I'm not confident.
You agree with me or you're not confident in my assessment?
Both.
So
He agree with you, but he still don't like your assessment.
So you're not confident in Luke Weaver, but your de facto setting is my assessments, particularly on baseball when I've seen a guy throw one inning, are incorrect.
Correct.
Okay, got it. But this dude, Luke Weaver, I mean, he's been in the majors for 10 years, and he was like a starter for a while. He has bounced around to 1 billion clubs in the last 2 years.
What is Luke Weaver's record this year?
This year, I mean, he must have been a starter this year. He was 7-3 with a 2.89 ERA.
That's good, bro.
I mean, the ERA is good for sure. I just would like when you think of a World Series closer, you think of somebody throwing heat, and this dude, you know, it's like a changeup and I don't know. It didn't seem like there was heat coming.
Didn't the Braves have a whole staff that had no heat and they won the World Series back in the day?
Yeah, they only won the one, and I think
Well, they won
Smoltz
it.
might have been the closer then. Yeah,
I'm saying like the thing about it, something if you could play, if you have great placement with a pitch, you know, that's as good as having heat.
sure.
Because you know what happens to heat? If you put your bat on, it goes out the damn stadium.
He gave up. I mean, luckily for them, the Yanks had a big lead last night. He gave up a bomb to the second batter he faced. I don't know. That's our baseball conversation. We're going to continue to watch this. But if you're a Yankee fan, I know that you're not comfortable with this Luke Weaver dude, even though he had dope high top Jordans on the mound. Bad news for the Giants, Brian.
What's the problem?
Left tackle Andrew Thomas, season-ending Liz Frank surgery.
Oh,
They just paid him a bunch of cash.
Liz
too.
Frank might be career ending too when he's a big boy.
Yeah, he's a big boy
Yeah.
too. I think he was
Yeah.
a tackle out of Georgia a couple of years back.
Because the Jones is okay. We figured that
We've
out.
learned.
The Liz is not.
Keep up with the Joneses, not the Liz Franks.
Yeah.
That's tough. They spent all that money trying to redo their offensive line, and then arguably their best guy goes down. What are we, 6 weeks into the year? I just that Giants operation doesn't seem functional, man. We'll see. They're 2-4 now, losing a tackle. Giants point differential. Who do you think, top of your head, has the worst point differential in the NFC East?
Top of my head, I'm gonna go with Dallas since they got destroyed like they did last week.
You are correct, sir.
They lost by what, 41, something like that.
Their point
Or
differential
30 something,
on the year is minus 42.
and they had one game where they were minus 30 something, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
This is remarkable. The Pats and the Dolphins have the worst point differential combined in the league. The Dolphins are a minus 53 and the Pats are minus 60. Yo, the Jags be. This is almost unheard of. Oh my God.
Why are they playing in London again?
London's like kind of their
I think they're
hometown.
trying to move there. I think Khan wants to move there.
Well, that's always been the rumor, but they're finally spending some money to redo the stadium there in Jacksonville. I think, I don't know, but that has long been the rumor that Jacksonville's moving to London, and they just haven't. I think they just are.
Well,
cool
London
with,
probably saw how they've been playing and said, "Nah, we don't want y'all."
I think they're just cool
We'll
with
take
going over
somebody
there
else.
twice a year.
Yeah.
The Jags have a minus 65 point differential. Worst point differential in the NFL belongs to the Carolina Panthers, the team coming to town this weekend.
Okay.
They played 6 games, B. 6 games.
Mhm.
What do you think the point differential is?
Since you told me 60 was the other team, I'm gonna go 68. Worse than that?
In 6 games, Carolina Panthers are 1-5, and they're minus 100 point differential.
Oh Lord.
Yo.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't want you to go forward and kill. Don't make none of those statements you normally make. I don't want that. Hear that.
No fading Jaden. I
don't care what
it's
you.
okay to feel
I don't care
comfortable
what
this
you're not
weekend.
fading. I don't want you making your little comments.
It's okay
Every time
to
you
feel
go out there. Somebody in the universe don't like you making brash comments.
I feel different this year.
I don't care. Don't say it.
Jeff?
Keep it to yourself.
Jeff? No fading Jaden? You with me?
No fading Jaden is not what I'm talking about. You like to say some things that always.
Brian, they should beat the tar out of the Panthers.
Maybe should, but you last year, there is no way we can lose to the Bears.
I didn't say no way.
Yes, you did.
I said they should beat them.
No, that's not what you said.
And it was 27-3
You were very,
at
very
halftime.
out there. And I say, JP, stop saying that type of crap.
It's a new year, B. New year, new me.
Uh-uh.
Part of the new year, and we've seen a lot of it yesterday, is trades are already heating up. You know what day the trade deadline is?
Excuse me?
I had to look this up last night. Do you know what day the trade deadline is?
No.
Same day as Election Day.
Okay.
What do you think people in this town will care more about?
Election.
But they're going to be paying attention to both.
I don't know, man. Depending on if you look at the majority of the people, see, football people are the football people.
You watching
but the other folks going to be looking at that damn.
You watching red and blue or burgundy and gold. I do think it's the NFL moved the trade deadline back a week. I think they didn't really think about Election Day when they
do it on purpose to make sure that it don't get as much play.
The NFL likes more play than less play, generally.
You know, a lot of the people in the NFL are like, they don't want people to know where they're leaning.
Dude, let me ask you this, because there's a conspiracy theory floating around specific to that kind of. Jerry Jones, Cowboys owner, went nuts yesterday on Dallas radio. Guys that we know said he'd get him fired. It was bullying at its worst. Maybe Jerry's just pissed because his team just gave up 50. And,
maybe he should be because he put that team together.
Or Jerry's just taking the heat off of giving up 50 and making the story about him, and everybody's talking about the Cowboys.
No. We could sit up here and try to give Jerry all this credit. Jerry ain't that damn smart all the time now. If he was that smart, he would have been removed himself from the position he's been doing with this football team. So, no, I'm not buying that. Jerry is pissed. Jerry, they lost by damn near 50 on his birthday. Okay? Every time he thinks about turning 82, he's got to remember that ass whooping. That's what he's mad at.
Yeah, it was an ass kicking. All right, so we get to a place besides Jerry screaming at everybody. The NFL is all abuzz about trades. During our program yesterday, Devontae Adams got traded. A little later in the day, Amari Cooper got traded. Hard to look and not notice that Cooper and Adams, two multi-Pro Bowl players. Adams is a multi-All-Pro player. I mean, guys with significant bodies of work.
Mm-hmm.
They got traded for more or less the same thing Jahan Dotson got traded for.
Mm-hmm.
So with the crowd that was screaming that it wasn't enough comp, I think everybody's got to
Well, you got to realize, too, like, they're older guys and
costs a lot more.
It costs a lot more. They're in a certain position of their career where these teams want to get rid of them because they're not producing for them. They don't want to play for them. They're like, I'm not going to keep paying you. So they're trying to get rid of them, trying to move, but they're trying to get something salvageable. And that's what they got. So,
well, I think
you got more than enough for Jahan.
Right.
Anybody think we didn't get enough? You fooling your damn selves.
Well, I think Cleveland is finally cognizant of just how screwed they are in like so many capacities because of that Deshaun Watson trade and contract. Like, it's not one or the other, it's both.
Mm-hmm.
The trade, they had to give up a ton of assets. The contract just crushes them flexibility wise. And I think they're like, hey, we went all in, we stink, maybe we got to try to rebuild. I do think if Cleveland is throwing the for sale sign up, folks in Washington need to be making some calls. You've got a pair of corners there. If one or if either's available, and it's still like yesterday we had fun with it where we let people call in and pitch us their trades, and occasionally there's a real one that could kind of make sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
I find it hard to believe Denzel Ward would become available just because he's a great player, but Devontae Adams is a great player. Amari Cooper is a really good player. Oh, and the Vikings also traded yesterday for Cam Akers.
Yeah,
so the trade market's heating up.
Like you got to look at the position of the team. I don't think Antonio wanted to deal with that crap from an offensive player, especially on his team. Amari, I understand. Amari Cooper basically, he is not Adams when it comes to the attitude.
No,
but
now he's 10 years into his
career. That's what I'm saying. So you can see that they don't have to. You're not going to get as much for an older person.
Sure.
If he was coming out like a third,
30.
fourth year, it'll be a difference.
He's only 30, which is kind of crazy. He came to the league at 21.
Yeah.
Coming off back-to-back 1,100-yard seasons, Cooper can produce. I think what stands out to me is that Cleveland, the Devontae Adams situation to me is a one-off, right? Because you had a player that just didn't want to be where he was anymore and kind of forced his way out to the exact place he wanted to go. And the fact that he was there the night before the trade was finalized, and then he walks on screen with Rodgers
on
that
trade was happening.
Like
Look,
that was just done.
Aaron said, "Hey man, get on up here. We got you."
It probably would have been done last year if Rodgers doesn't blow out his Achilles.
Yeah,
is how I
100%.
look at that. That is a unique situation, and I think it is extrapolating too much to suggest, all right, now the Raiders are in full sale mode. You might be able to get Crosby. I just don't know that I see that happening, right? If Crosby becomes available, he's absolutely the hottest name trade market, period. And if he does become available, you wonder what Detroit wants to do. Because they just lost Aiden Hutchinson. I think you can make a real claim that Detroit's a very legitimate Super Bowl contender. But if Washington could get a guy like Crosby, that's a game changer, and maybe you give a lot up.
Mm-hmm.
The tricky part here, and I wrote a story this morning on NBC Washington. You can check it out. I tweeted it out. Got me writing because it's so easy to say, man, they're 4-2. They've got to press the gas. And then if you look at the trade chips available, they got some ammo, dude. Like they have 9 picks in the draft, 4 in the top 100, because right now they're holding that Dolphins third rounder, which the Dolphins currently stink. And I don't know when Tua's coming back to unstink them. Right now, people get caught up in the salary cap for next year, but if you're going to add somebody right now, you got to be able to cover it right now. And they've got about 25 million cap space. So odds are, outside of trading for Deshaun Watson or something, they could add just about anybody in the league with the cap space they have.
Cleveland?
I'm joking. Like outside of absurd contracts, they can add just about anybody that would be available in the trade market because of the current cap space here. Yeah.
But the whole thing about it is this is what we got to get, man. This is no lie. In Washington, we have a plan. And I think the man running the plan understands what he wants to do. We got to stop every time we come to a trade thing. We automatically want to go all in. And we always want to get somebody else's players. If that's what Adam decides, I'm cool with it. But if he doesn't decide that, I'm cool with him sticking to his plan. Because what Jaden has done, yeah, you're a little bit ahead of time, but still, I asked the question. We say the defense had played better the last 2 weeks prior to this week just gone. You get into the playoffs again. Any one of those playoff teams with that defense playing like that, are you going to be there very long?
No,
Probably not.
And I think the Ravens matchup, because of their struggles against the run, like everybody's so caught up in Zay Flowers being wide open, but I think a lot of Zay Flowers being wide open, especially in that first half, was a result of what they had to do to try to slow down Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
And when you get a single high safety look, they don't have great corners. I don't think that's a secret, but I think there are, against other teams, you can scheme things differently because you don't have the running threat of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Possibly,
but the offenses that cook on a regular basis, at this present moment, I would want to see that. Because I understand that we offensively, we can stick our chests out a little bit. Defensively, not so much right now.
So I agree with you. All I'm pointing out is if they choose to, they have assets to perhaps make a trade.
Yeah,
right?
I
don't know that they're going to. They got some time here. It's interesting coming from – we've already seen Peters make multiple trades the totality of this year. I mean, traded away Howell, traded away Dotson. Coming from San Fran, you've got a team that when really good players were available, they looked to add them. Trent, CMC.
Yeah,
but that stuff didn't start happening until they had built for a couple of years.
That's what I'm saying.
So, like, however you want to, there's no way to prognosticate this. One, because you don't know who the hell is going to be available. Two, you don't know what the prices are. Three, they may be ahead of schedule, but they may also just be really happy to, if we win 10 games this first year with the team we put together, that's terrific.
Yeah.
No right answer. What is a wrong answer? Jerry Jones' comments to Dallas radio yesterday. You'll hear him next. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
The Tampa Bay Rays may be looking for a temporary home stadium, at least for the start of the 2025 season. There was extensive damage caused to Tropicana Field by recent Hurricane Milton. I mean, you've likely seen photos circulating on social media. The craziest one shows a complete shredding of the 6-acre roof of Tropicana Field. That's not even the full extent of it. That's just what we can see. A full engineering audit of the structure needs to be completed before we can even think about beginning repairs. Then there's the matter of moving forward with that hefty insurance claim that's going to pay for these repairs. So the team is scrambling at this point. Where will they play the 2025 season? Will they be at a spring training facility? Will they play at a minor league ballpark? Or will they split Lone Depot Park with the Marlins? There seems to be a lot more questions than there are answers right now as the baseball season is coming to an end, but also rapidly coming to a start for 2025. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to B. Just made me a hot chocolate. Trying to warm up in here. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, you wouldn't know how to do it.
I would not.
You would
That
be still
machine
in
is
there.
complicated.
Push buttons, bro. Push buttons.
I am ready to ask everyone a favor. Are you prepared to answer, Brian?
I can answer.
Landfill, Jeff, I'm asking everybody one favor.
Okay.
I'm
This
reading
is your
from Pro
one
Football-
favor.
Okay, this is my one favor. I'm reading from Pro Football Talk now. I guess these quotes are via The Athletic. Raiders owner Mark Davis said players come and go after trading wide receiver Devontae Adams to the Jets on Tuesday, and then he leaves the decisions on what happens to the roster to GM Tom Telesco and head coach Antonio Pierce. I'm skipping ahead. According to Mark Davis, trading Max Crosby is a non-starter. It's unfortunate today, but there's so much outside chatter that is not true. It's not coming from any sources. It's not coming from anything. My basic thing is to never answer all that stuff because otherwise you get trapped in this black hole. It's just not happening. All right.
I don't blame him.
My request here, let's all stop talking about Max Crosby as an option. I'm guessing
How
you're
about you just stop talking about it? Because nobody else talk about it but you.
I am not. I'm
Yeah.
saying,
On
let's
this
stop.
show, you are the 25% of the 100% of the show that talked about it.
I'm saying let's all stop. Jeff, you with me?
No, I'm
I
just going
never talked about it.
You got to stop talking about it. He want us to do what he needs to
Now, a
do.
lot of times people in the NFL are full of it when they make statements like this. I don't think Davis is full of it on this one.
Bruh, like I said to you yesterday, in football, it can be 1 year. Be hard as hell for me to let that guy go.
Well,
That is the idea of what you want as a player in Max Crosby.
I think if you look at what is killing the Raiders right now, it's not their defense, right? And I think if you look at what they need, it's a quarterback. Hell, look at Washington. You get the right quarterback, things change quick. Even the Bears are 4-2, and we're really focused on Jaden Daniels right now, but the Bears are 4-2 also by adding Caleb Williams in there. And I would say college football is complicated. I don't know who the top quarterbacks to be drafted this spring will be, but damn, Cam Ward looks good at Miami, and you've got the kid at Georgia, Carson Beck. You've got Shadur Sanders. You know what I mean? I don't know that any of them come in and make an immediate impact, but I don't know that they don't. Nobody knows.
True.
Or in the crazy-ass world we're in,
It may be somebody we're not even hearing about right now.
There could be a dude that you don't think might get traded over the offseason that lands in Vegas.
Yeah.
Tom Brady might come out of retirement eating all the avocados.
I think that one right there, that's a stretch.
I do too. But
I think it's a stretch to think he could come out of retirement and be what he was. Once you start retiring, you're done.
I don't think I totally agree. I mean, all I'm saying is crazy things happen in the NFL. If the Raiders are able to get a QB, everything could change.
Yeah.
What if, I mean, you want bananas speculative situations? Like, what if the Falcons just drafted Penix, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Kirk has the 3-year deal. I think 2 of it's guaranteed. What if they're like, yo, we want to go with Penix. We're sending you to Vegas. Kirk in Vegas, all the show tunes, all the performances, eat your heart out.
Kirk in Vegas, boy, that sounds like an oxymoron right there. He is totally opposite of Vegas.
I'm not expecting any of that to happen. I'm just saying, like, nobody knows what the hell things are going to look like.
No, we don't.
Next fall.
We don't. So, I mean, the whole thing about it is let the trade deadline come and go. Whatever happens, happens. I don't care what goes on. We get somebody, cool. We don't, fine. I just want the team to get better as we go forward. That's all I care about.
Starting this weekend. I definitely want to make a point to play this audio because I just think it's asinine. Jerry, we're going to get to that in a few minutes when he starts yelling at radio hosts for asking incredibly reasonable
I don't know if
questions.
he yelled. He was being very, very bullying, being a bully type.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of control in Dallas. But I know people in Dallas. You know what everybody's saying in Dallas? Radio station, TV station, saying how much they love players and how much they hate Jerry. Open, which they normally don't do. They're going at it. Jerry built the whole city down there for him. But the ultimate thing is they could care less about that. They want Jerry to get out of decision making. Now, on the flip side, it's hard as hell to tell a man that writes the checks that he can't make decisions.
Right. No matter
now, if y'all want to be bad enough, stop supporting, stop buying stuff from him. Maybe he'll change then.
They're not gonna.
But as long as you're supporting, he gonna give you a 1-finger salute.
Yo, speaking of buying tickets and supporting, I don't know as the day goes on. So if you just got in your car, B and I are out in Ashburn. Mike Sando from The Athletic will join us at 11. Dan Wetzel is going to join us to talk college football at noon. We expect to hear from Dan Quinn around 12:30. 1 o'clock, Neil Greenberg, Washington Post, Stats Geek, not nerd. I think with DQ, now that the dust is settled with John Allen, we need a legitimate update on Brian Robinson. Because I think the run game really struggled in Baltimore. I'm not saying that's all because Robinson was out. The Ravens also were a part of that. They have a really good run defense.
Mm-hmm.
You'd like to think Robinson's back at practice today and kind of moving forward with this thing. You know, after missing a game, and he basically hasn't practiced in 2 weeks. What's your level of concern with the B-Rob situation?
It's not high yet. Just like talk to him when he was walking off the field. It just doesn't seem to me as if it was he couldn't go. It's you deserve a week off at least, because that week you're playing against that team. You could come out of this game worse than what you are. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what's funny is I just BS'd with him for like 10 seconds in the hallway on Thursday, and he was like smiling, just seemed to be in a great mood.
He's always like that. That's the thing about it.
It was interesting. I think I'm with you that whatever concern there is a low level now, but it did seem. How much of it do you think is Baltimore took the run game out of the offense versus they knew they couldn't get it going without B-Rob?
I think Baltimore took more of the run game out, and I also think that sometimes when you don't have your person, you kind of waver away from what you would typically do.
I think they did. I'm still surprised McNichols didn't get a few more carries.
Yeah.
And we talk about
then
games.
You go with flow too. So
yeah, they were down 2 touchdowns for a lot of that game. And if you're down 2 touchdowns in the second half, you're generally going to be throwing it to try to make up that deficit.
Swing it around the yard, baby.
And I love Cliff last week was asked about, if you get into a shootout, he's like, yeah, my background. I'm cool with that.
Mhm.
We're going to play this Jerry Jones audio.
And we saw that.
Mike Sando from The Athletic joins us at 11. B. Mitch Finley, 1067, the Fan. All right, tease it a little bit here. Honestly, you might have heard it by now, but you haven't heard us react to it. Hearing it, to me, it sounds a lot worse than you think. Jerry Jones berating radio hosts in Dallas for asking incredibly reasonable questions.
So, Jerry, 1970, a little different from this past off season in building the team we're talking about today, which there was a lot of criticism that you guys didn't add, didn't spend, and don't add and don't spend, and are not aggressive enough with some of the problems that are still haunting the Cowboys today that we see play out on the field. That's the point of talking about the offseason.
I remember those criticisms very well. Okay, so what?
Or are they playing out to be accurate?
What's your point? What's your point?
My point is, it seems like
Listen, let me tell you what I'll do. Let me tell you what I'll do about it. I will let us sit down and look at the decisions we've made over the last several years. Okay? I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about, this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask why.
Job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
All right, there's Jerry. Now, they did have the NFL.
Let me just say this.
Sure.
Your job, in any one of our jobs here, is to ask questions. You can answer the question how you want to answer it.
Right.
But our job is to ask you the questions to get the information that the fans may want to hear or what they're talking about. Now, Jerry's saying that's not your job. It is his job.
It's 100%.
He wasn't trying to sit up here and tell you what to do. He's asking you. You can present it however you want to present it. You know, I've been on both sides of this thing. That's why I kind of think I have a little distinct way. I answered questions. When I thought the question might have been a little off base, I answered for 5-10 minutes, and I never answered the question. But I talked for 5 or 10 minutes. But I answered almost every question. Good game, bad game, I sat there and talked to the media. Later on, you find out they got a job to do. And if they come in and you're just respectful with the job, you get the benefit of the doubt in the long run. But if you do what Jerry did just now and try to take a dump all over somebody, you are now going to be taking the task every time they have a chance. And that's just where a lot of people in this profession lose. When you just basically try to dismiss people, they will get you back. You can't, I don't care how much money you got. Can't beat that damn pen. Can't beat those microphones. Because just like they always say, somebody's bigger, better than you, somebody got a little bit more money than you too. Somebody with some more money than Jerry may want to hear all the bad stuff about it.
I can only imagine. I mean, the old phrase, right? I think it was Mark Twain, never argue with a man who buys ink by the barrel. Like,
yeah,
it's a race to the bottom when you get into it with the media. And I can only imagine how many media members in Dallas have protected Jerry over the years when the Johnny Walker Blue gets flowing, right? And maybe you and I'll only speak to myself. We know Sean, who was one of the hosts on that interview. I know Bobby, and I'm friends with Bobby, who's on that show. So it hits a little different for me that, like, I actually know the people. But even removing what may or may not be my personal bias, right, or my conception, my misconception, those questions didn't warrant that response.
Yeah.
at all.
Basically, what his answer did was tell people that he's screwing up.
Yeah.
That's what it did. You know, I've been taught a long time. You sometimes got to just read between the lines. He basically said, "I'm not doing a good job, and I'm not letting you get it out of me." That's what he basically said. Well, it's not your job. I'll get somebody else to ask me the question. So you're gonna get somebody. If somebody
What
asks
questions are they?
If somebody
ask
asks
you?
those exact same questions, would you have a different answer? Or are you afraid of the question? Because now the question means if I answer it properly, I have to expose myself as being not good at my job. And that has been proven. When he took over the Cowboys and he brought in Jimmy, they were successful as hell. After Jimmy's guys were gone, that team has not been successful. So what he did early on was a product of people who did something before him, not what he did.
Dallas is drafted well, but the point too that I think the hosts were trying to make there is the Cowboys have really become fairly conservative in free agency and everything. Now they did end up paying their own guys.
Mm-hmm.
Dak and CD got their deals done, and I think eventually Jerry will pay Micah. But I don't know. I mean, it's remarkable for him to flip out like that. He later in the afternoon, there are owners meetings going on in Atlanta right now, just standard, normal quarterly owners meetings. Good God, I can't tell you how happy I am that those are now fairly irrelevant in Washington, whereas the owners meetings were all that mattered for like a 4-year period there. Jerry kind of changed his stance a bit. He was asked why he yelled and reacted the way he did by Rossini from The Athletic, and he said, "I don't know I would go as far as calling the volume connotation as yelling, but the facts are that if I'm going to be grilled by the tribunal, I don't need it to be by the guys I'm paying. I can take it from fans and take it from other people. I take a lot of pride in how fair and how much I try to work with the media. We're brothers and sisters, but I was a little frustrated there today."
Is he paying Sean? Does Sean work for does he own the station that Sean works for?
No, I think they have a partnership agreement.
Okay, you have a partnership agreement, and if you're paying them, it's because they're covering your team. So you're not paying them just giving them money.
Right.
It's a trade-off. Okay, but the ultimate thing is when that is where things were so mixed up when I was working for this station when it was Red Zebra, and it was 980 at that time. It was Red Zebra, and Dan owned Red Zebra. Most people on the station were tiptoeing. I don't get hired to tiptoe. Okay, if you hire me to give my opinions, I'm gonna give my damn opinions, good or bad.
Right.
And I think that's where it was. And I think that basically what he's saying is, if we have a partnership, you're supposed to always let me have my way. That's not a partnership.
Brian, you know some truths that have never come to light. At various times, you and I at NBC Sports Washington, certainly, there was a business partnership between this organization and previous ownership and that organization, which no longer exists.
Yeah.
And I was an employee of that organization, and I got called to task repeatedly about reporting I did that was all factual and true and accurate, because they're like, "Well, be a good partner." And there are people that wanted me removed, and luckily that never happened. But like in the business side of things, this kind of stuff happens, but never publicly like that. And those guys didn't ask anything that was over the line. Jerry was the one over the line.
He's frustrated.
Yeah, that's the first honest thing he said.
My team just got taken to the woodshed and got their asses beat on national TV on my 82nd birthday. And now you want to ask me these questions? Well, I got to tell you that I'm part of the reason that we losing. That's what he was upset. I understand that, but
I
still,
think that's completely correct.
And this is where you like sometimes. Remember, I always tell you, when coaches act a certain way with the media, but they expect the player to answer every damn question and always be there. If you are supposed to be the big person, you could never do that as a coach. You know what I'm saying? So now he's the owner. He wouldn't want McCarthy to shy away from stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So if people got to start realizing, I said many a time, in this damn league, media, fans, and everybody else expect the players to be perfect. But they allow coaches and they allow owners to be asses on a regular basis. And that got to stop, because you're telling me I'm the guy on the field. I'm paid to play football. I'm not paid to walk around here and do all your stuff for you. They want the players to do every damn thing. The players are the reason that this league is great.
Think about Sirianni. If a player starts
There
jawing
you
with
go.
a fan,
There
that
you
is a huge deal. Now everybody in Philly is trying to say it was some dude that he was having a conversation with about running the ball more.
That's a bunch of crap.
Good luck with that. Nobody go anywhere. We're talking quarterbacks next.
This sports update is brought to you by Commuter Connections Guaranteed Ride Home. New York Giants left tackle Andrew Thomas underwent surgery to repair a Liz Frank injury on Tuesday, and he is expected to miss the rest of the 2024 season. Thomas is expected to be fully recovered and ready for organized team activities next year. Now, the injury occurred in the third quarter of Sunday night's 17-7 loss to the Bengals. Thomas played through it, but you could see that he was limping pretty badly, especially as the game went on. The second-team All-Pro in 2022 underwent tests on Monday that confirmed the severity of his injuries. Additional options confirmed this was very serious, and this is a huge blow for the Giants moving forward. More football news. Lightning may not strike twice, but the Minnesota Vikings do when it comes to trading for 2020 second-round pick running back Cam Akers. The Vikings have now traded for him for the second season in a row. They traded a 2026 conditional sixth-round pick to the Houston Texans in exchange for the 25-year-old running back and a 2026 conditional seventh-round pick. Get a free ride home for an illness, unexpected emergency, or unscheduled overtime when you share the ride to work. Get started at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. My Instagram feed this morning was, I don't know how or why it popped up, but it was Tupac on Saturday Night Live. It was really cool. Right now, excited to get to the BetQL guest line. Talk to Mr. Mike Sando from The Athletic, covering the NFL for 27 years, Hall of Fame voter, all the good stuff. And I would say the originator of the QB tiers kind of system of evaluating quarterbacks. Mike, what up, man? How are you?
It's good to be here. Doing well, thanks.
Appreciate you.
I think you came up with that tier system that you do every year, kind of looking at quarterbacks around the league. Jaden Daniels is obviously kind of taking the league by storm right now. Caleb Williams is starting to play well. Those two will match up on the field in 2 weeks. But what's your take on Jaden so far? Has he surpassed your expectations?
Oh, he sure has. I mean, for any rookie, how could you know it would be this good, even if it was going to be good, even if you thought he was going to be good, which a lot of people did, that it would be like this, where you're setting records on offense, and it just gets everyone excited. It's amazing. I mean, it's 6 straight games, pretty much, of really good ball. So last year when I did quarterback tiers, and I pulled the 50 coaches and evaluators in the league, and really look at how they evaluate the quarterbacks. C.J. Stroud set the record. He broke Justin Herbert's record within tiers, 11 years of doing this, as far as how high somebody has ever debuted in that poll after their rookie year. We don't put the rookies in because you haven't seen them play. So Stroud, I believe, was 8th overall last year, and maybe Justin Herbert, I think, had been 10th when he came in off a good rookie year. So that's the realm we're looking at right now. I mean, I can't imagine that he would be outside the top 10 if he were to continue, to have a good year, stay healthy, that sort of a thing. How could you discount him, what he's doing?
Well, what's been the one thing that's been most, I would say, that has surprised you the most about what he's done as a rookie? Because, we all know guys come in with a lot of talent, and sometimes they seem overwhelmed. To me, he doesn't seem overwhelmed ever.
That's the part of it. Now, I didn't, know him personally or anything, and wasn't following him every week in college or anything like that. But I would say that is a rare trait of just sort of also knowing what to say. Like, I think Patrick Mahomes was great at that coming in, just knowing how to talk about himself, his team. The situations didn't seem too big for him. from a playing standpoint, I think his feel for the game and not taking too many big hits, I thought that was something where you saw highlights in college where he got hit hard. That was a little bit of a worry for me. And like if you've seen like Anthony Richardson, I've likened it to like he doesn't seem to have that feel. Like he kind of gets T-boned in the intersection, you know, where he's just driving along and then he didn't really roll with it, right? And then there's some guys who are just, some guys are just really instinctive of how to, you know, I think like Lamar Jackson knows he sometimes even welcomes hits, but he kind of rolls his body, you know, he doesn't usually just get, it's like he's a feel for the game. It's a feel for space. Maybe it's a vision, but I think he really has that. That was sort of the one thing that worried me a little bit. And I don't know if he's evolved at all or if those college highlights were just one-off type of plays, but I really haven't seen him just get lit up.
You know, I think when I use this analogy a lot, Mike, where I say in college, you're trying your best in 4 years to impress 32 people to probably draft you as high as they can. But then once you get to the next level, I remember getting here in Washington, I would lift weights like a maniac. I got here and Dan Riley said, listen, you no longer are trying to get as strong as you can. You're trying to maintain as long as you can. And I think if you get the right people around you to get you to understand that you're no longer trying to impress us. You already impressed us. Now we need you to be here for 10, 12 years. That if you get guys to change their mind like that, then you can see them make that transition.
Yes. Then the other part of this, I think he's really been a pinpoint passer too. He's not just okay as a passer. Sometimes, a lot of times, you get guys if they are really good at running, they don't really have to become as precise with their passing. It takes time. You know, whether that was Josh Allen or, you know, even Lamar to some degree too. So I've been really impressed with some of the just kind of really accurate passes he's made downfield is probably, you know, stands out too.
You know, going forward with Jaden, is there any reason to think I look at all the advanced numbers and then I watch the games, obviously. I don't see any reason to think this young man's not on a path to being a great quarterback. Like not good, there are good quarterbacks, right? I think he's in that next tier.
I know everything about
but going there. I
know everything about covering the league for 27 years tells me to say, wait a minute, you know, and we probably should wait a minute and just see how it plays out. But I'm with you. I mean, I think I did a podcast yesterday and somebody asked me, is it too early to talk about the MVP conversation? Well, we're not going to vote on it now, but how could you, if you talked about it now, how could you not have him high in it, right? I mean, just what he's done has been amazing. So yeah, I don't see a bunch of flaws or something that's going to make it unravel. I think we wanted to see long-term the Cliff Kingsbury and, you know, offense over time, but I'm not seeing any issues there either. It looks like a great fit.
Has Cliff impressed you with the way he's worked this thing? Because I look at him consistently putting him in a position where they have a defense in a pickle.
I do agree with that. And, you know, I think Cliff was, you know, he had a lot of detractors when he came to Arizona because he got the job so quick. And that really annoys a lot of people who don't get the job so quick. So that worked against him. But also, I think he probably, some of the things we're talking about with Jaden and the maturity and self-awareness and all that, I don't think Kyler Murray was there at that time. So, you know, he could have reached some limits with Kyler really as much as he reached some limits with Cliff. And he may not be reaching those limits with Jaden because they may not be there. He may not have limits. He may be able to really show us the best Cliff too.
Yeah. Well, and what's interesting too, whether how real it is or the perception of Kyler's kind of dedication to the playbook and film and all that, like they did try to put it in his contract, right? Like there's got to be something there. There are none of those questions with Jaden.
No, I think I'm going to do a note on this on my Monday column is like, that's not going to be part of Jaden's contract.
No.
Nah.
You know what I mean?
They may have to tell him stop coming so early.
Yeah, we need you to get some sleep.
These ingredients, though, a lot of these things come together and determine how successful a pairing is going to be. I also bet you Cliff Kingsbury is better now than he was then.
He said how much he's changed and evolved since then, and I think it'd be hard not to.
Well, but it can be easy not to if you get the next job too fast. I think that sometimes it's good to have time between jobs or big responsibilities. And I'll give you an example. Adam Gase was with the Dolphins, and they didn't have a terrible record, but he got the Jet job right away. Like it was too soon. And that's an impossible job. What if he had 2 years to just kind of like reassess things, right? And just get better? What if Cliff, the minute he got fired by the Arizona, had become coach of the Jets? You think we'd be talking about what a great job Cliff's done?
Yeah,
right?
No, that's a good point.
So where you go, time in between to get better, who you get to work with, what the expectations are, all these things come together.
Oh, the situation matters in all capacities of life. Talking with Mike Sando from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Sando NFL. Of course, Mike joins us via the BetQL guest line. You read his stuff in The Athletic, the quarterback tiers, weekly, the pick six column. Let's turn kind of around the league to your column this week. And it seems like you're kind of setting the table for if, how, when Cleveland finally gets out of this Deshaun Watson situation.
Well, I don't know how long they can keep a straight face if they're going to be historically bad and he's not going to look good and just keep going with it. But they obviously feel like it needs to go for a while. My column was, okay, this looks like it could be kind of an untenable situation at the end of the year for everybody. Like you can't just keep reloading with the same situation. So I looked at, okay, what would your options be at the end of the year? You could, demote him and carry him on your team and keep paying him. He's going to count about $73 million on your cap as a backup. You could do that. You could cut him, which would make that $73 million go up to 100 and some million. And now you're really, making changes to your roster or to accommodate that. Or, maybe a bit of a fantasy, but could you trade him in the way that Houston traded Brock Osweiler when they were done with him? They traded him and a second-round pick to Cleveland. Cleveland never played him, but Cleveland took the second-round pick and paid his salary, right, which I think was $16 million back at the time. So could you find a team that needs draft picks, that has a billionaire owner, that has some cap space, and would be willing to acquire Deshaun Watson and then probably cut him? You're not going to stand there at the podium and say, this is our guy and we want to build around him. I think that's too hard to do based on how he's played and all the off-field stuff. But could you, have some sort of a deal that way where you're basically just, moving some money around in the books and getting him out of Cleveland, which I think he would want to at the end of the year. He has a no trade clause, but who's going to want to stay as long as he gets his money? Maybe you could find a way to check all those boxes of him getting his money, Cleveland gets out of this, and another team gets some draft capital. Could you do that?
Man, no.
It's a mess.
From what standpoint do you say no? So where's the hang up to you?
I
don't think he's a player he was.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of his.
He's not the
that'd
player.
be hard as hell
for he's not a player. I'm saying that even if you acquire him, you're going to cut him. It's just the cap implications of this. It's from a cap standpoint, it's way easier for Cleveland to trade him and have another team pay at least some of the money. That really would help them from a cap.
What do they have to send? Like a pair of firsts or something? What
well,
entices
that's where we
team?
talk. Yeah,
right.
We're going to have that conversation.
It's a salary dump, basically, right?
Right. Yeah. It would be a salary dump. So the acquiring team could say, "Look, this guy's owed $92 million. We're not paying $92 million for a second round pick. We'll pay $35 million and give us 2 twos, right?" And then you go back and forth until that dollar.
That's interesting. Yeah,
that dollar pick thing balances out, and then the new team doesn't want to have a massive PR hit that we're acquiring Deshaun Watson, so they're going to cut him anyway. And then Deshaun gets to be a free agent, which is probably the best scenario for him because he gets paid anyway.
A free agent with 100 or 100 plus million, I'll take it.
I think he just retires. Like he just.
Well, I agree. Who's going to bring him in based on his
play?
Yeah, who's going to bring him in based on the energy he brings to your team right now? It just seems like it's hard to watch for everybody right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike,
what do you think in the locker room? I'm just curious. What do you think in the locker room is like? What are those guys? What's their bursting point, or are they? What do you think?
We talked about that after the Commanders-Browns game, and I've been in enough locker rooms where players clearly know a guy is playing that shouldn't be. It's got to just be super.
It has to be close to that by now, where they are like saying, okay, we whatever happened, but he's not helping us win, so you got to go to somebody else. Because I was telling JP before the game, Cleveland and Washington, I watched Jameis Winston warm up, and if you saw him warming up, you would have sworn somebody told him you're gonna play the day early, because he was.
Hey.
I've never seen a backup work that hard in my life in a warm up.
Oh, and he is a joy. I'm not saying he's a consistent performer every week and all that, because he could give you the Andy Dalton effect, where he comes in, has a record-setting day, and 3 weeks later is throwing 3 picks. I'm not saying that, but he would give energy. He's a guy everybody likes, I think. Don't you think? I mean, you can feel good about playing for Jameis. He's tough. He stands in there. He'll make something happen.
The other guy will not. Mike, I'd be crazy if I didn't at least ask you about Dallas and Jerry Jones. I thought Jerry Jones' behavior on the morning show in Dallas was embarrassing. I think that is far more reflective of them giving up 50 on his birthday than it is of the completely fair questions he was asked. How hot is it in Dallas right now?
Well, I thought it was hilarious that his whole beef was the fact that these guys worked for his radio station or whatever, right? It's a flagship station.
Right.
So he did not dispute what they said. He just didn't like who was saying it. So that shows you he's a little sensitive right now, because Jerry loves the spotlight and loves, to stir it up. So it seemed like he was genuinely ticked off there, but he's a businessman first. I think that's just been proven out. And from a football standpoint, they've had every coach he's hired except for Dave Campos had a winning record. So that's a lot better than a lot of owners. I'm not saying that he doesn't care about winning or he doesn't have a good football operation. I think he has generally had a good operation, but it's so always about him that I do think that has to explain why it's been harder for them to get to the next level. I do think it is harder to coach a team and lead a team when the owner is leading all the time, right? And all those players
on the sideline while you're trying to coach late in the game, that sure will mess you up.
Yes. And I've talked to coaches about that who are like, you're going to win when you go to Dallas, but those players know where the buck stops. And remember when it was Romo and Jason Witten? Those guys were like sitting in a suite at concerts and stuff. Like that just makes it harder to coach the team from a football standpoint. So I think he has enabled them to be pretty good team for a long time, but maybe he's limited them from getting the final step.
Well, you could let him know that JP and I would ask him questions. We're not working for the station.
Yeah, he can come on anytime, huh?
Mike, the last note in your column, tell B-Mitch is a really, really number one huge Aaron Rodgers fan. Can you just tell him?
I'm not.
Can you just tell him the kind of interesting stat similarity with Peyton's first year in Denver?
Well, they both started 2-3, and the Bronco teams trailed, I think, by 20 or more points 3 times in their 2-3 start. Now, I think Peyton Manning was more productive than Aaron Rodgers has been to this point. And Peyton Manning also has shown an ability to come into a building and really bring everyone together as the leader who's kind of the taskmaster leader, and everyone knows he's doing everything possible to make it what it is. And I think that's a difference from Aaron Rodgers, obviously, in how he handles things. But my point was, organizationally, to fire people after 2-3 is really pretty early. Those Bronco teams won their next 11. Now, the Jets lost their next one, so they're not winning their final 11. I do think the Jets, though, I do think that if you look at their schedule second half of the year, the defenses they're playing, I do think they have potential to still get back into it and be a team that might make the playoffs. Now, I'm worried a little bit about Rodgers physically, just holding up over the course of games in the season. He's taken too many hits, but I don't think it's just a complete disaster that the firing made it seem like.
Hey, Mike, thank you for the
Appreciate you,
time,
Mike.
man. This is really great. Appreciate you.
Hey, thank you.
Send love to Jerry.
Will do.
Mike Sando, give him a follow at Sando NFL. That guy's wired in around the league and does some really great work in that pick six column. Another guy that's wired in his world, John Leahy. That's why he's the realtor we would trust. This is a dude that knows the DMV housing market inside and out.
Let me tell you one thing. John has met a lot of people around here, and all he does is make their lives a lot easier and make them a lot happier. Just like Kristen, she was looking to upgrade to a bigger home with a private backyard, but the only sticking point was she had a property in Frederick to sell, and she didn't want to get stuck with two homes and carrying two mortgages together for any length of time. Good thing she contacted my friend John Leahy in the Fan Living Group. John had a Frederick property sold in only 3 days for $470,000. That was $20,000 over the asking price. And thanks to all that, Kristen and her family had no problem whatsoever purchasing that bigger home with a private yard. If you're looking to sell your home today, don't delay. Contact my friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group right now. John sells, you can go to johnsellsdmv.com and find your home's value in mere seconds. And John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
So you're wondering, like, how does he make this happen so fast? Think about this. Leahy has a deep bench of buyers in waiting, more than 10,000 buyers ready to buy. He could have your home sold before you even realize it. I can also tell you this. John Leahy is fired up about Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. He's been texting me and B on game days. And listen, there's a lot of excitement in this city. Homes are selling fast. You need an expert. Whatever it is, if you got a divorce, you got a new job, things happen. John knows how to handle whatever your situation is. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Alex Ovechkin became the 60th player in league history to record 700 assists. Ovechkin had a secondary assist last night on Tom Wilson's goal, and then he had another assist on Alexei Protist's goal a few minutes later. He's the 6th player with 700 goals and 700 assists in NHL history. The names he's among are of the greats: Wayne Gretzky, Gordie Howe, Jaromir Jagr, Marcel Dion, and Phil Esposito. Next up, he's chasing Wayne Gretzky for that goal title. This sports update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Too hot. Too hot.
All right,
Too
B.
hot.
It's Wednesday. We got a busy show.
Too hot.
We're going to have Dan Quinn in about an hour.
Hallelujah.
Dan Wetzel in about a half hour. Neil Greenberg at 1 o'clock. But it is Wednesday, so we got to do power rankings.
Let's go.
Every week we go to NFL.com. Our guy Eric Edholm puts them out. We've had Eric on the show to kind of break down his philosophy. I don't know if I agree with this, but who do you think is number one?
Number one. Still the Chiefs.
It's kind of interesting. He's got the Vikings.
Yeah, his damn mind.
Like, he's got the Chiefs number 2. Kind of weird that both teams had a week 6 bye.
Yeah.
They're both 5. The only 2 teams that are 5-0, both had a week 6 bye. Chiefs going to the Niners.
The mere fact, if I got both of them, I'm thinking they're the best, and I look at the quarterback, I am going to lean towards the side of the guy who's had success, not the one who has not.
100%. Like,
he gonna wake up. He gonna wake up soon.
Even if he can keep playing well, he's not as good as Mahomes.
Facts.
You know? How about this? If there was a Chiefs-Vikings game, what would the spread be?
They're gonna make sure they give it. Pat will get the spread.
The Chiefs would be favored.
Yeah.
Bees, if you're listening, text me what you think that would be. Even in Minnesota, I think the Chiefs would be favored.
Totally.
Landfill, if you were getting points with the Chiefs playing the Vikings, would you put a car payment or a mortgage payment on it?
Yeah, I put all the money on it.
We like Eric, and I don't think he's hot takey, and I think the Vikings defense is really good, but I can't fathom having the Vikings ahead of the Chiefs. I recognize they're both 5-0. I recognize that, but that ain't for me, dog. Vikings 1, Chiefs 2. There's a whole bunch of 4-2 teams, Brian, and a handful, at least 5-1 teams, Brian. I think it's fair. The 2 undefeated teams at this point should be your top 2 teams. Who you put in third?
Ravens.
4-2 Ravens ahead of the 5-1 Texans.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm gonna go with the what's called first. The number 3, I will put the Detroit Lions.
Okay. I mean, Detroit just handled Dallas, and Detroit's actually 4-1 because they've had a bye, a lot of early buys. So NFL.com goes Ravens third, 4-2. It does seem like their offense is starting to settle in, and that offense looks pretty damn devastating. They go Ravens 3, Texans 4, Lions 5. I don't have a ton of beef with that. I think the Lions maybe slip a little, and the Hutchinson injury is a really big concern, I'd say. I mean, he was leading the NFL in sacks. He was the number 2 overall pick just a couple years ago. I mean, he's a monster. And he strikes me as like a Dan Campbell guy. Like he's
Who's that?
Hutchinson, Aiden Hutchinson. And he's out for the year.
Hell yeah.
That's a big loss.
That's going to hurt.
I wonder.
But they play, dog. That team plays.
And I just love offensively, one, the amount of weapons they have, but how physical they are. Amon-Ra St. Brown, not a lot of receivers, maybe A.J. Brown, but he's so big. But there's not a lot of receivers, even the good ones that are willing to be physical.
He plays a little like Steve Smith, don't he?
Dude, that's a good comp, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, because he's not that big.
And
but
he
he's
don't
got
give a damn.
Right, such a chip on his shoulder. Then you add in the burner and Jamison Williams, and that 1-2 punch at running back is probably the best in the NFL, right? As far as a 1-2.
Oh, it's there.
Montgomery and Gibbs. Goff, to Ryan the Stallion's credit, Goff is really good and doesn't get the credit he should. Think about that NFC North, B. Vikings at 5-0, Lions at 4-1. The 2 last place teams are the Packers and the Bears at 4-2.
Both of them 4-2?
Yeah.
Wow.
Playing good ball in the NFC North. All right. Number 6 had the Monday night win, the Buffalo Bills. I teased this earlier. Pretty remarkable stat going on. How many interceptions do you think Josh Allen has thrown through 6 games?
Mm-hmm. He's down? He hasn't thrown any?
0.
Whoa, he's trying to protect the ball this year. He must have heard me talking about it.
I think that's a dude that is completely carrying that team and getting Amari Cooper. And if the way he's playing right now, I'll have to pull up specific fumble numbers, but the problem for Allen has never been talent or ability. He's a playmaker, all of that. He just gets sloppy and turns the ball over. No picks so far. That'll be a big change.
Yeah, that would be.
I mean, in the he threw 18 last year. Like he's a double-digit interception guy in.
Do you think he's cured himself?
6 of his 7 years in the
still
NFL.
Coming, Jay?
6 games is a pretty big sample.
I know.
And
I'm saying.
It certainly would appear that he's on track to cut that number significantly.
Yeah.
He has 1 year where he did not get into double digits, his second year in the pros, but he also wasn't as aggressive then, and the yardage totals were way down. The start he's on right now, he's got over 1,100 yards passing in 6 games, 10 touchdowns and no picks. Like that's pretty damn significant. But I don't think he's going to go the whole year without one, right? But
yeah. I doubt that seriously.
But I do think the Bills just
knowing his history, I doubt it.
But he could certainly keep it under 10, keep it single digits would be a pretty big step. Mm-hmm. And the Bills, what do you make of Amari Cooper joining that offense? I think
that
Cooper still got something.
That should help him.
Yeah, for sure. 7, they've got Green Bay. I have not looked yet. Have you looked where the Commanders land on this thing?
No.
Okay, so 7 is Green Bay, they're 4-2. 6 is Buffalo, they're 4-2. They've got the Ravens at 4-2 at number 3. Washington is also 4-2. How high do they climb in the power rankings? We'll tell you when we come back. It's P. Mitch Finley. Marky Mark out here dropping his draws. All right. I haven't looked. You haven't looked. I know they're not in the top 7. Commanders coming off their first loss in over a month. Where do you think they land power ranks?
I'm going top 12.
So you got them at 12?
Top 12.
Okay.
You stopped at 7, didn't you?
Yeah.
So I got 7 to 12.
You get the whole range?
I get that left. You asked me where were they last time? Like 15 or something?
I think they had moved up. I kind of think you're right. I'm guessing Landfill has looked. Jeff, have you looked? If not, what's your guess?
I have not looked. I'm gonna go with 8.
All right. Jeff bullish as usual. I think B's right. I think we're talking, if we get to call ranges, I'm going to go with 10 to 13.
Okay, so which one is it?
All right. Vikes, Chiefs, Ravens, Texans, Lions, Bills, Packers. Oh, Jeff.
I guess right.
The 8?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Hey.
The Ashburn syndrome is paying off.
All right. Dude, they were up to 6. We must not have done it last week, maybe because we had Ed Home on the show. They were up to 6, dropped 2 back to 8 for after the loss. Damn. 8 is high. I also think this is a little problematic. He's got them 8 and then Tampa 9, even though Tampa beat them heads up.
Yeah, but it doesn't make a difference if they beat them heads up. It comes down to how Tampa has played overall after that.
They got the same record.
Same record, but the way that they played, when they're 2 losses, how much they lost by?
They had the bad loss to the Broncos at home. Let me read now from NFL.com. Had they made the field goal before the half and scored a touchdown, not a field goal at the start of the third quarter, the Commanders would have had a far better chance of winning in Baltimore. This was a mostly strong showing in a tough environment. The Commanders held firmer than, say, last season's upstart darlings, the Lions, did in Baltimore about a year ago. All told, Sunday was another strong showing by Jaden Daniels in the offense, with the 30-23 loss being more of an indictment on the defense, allowing big plays all game. This is clearly the biggest issue with Washington right now. Without a viable pass rush or the ability to create turnovers, the Commanders are going to struggle against the league's higher caliber offenses, especially after the season-long loss of Jonathan Allen. But are the Commanders still a contender in spite of this? I maintain an emphatic yes. Daniels couldn't match Lamar Jackson's lethality level, but was good in defeat. I think that's largely pretty fair.
Yeah, I'm with that.
I think when Washington isn't getting into the end zone, they're going to struggle. And I think the interception at the beginning of the game, missing that field goal before halftime, only kicking a field goal to start the third quarter. When you have a defense that has holes on it and you're playing a good offense, it's going to be problematic.
Very much so.
If you kick field goals against Cleveland, you're probably okay. It's been proven. If you kick field goals against the Giants, you're probably okay.
Mm-hmm.
But the top teams in the NFL,
got to get touchdowns.
Tampa, I would at least flip-flop them in Tampa just because of the heads-up win. Steelers at 10, B. What do you think? Tomlin's going to Russ Wilson this week.
Is he for sure, or they say it may? He's getting his first practice.
I don't know that we'll know for sure until the game.
Out, so, but the thing, I think,
would you even mess with it though?
I probably wouldn't, but ultimately, like I said to you when you mentioned this the other day, they see them at practice every day. They know the struggles that you already said that Winscombe wasn't good at quarterback.
I think Wilson's a better passer.
They're seeing maybe Wilson's passing helps them out a little bit. So I can understand wanting to try it. But if you go to Wilson and it just goes south, then you probably have to go back to the Young Buck. Young Buck may not be the great passer, but he's athletic. He knows how to get out of the damn pocket.
Yeah, I don't think you can wait at all if Russ is struggling. We also
yank him. Don't just pull him. Yank him.
I've got information. I've ascertained information here, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Jeff's full of it. and he saw that Washington was ranked number 8.
I can believe he did see it.
Yeah, Jeff.
You can believe all you want, but I didn't see it. And whoever
Well-
said I'm full of it, they're full of it.
I don't know. Take it up with Joe Cleasy 13.
All
Joe
right.
Cleasy 13 on Twitter says, Jeff full of bleep. He's seen them ranked number 8 last night because I saw it. Were you
Dude,
with Joe Cleasy 13 last night, Jeff?
not at
Jeff.
all. And I wasn't watching no football last night. I was watching the Yankees play.
Well, there was no football played last night, Jeff.
No, what I mean by
I'm
no,
glad you didn't watch it.
JP, of course there wasn't no football play, but you know what I mean. I wasn't watching like NFL Network, anything pertaining to football last night. That's what I mean by I didn't watch no football.
Landfill, you buy it?
That Jeff didn't look at the thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no chance he looked at the thing. Are you kidding
That
me?
that wouldn't be the first piece of prep he's done in 3 years working on the show.
Yeah.
Not true.
You know what?
I gave you a Capitals update plenty of times.
Give me one right now.
They
Pop
actually
quiz, hot shot.
They beat the Vegas Golden Knights last night. They actually scored, if I was believe, the first goal. The first goal actually came in the first period. I actually watched a little bit of that game. I think his name something start with the M that scored first. It was off of play because a big problem with the Caps last year, they wasn't winning on the yellow. And the guy actually won. I forgot who it was. He won the puck on the yellow, got it to dude, slap shot right on the left side of the goalie. So they're doing pretty decent. They beat Vegas. Come on now.
And Vegas had won 3 in a row. And they shut him down.
Yeah, it's weird. The hockey schedule's been bizarre. Yo, Jeff, that was a good update, man. Caps won 4-2. Ovi had a couple of assists. Vegas came in 3-0, I think. The schedule's been funky. The teams they've played have all already played like 5 games. Caps have their next game tomorrow night. Dallas. Dallas coming to town. They've opened with 3 straight home games. So eventually, there's a big old road trip coming. We should try to all go to a game. Does everybody want to go to a Caps game?
I can do that.
Caps games are fun. Jeff, you want to go?
Sure.
Landini? Caps game?
Oh, you know me. I love going to things.
So that's a hell no.
That's a hell no.
That's a hell no.
That Landfill's learning from me though, like just kind of talk around it rather than confirming one way or
Nah,
the
that's
other.
not learning. That's getting bad. It's awful trait to have.
Commanders are ranked 8th in the NFL in the latest NFL.com power rankings. Jeff, is that too high, too low, or just right?
I'm gonna say
too low.
Nah, I'm gonna say just right. I'm gonna say just right. Because I think them teams ahead of us will get the best of us. But I think if we play Tampa Bay again, we could beat them.
Landfill, too high, too low, or just right?
I think it's good. I think it's solid. Right place.
Yeah, I think it's right place. Right place.
I think it's about right. I think these are all fairly nebulous and will shift throughout the course of the season. Dan Wetzel next, talking college football.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. After the Dodgers' convincing win in Game 1 of the Best of 7 National League Championship Series, it looked like the team with the best record in the sport was going to go on a dominant run. But as they continued to do all season long, the Mets found a way to punch right back. They evened up this series at a game apiece with a 7-3 win in Game 2. All of that happening at Dodger Stadium. Game 3 is tonight, first pitch 8:08 p.m., so we're in for some late night baseball. And something tells me that Citi Field is going to be rocking. The Dodgers have Walker Buehler on the mound versus the Mets righty Luis Severino. Now, over in the American League, the Yankees are off to a 2-0 series advantage after a huge win last night. Aaron Judge finally hit his first homer of the postseason. The Guardians are starting to get sloppy in the field at the wrong time. However, that game is tomorrow. That's going to go back to Cleveland. So hopefully the Guardians are able to make this one a series, or else the Yankees could run away with this all the way into the World Series. For 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the DC area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. It's all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west, as long as you are on the East Coast. It's other times everywhere else. Joining us right now via the BetQL guest line is Dan Wetzel, columnist for Yahoo Sports, best-selling author. Check out the books out there right now, Epic Athletes for Youngsters. Dan, what's up, dude? Thanks for making some time for us.
Hey, always good to be on. Hope you're well.
We are doing well, dude. There's a lot for us to talk, both from an NFL standpoint and a college sports standpoint. But I got to start with kind of the talk of everything in Washington is Jaden Daniels and how he has turned around this Commanders team.
I assume you guys are pretty excited.
That might be an understatement.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels, he is just such a talented player. And I think, the question for him has always been his slight frame. And it was maybe one of the reasons he was at Arizona State first, and then he goes to LSU, and there were still kind of doubts would he hold up? And maybe he went second overall, so it's not like he was really downgraded by the scouts, but that's always been the question. And I feel like sometimes everyone looks for what a guy can't do and not what he does do. And I remember I rarely write with my predictions, so I'm going to take a moment when I am, but I was all over him winning the Heisman preseason last year. I should, I don't bet, but I should have, because I said this is the most talented guy in the country in college football, even more than Caleb Williams. And, again, the question is, well, he's going to get hit. He's going to get hit. He's fine. He's fine. And ended up being that. And I think talent-wise, his ability to throw the ball, his poise, his experience, all of that, I'm not going to say this isn't surprising, because anytime a rookie comes in and plays as well as anybody in the NFL, it's going to be a surprise. But it's not a total shocker, I think, for those who watched him play college football.
I agree with that, man.
Not at all.
I think I also saw you had a column. We were just talking about what the Aiden Hutchinson injury means for the Lions. I know you wrote about that. Mm-hmm. The Lions are playing really good ball, but he is such a vital piece for them. What do you think that does to Detroit, and what do they do to kind of overcome it?
Yeah, there's a couple angles on Aiden Hutchinson. One, obviously, he produces, right? So he got a 7.5 sack while breaking his leg. He also, if you watch him just play, the motor on him is just ridiculous. He's chasing down everything. He commands a lot of attention from an offensive line. It opens up a lot of other guys to make big plays. So Detroit is a really talented team, really young, really talented. Everyone seems to be getting better each week. They're very, very well coached. They have everything going for them. But what is that? Taking Aiden Hutchinson out, that is a big piece of a Jenga tower. And how does it impact? Do they have enough to still win the NFC, win a Super Bowl? Yeah, I think they do. They're going to get somebody in there, but this is a big, big loss. And then you just wonder on two other angles, like leadership, culture, all of that, which Detroit has an incredible amount of right now. I mean, it's a fun team to be around because it feels like they're all pulling in the same direction. Feels like a college team at times, but just with incredible amounts of talent. And then there's just sort of the fan part where when you have a guy that's just so popular and so much represents a team, you might be able to replace his production, but just kind of stinks. You're just like, I like this guy. And it would have been cool to win with him or lose with him. Whatever it is, it just stinks as a fan. And Lions fans have had so little through the years, and now they're rolling, and it's like, so there's a sort of different elements to it.
Do you think they're very active when it comes up to trade deadline to get somebody to try and replace that?
Probably. I don't know that they'll be able to get, everyone's like, get Max Crosby. He's a guy, went to Eastern Michigan, all that, bring in another guy like that. I think that might be too much. But they're going to bring in some kind of edge rusher. They have a ton of cap space still, 20+ million. So they can take on a big contract, and they have so much talent around on that roster. Brad Holmes, their general manager, is just on a heater. And maybe this isn't a heater. This is just how good he drafts. But his last 4 drafts, since he took over, have just produced, 3, 4, 5 starters each time. And so they just have so many good players, and so many of them on cheaper deals that they're able to do a lot of stuff. So the idea that they have this roster that I think, compares with almost anybody in the league, and yet you're sitting on $25 million in cap space, and you still have all your draft picks is pretty amazing. So they have the option to make a big move. I think they're going to try to see how they play without Aiden Hutchinson and before, panicking or making a huge move that would give away future draft picks.
Sure. That makes sense. You still got 2 games before the deadline. We are talking here on the BetQL guest line with Dan Wetzel from Yahoo Sports. Covers it all, columnist, writes about the NFL, certainly college football. Let's switch gears over to college football. This has been a wild season so far. You got Bama losing to Vanderbilt a week after beating Georgia. Oregon surviving that Ohio State game. Penn State surviving that USC game on the road. Who had the most impressive weekend for you last week? Maybe it's Texas just beating the hell out of Oklahoma.
I would still give it to Oregon. I think the Ducks getting that win, has allowed them. It is probably the greatest regular season win in the program's history. If it isn't, it's really close. When you can get Ohio State in there and you have a record crowd and so many people watching and all of that. And I think the thing with Oregon's always been, they've had skill players, or they run this offense or that. They have Dan Lanning, came there from Georgia as an assistant coach, and they're physical now. And to me, it was like a real statement that, we're here and we're going to be a factor in winning the national championship. We got all the tools here. So I would still give it to them, even if it was a close victory. Certainly Texas just, kind of get their business done, but they've got the big one this week against against Georgia. But like you said, it's been a wild season. There's a lot of parity. The playing field in the sport is leveling out, particularly at the top. It's really an exciting time for college football.
Is the NIL helping that? Because I mean, you look
Absolutely.
at I think the what's it called, the portal. The portal has really helped it. Where the big schools can't just control everything anymore.
Now, I mean, if you look back even 5 or 6 years ago, let alone 10, we'd enter seasons with like three teams. You'd be like, they can win the title. You know, we'd have playoff games, semifinals. Someone would win by 35, 40 points. Like it was, you know, all right, there's Alabama, LSU, and Clemson, or that'd pretty much be it, or maybe Ohio State that year, or maybe. But now the only way to compete at the high level was to just keep signing top 5 recruiting classes year after year after year after year. You get 4 or 5 of them in a row. Now you got your program stacked. You had such depth. Nobody could really compete. And you saw so many conference races weren't really close. So it would just be down to 1 or 2 teams. You know, you'd just be waiting for Ohio State, Michigan to play or something like that. And even that wouldn't be close. Ohio State would blow them out. Now, as you said, the transfer portal and NIL, it allows all sorts of different schools to compete and get players. And you can't stockpile. A kid's not going to sit there and say, wait, I'm 3rd string, I'm 2nd string. I'm going to go start over here, and I'm going to get some money because I'm a starter. And so not only do you see more teams with players that could potentially win the national title, you see those traditional powers a little weaker and lacking that depth. And then you see the middle of these conferences with more good players. So like a Vanderbilt, you know, they didn't just beat Alabama. They had the ball 42 minutes in that game. They brought in a new quarterback, Diego Pavea, from New Mexico State, is a really exciting quarterback at New Mexico State if you paid a lot of attention to college football. But they also brought in 3 offensive linemen, and that offensive line was stacked, and they could go toe-to-toe physically with Alabama, which probably in the history of Vanderbilt football has never occurred. And Alabama doesn't have this stockpile of future NFL draft picks anymore because guys sit there and go, hey, I'm going to go over here, I'm going to go here. And so everything is leveled out. I know coaches hate NIL. They're inconvenienced by NIL and the portal, and they complain about everything. But it is such a huge advantage for college football in terms of everybody getting a shot. It's made the season way more exciting. It's everything that people said. Alabama will get everybody. Everyone will transfer. The rich will get richer. We've been saying the whole time would be the exact opposite. Economists would say that isn't how human behavior works. But if you only listen to college football coaches, they think that's what they think. But it turns out, not it. Everybody's good.
Totally. So, and I think a lot of coaches didn't want to deal with it, so they say bye.
Yeah, go ahead. Someone else take that job.
Totally.
Dan Wetzel here on the BetQL guest line. You can follow Dan on X at Dan Wetzel, Wetzel. Dan's got a series of books out there for young kids to read called Epic Athletes. Dan, I want you to know, while we've been chatting, I looked at Epic Athletes, and I just ordered your Alex Morgan and Simone Biles books. My oldest daughter loves soccer. My little one wants to be a gymnast. So there you go. You sold 2 books by coming on with us.
How about that? We love it. Thank you. They're good for sure. Like middle school. Like they're the old 100-page like.
Yeah, dude. I remember those as a kid.
Bio. Yeah.
My 9-year-old will read it herself. I'm gonna have to read it to my 5-year-old. It'll be fun. Yeah,
9 will be good. We got Caitlin Clark coming out in the spring too. Another. But we got Steph Curry. We got Kevin Durant, local guy there for you.
There you
we got
go. Sure.
LeBron. We got 11 of them. Serena. We got a whole bunch. Lionel Messi. They're fun.
I don't want to cause trouble because I have no idea how the pricing is set or whatever. But I did notice that the LeBron book was like $3 cheaper than all the rest of them. I have no idea how or why. But listen.
No comment. I don't know.
Mahomes,
none of them are expensive, though. None of them
are expensive. No, not at all. But this is just on Amazon. Mahomes is $8.36. Kevin Durant's $8.36. Tom Brady's $10.99. LeBron is $6.59.
You know why? Because a lot of them don't know who LeBron is. They probably don't know who Tom Brady is.
Maybe.
But people you buying it for.
Yeah, who knows?
LeBron is sold pretty well. That's actually one of our sellers. I don't know why.
See, you can drop the price on it now. You can drop the price because you made
a volume play. Yeah, who knows?
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know. I just write them after that. Yeah.
Dude, Dan, I wanted to ask, man. I recognize maybe it's still too early for this, but in the top 10, you've got Texas, Oregon, Penn State, and then Miami that are all undefeated. And then a whole bunch of one-loss teams. But if you're just looking at the rankings, there are a bunch of undefeated teams way further down the rankings. And that includes Army and Navy. And I get that they're maybe in a separate category. But you got Power 4 conference teams. Iowa State is 6-0. BYU is 6-0.
Who
Indiana
6-0 against, though?
I mean, they're playing Big 12 teams.
Yeah, but the teams may not be good. You got to look at the whole aspect of it.
When does that start to matter?
Well, it starts to matter when we get to this is the playoff. The playoff weekend is going to be like, it's a knife fight, man. It's going to be a whole bunch of teams with 2 losses going, but we had game control here. Oh, we got that win. Middle Tennessee, we beat them there. That, something like that. It'll be everything. It'll matter as we get down to how many bids the ACC and the Big 12 get. Like, is the Big 12 just going to knock itself off and only get an automatic bid? Or do we end up with, say, undefeated Iowa State playing undefeated BYU in the Big 12 championship game, and you go, hey, maybe the loser gets in also.
Yeah.
And then it's one less bid for the Big 10 and the SEC. And that's what they're kind of all fired up, or how many of these things work themselves out. But you are correct. There's a whole bunch of undefeated teams. Indiana, they're playing Nebraska this weekend. It's a huge, really, really interesting game. And in the past, without this playoff, nobody cared. Because you're going, Indiana, great. You're not going to make it. You're not going to go run the table, right? Eventually, you got to go to Columbus in like November. You got to go. I think they play Michigan and then Ohio State back to back. So cute season, but now it does matter. Like Nebraska, Indiana matters in a game because they got potential. Pitt is undefeated. They've got a great season going. Iowa State, as you mentioned, the whole Big 12, anybody could win that thing. It is wide open. From you said BYU, Iowa State, Texas Tech, Arizona State, even Colorado still, they only got 1 league loss and their schedule opens up. All sorts of potential all over the place. So, Army Navy is fascinating because you could end up in a scenario. Now they both have to beat Notre Dame, but you could end up in a scenario where actually they don't even have to beat Notre Dame. You could end up in a scenario where they play for the week before the traditional Army Navy game. They play the Conference USA Championship game. The American Athletic Conference Championship game. They could both finish undefeated in the league, having not played each other because they play their league game obviously on a special date, right? So you would have back-to-back Army-Navy games with the potential for a playoff berth on the line. And you could have Army and Navy play, and the game, the American Athletic Conference Championship game is played at the home field of the higher-seeded team. So you could have, which never happens now, but can you imagine this? Army visiting Annapolis or Navy visiting West Point. Then they play a week later in the traditional, which I think is in Landover this year.
Yeah, it's at FedEx or Northwest.
Yeah, and that game always but just imagine Army in Annapolis, just blows your mind. And like the pageantry and this huge game in a stadium that fits, what do they fit? 30?
25,000. Yeah.
Yeah. And
They won't have enough room. Say it like that.
You don't have enough room, but it would be incredible. And as you guys know, I assume I've been to Annapolis. I've never been to a game at Navy. I have been to a game at West Point. Like the scenes at those places are just so great. And I can't even imagine Army Navy.
Sure.
So we're a long way away, but can you imagine that scenario popping up?
Now, one stadium they do have plenty of space is Texas in Austin.
Yeah.
Georgia coming to Austin this weekend. You probably got 25 guys that are going to get drafted on the field in this game. What do you make of that matchup?
You'll have more than that. Like over the couple years.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that'll be a game with like 35, 40 guys over the on the two rosters. Huge game. I mean, Texas has looked absolutely brilliant. That said, their only really impressive victory is at Michigan. How good is Michigan this year? They don't have a quarterback. Hard to say. Georgia obviously loses that late to Alabama. They have looked shaky. Georgia needs, we talk about the playoff. Oh, Georgia could lose the game and still get in. You'd have two losses. You'd be walking a tightrope at that point. But you also may end up like a 10 seed and have to go on the road and not get a bye. You have to play 4 games, including a road game so there's a lot at stake for Georgia not to get that second loss. And obviously for Texas, they have a feeling like, hey, we got the best team. We got the best team in the country here. You play under any scenario, no one's going to beat us. So huge opportunity for both teams here. Tons of talent. Will be again like last Saturday night's big game, Ohio State, Oregon. When you're watching and going, oh man, there's NFL guys all over this field. Like there are skill players. There are line. Like this is a high level game, and that's what it's going to be on Saturday night.
Cool. Hey, Dan, man, we really appreciate your time, Dan. Dude. Everybody give him a follow at Dan Wetzel.
Thank you, guys. Talk to you soon.
Hey, man. Appreciate you.
Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports. Check out his columns weekly. Here's what we're going to do. Dan Quinn set to address the media in just moments. A whole bunch of roster moves just came down from Washington. They got D-line trouble. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Listen, as I build a same-game parlay for Thursday night football game as the Broncos take on the Saints, I'm going to be Alvin Kamara-centric, okay? Plus 132, 40-plus yards, receiving. Plus minus 184 for 60-plus yards rushing, and minus 120 for any time touchdown. That gives you plus 359. Put your 100 down, you can win $359. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Capitals got their first win of the season last night as they beat the Golden Knights at home 4-2. Jacob Vrana scored his first goal back with the Capitals on his first shot back in the first period. The Capitals also scored 3 goals early in the second period. They won the game 4-2. Alex Ovechkin with 2 assists on the night. He became the 6th player in NHL history with 700 goals and 700 assists. In baseball, ALCS Game 2 last night, the Yankees beat the Guardians 6-3. They'll take the day off today to travel to Cleveland. Game 3 tomorrow as the Yankees lead that series 2-0. And the NLCS, the series is tied at a game apiece, the Dodgers and the Mets. Game 3 tonight in New York, 8 o'clock first pitch. Walker Buehler set to take on Luis Severino. And in football, a busy day of trades yesterday, capped off by the Vikings trading for Texans running back Cam Akers. It's the second time Minnesota's traded for Akers in the last 12 months. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
.1067 The Fan, as we come to you live from Commanders Park out here in Ashburn. Dan Quinn is addressing the media. Let's take a listen.
Was into that, and I told the team that comes in leaps, and you don't always see it. And I asked him, would our team today beat our team from 7 weeks ago? And the answer was yes. And we got a lot to sharpen, and we got a lot to improve upon to get stronger at. And that was kind of our messaging going right back into today and what that looks like through a week to dig right back in and emphasis on getting better and what area for you. And so that's our goal, and ready to get rocking with you guys.
So you guys made a couple roster moves today, putting Javonte on IR. Is this a short-term situation for him? And also, will Dorrance practice today?
Dorrance will not practice today. And yes, we're hoping it's shorter than longer with Javonte with his ankle injury. So we're hopeful that it's, at the limit, and then we'll get a see for there. It's too early to call today, John.
And you guys obviously have some, banged up a little bit there. And has anything accelerated because of your 4-2 start in terms of how you want to build this roster? You look around the league, there's a few trades going on. What is anything changed with that as far as how you guys approach things? And what is the challenge of even adding players at this point if you wanted to go down that
Right. And that's a good question for Adam, but we talk about the team all the time, so although there's a deadline, it doesn't mean there's a, time that you have to, begin that. And so we spent a lot of time on the roster and the team, and you're right that we did get banged up into some spots, and that's why we are fortunate that the practice squad is bigger, than it was years ago. And you guys can remember that when, there was 4 players, and then the street list was different and you went through that. But now there's I feel like a really good developmental plan of people that are in the building and practicing and playing. And so when those opportunities come up to go deliver, although people may have not played a lot of reps, they get their chances. And you probably heard me say it before, but J-Mac is certainly the one that comes to mind for me of when his number was called, you get ready to deliver. And that's just such a pure example for us.
Brian Robinson, another injured guy. Any sense if he'll be out there today for practice?
Yes. Yep. Brian will be out there today, which is, we're really pumped about to see him doing well. And it was hard not having him, but in the sake of what's best for him first and then for the team, it was the right call.
And you mentioned, John asked about the deadline, that maybe it's more of a question for Adam, and you guys have kind of made that clear, the defining of the roles. Part of the reason separating the roles is because GM is thinking bigger picture, coach is thinking typically about today. Knowing that, do you get like, I kind of wish we could do a little bit more because you are focused on the here and now? No, because I don't, get into, the what ifs and where we're at. The thing that we spend, the time on it, is there anything that's stressing you? Is there, a spot that we need to address and go through? So that's really more where our time's spent. But you're right. There's a lot of people around this time of year that get calls, give calls, all of that. And I think that's just kind of part of this time.
Just going back to Dorrance Armstrong real quick. So what is his status? Like, are you concerned that this will be a longer term thing with him?
I'm not concerned on a longer term. No, if it was, then it would have been, like a IR move to go. So he's not going to practice today. And so, we're just going to take it as we're going. But, knowing Dorrance, like this is a tough competitor. And so I know he'll put the work in to get, better and gets, back to play just as soon as he possibly can.
And I know you've talked before about, marrying rush with the coverage. With so many changes up front, I mean, how do you keep that from straining the back end of the defense?
Yeah, the good news is that we did add some people today, but by and large, the people have been in here. So whether you're in the practice or in the game, like that's super important, Nikki, to make sure that handles in the very correct way that we want it to. And so we had, as the old saying, go 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and took a step back into that space. And we certainly intend on getting that back to the way that we need to, for sure.
Good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon.
Speaking of where you guys have come from to where you are today, at the same time knowing your personnel, I know you guys have done a lot to kind of mix and match people and figure out where to best utilize guys. How well do you feel like you know your personnel at this stage?
Yeah, certainly a lot better than the 7 weeks ago to how to feature guys and going at, certainly the running back room is one that has emerged of how to feature guys and doing that. And I think there's a lot of room to grow in a lot of spots. We've liked how we've used safeties and nickels and linebackers in different spots. Sometimes you see Frankie on the edge and sometimes behind the ball. So I'm in, still, still growing into that space. But I would say that we know a lot more now. And I think like the receiver probably is the best example of moving guys and featuring them in different ways. And so, at the addition of Noah, right there, at that time was a big addition for us too.
And then Dave Canales is a coach that, in his first year calling plays in Tampa last year, didn't really like solidify a full-blown running game identity. I guess is kind of the best way I can try to put that, but he's making a concerted effort to do that in Carolina this year. Does it make it any trickier to prepare for a guy when he's kind of still developing his own identity in one part of the game?
Yeah, it's fully grown in terms of the run game there. I've got a lot of respect for it. The interior of their line is exceptional, both in the run game and the pass game. But you see the yards per carry, and so they have to do a nice job of the run game, the play pass. I think the addition of Andy, has, leveled out some of the things there. But those are some things that jumped out to me was the strength of their run game, their ability to cut it back. I was certainly impressed in studying them. I'm not surprised by Dave and the staff that he put together that that's a strong part for them.
Now that it's been a couple of days, is there any kind of more fallout from John Allen being gone for the year? Both the player he is on the D-line, but just the presence, a guy that's been here a long time as guys get back into the building and prepare for Carolina?
Yeah, I thought what a great line by John. Just, as opposed to, hey, don't feel sorry for me. Here's a good chance for you to get more chances, more opportunities. And that's what a leader does, knowing that there's other guys in the room that are, will step up, specifically Johnny. And knowing that they're ready to take that challenge on. But I thought that was a great moment by him of allowing in his space of a tough and dark time to say, this is a good opportunity for you, man. Go get it and go take it. And everybody deserves those chances when you go for it. And this just happens to be one of those times when, and all of us have been in that spot, like, hey, man, this is your chance. And you absolutely go for it and go for it as hard as you can.
And then with Johnny specifically, but then that kind of D-tackle rotation, how will that change? And what are expectations changing for Newton?
Well, it'll certainly change the rotation. Sheldon Day will also be a part of that moving forward. FA is somebody that can work inside and outside. So, but it'll change the rotation of people for sure with a heavier load for Johnny. No doubt about that.
What's, after a loss, I know the guy said in the locker room afterwards, this is a test and we want to be in these tests. In the last couple of days, what's been the reaction? What have you seen from your guys?
Yeah, I saw, number one, a lot of people here yesterday, and that was their day off, but whether that was them getting their workouts, getting treatment. And so just to see the amount of people here, without the coaches, I thought that's a good sign, Chick. Just think of the guys are getting here to work on the stuff they want to work on to absolutely throw a great week. And specifically, there's things that the team wants to work on, whether that might be third down. We got a bigger emphasis for that today. Some things in the run game that we wanted to get ironed out. And so that's what I challenged us on, honestly, like, can we get stronger? And there's all sorts of ways and opportunities to do that. And those leaps, although the thing of like a spring you're putting down, you see it uncoil and all this energy takes place. As the players, they don't get to see that. but it's going to happen again in this leap. But you got to go put the work in to, another 4 or 5 weeks from now, say, okay, that's when I started that, and now I'm getting better at it. And that's where our challenge is. And that we've got great regard for Dave and Carolina and everything else, but it does come back to us saying there's a lot that we need to get stronger and improve upon. And we are going to work really hard to do that.
Hi, Dan. After, a tough loss, sometimes you rely on your leaders in that locker room. I'm sure, the Terrys, the Bobby Wagners, but has there been a different kind of leader that's surprised you a little bit? Maybe that's been more vocal, or somebody that's asserted himself that maybe you weren't expecting to kind of take that type of role?
There are quite a few, actually. Andrew Wiley, Sam Cosme, I thought, and specifically at the offensive line, at the end of the game, we're going to learn from this, agitated, been out of shape for sure. But also knowing that, what we need to get done. And so I felt that, for certain on their side. I certainly am feeling like Quan Martin's energy, coming through, and the confidence from him to do that. I've always felt it from Luvu. I'd always felt it from Armstrong. So those are a few that come to mind that I'm just, kind of picturing back to the locker room right now.
You look at the records and they're 1-5, right? Carolina, but any given Sunday, anything can happen. Do you have to remind your team of don't look at the records? I mean, anything can happen type deal.
We don't. And the reason is so much of the focus is on us. We've got plenty to work on, Scott. And we are absolutely going to go sharpen our game as strong as we can, and knowing that will pay dividends, moving forward. But no, we're absolutely going forward as hard as we can. And we want to see those leaps and that progress take place. And that's what we intend on doing for sure.
Hey, Coach, the team is retiring Darryl Green's number this weekend. Can you just talk about the kind of player he was and how important he is to the franchise?
Yeah, it's amazing. And so to get a chance to be a part of that, that is really cool. 19 consecutive years with an interception. That one just slaps me right in the face in a very good way. And you want to talk about standards and doing things. Walter Payton, Man of the Year off the field, Super Bowl champion on the field. And so clearly a guy who not only had his football world in order, but his off the field world as well. So just the fact that we get to, kind of be around and knowing that's going down this weekend, big alumni crew coming in, it's awesome.
All right, that's Dan Quinn talking to the media. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we get back, we will talk about everything that he discussed. Be Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I'm hot just like an oven. I need some loving. And
all right, B.
I can't hold it much longer.
They got a lot going on the D line.
Yeah.
We all knew Allen. Allen's done for the year. Maybe there's some miraculous Super Bowl run. Let's just, for our conversation's sake, he's done for the year. Javonte Jean-Baptiste, you and I both watched him walking, and the X-rays came back negative, but it didn't look good.
Maybe a high ankle sprain.
Yeah.
He said it's an ankle. He didn't say what.
Yeah. Or there could also be ligaments. But
If
it could
it's
just be
just
the
like-
high ankle.
He said he don't expect it to be that long.
He's on IR.
Yeah, but IR, it can be
IR can be 4
weeks.
Right, which is still kind of long. I mean, that's a quarter of the
Well,
season.
if you're looking at the whole thing, though, I'm saying, like,
Right.
John's gone for the year.
Right.
He can come back in 4 weeks, possibly. And I think when you look at it like that, if he's out for 2 to 3, you want to best to put him on IR so you can bring somebody else up. They have two people coming in.
Well, now you don't have time to mess around anymore.
Yeah.
There's a time where you can chill and just, you got a big old fat practice squad.
Nah.
You can pull from that.
Now you got to start doing your thing.
So let's just run through all the moves that were made. John Allen, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, that's the rookie out of Notre Dame, previously Ohio State. Both of them to the IR. John is probably staying on there. JJB, we'll see what happens there. They signed Sheldon Day from the practice squad. There's a big difference in signing him during the week from the practice squad than elevating on Saturday night. Sheldon Day is now a part of this team, basically, going forward. Little background on Sheldon Day. 4th-round pick in the 2016 draft, has played a number of, he's played 74 NFL games. Never really a starter, but certainly a rotational piece for some defenses. He's played as much as kind of 30-40% of defensive snaps in his career. He's going to be like last year with the Vikings, he played in 6 games and about 30% of their snaps. So that you're talking about a rotational piece. Big fella, certainly 6'1", 294. Went to college at Notre Dame. So Sheldon Day is now on your roster. So your new rotation is going to be Payne, Newton, Mathis, Day, Obata a little bit. Like they're going to move it around.
Yeah.
But this is what we're talking about now. And then to backfill, also they signed Jalen Holmes. A little bit about Jalen Holmes. He is more of an edge guy. They're obviously going to need edges because Dorrance Armstrong
and Jean-Baptiste.
Right. Dorrance Armstrong didn't finish last week, and DQ just said he's not going to practice today, which leads me to think he ain't even playing this week, but they don't think he needs IR. Maybe that's premature. We'll see.
Yeah, that's that premature stuff, Jay.
The way he said it and what we saw last week, I got a feeling, but we'll see. Jalen Holmes has been on the Jets. This is a guy that was drafted 4th round, 2018, played his college ball at Ohio State. Clearly, they think there's something there. He is 6'5", 280. That's a unit right there.
Yeah.
And then they also bring in Carl Davis to the practice squad. Davis has experience with DQ from the Dallas days.
Yep.
He was in Dallas last year with him, and Carl Davis is kind of a big fella, 6'5", 340. Been on
kind of big fella. Yeah, that's a Volkswagen, dude.
Yeah, he's been on a number of teams, played his college ball at Iowa, was a Ravens draft pick way back in 2015. It's a lot of moving parts on that for that D-line room. And that's not to say it's necessarily going to go bad, but it's a lot of moving parts.
It's a lot of moving parts, and it's not a guarantee to be good. But you may have some guys getting opportunity that may go out there and just play well. So, or they can play the other way. But I think ultimately, this group making moves seem to have a stockpile of where they can go if something happens, because this moved quickly.
Well, dude, he talked about how different it is now because you have these expanded rosters. You have practice squad rosters. And I think that's totally true. DQ also was asked about trade deadline coming up, and he's like, man, I talk to Adam about the roster all the time. It's not like we're talking more because the trade deadline's coming. Probably talking a little more. But I think their conversations right now are, we just got decimated at D-line and we could really use a corner. And I think that would be happening if all these injuries happened in December after the trade deadline.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're scouring right now for D-line help.
I think if they go out there and they can see that these guys can play, okay, they will feel good about it. But coaches, see, we sit here, we see an injury, we start thinking. Coaches may see lack of play, and they're already thinking.
Right.
So I agree. I totally agree with him when he said they talk more often than you probably think. And when you're looking at the fact that the secondary hadn't been playing well, and we hadn't been having Mr. Rush, they probably would talk about those positions already. That's why they were able to go so quickly to it.
Yeah.
But
AP was really good late August when he talked maybe after roster cuts, when he said, odds are you're not changing your team very dramatically this time of year. Once you get into the season, unless you're making blockbuster moves like trading for Amari Cooper or something, kind of got who you got. And then you have to react as the injuries pile up. I do think if they're right about Johnny Newton, the guy they thought he could become, if all the foot injury stuff's in the past, Newton's got a hell of an opportunity.
Hell yeah. And you got to take it full force.
Totally.
A lot of people get their jobs by somebody else's misfortune.
How do we feel about waiting for opportunity to knock versus kicking down the MFing door?
Do it. What you call it? Remember the wrestlers, how they did do the double kick?
Yeah.
That's the way I do it.
And lastly, this was cool. Dan Quinn was asked about Darryl Green. Obviously, there's the jersey retirement ceremony this weekend, halftime of that game, which is going to be very cool. Darryl Green's also getting a key to the city on Saturday. I think fans can attend that.
Yep, I'll be there.
If you don't have a ticket for the game, you can just go to that's public, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can just go.
Well, I think it is.
I think so too.
I better not be saying all this.
Right. I mean, you know what else people can do is Google. But DQ was asked about Darryl Green. He's like, man, I'm really excited to be a part of this thing. He brought up a stat that was just outrageous. At least one interception every year for 19 years.
Yeah.
I
heard that's my second time hearing him say that. And that says a lot, dog. We talk about a lot of people doing stuff, but hell, every year you get one for 19, that's a long time, brother.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
All right. Neil Greenberg joins the program next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now is the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits. And Maryland residents, you can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. So trust me and visit Rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. In hockey last night, the Capitals got their first win of the season. They beat the Golden Knights 4-2, and Jacob Vrana put the Capitals in front early on with his first shot back as a Capital.
White Cloud sloppy with a puck, turned it over in front, they score! Mangiapane feeding it out front, and Jacob Vrana goes top right corner. Jake the Snake is back, everyone. It's 1-0. Washington, how about that?
John Walton on the call on the Capitals radio network, heard right here on the Fan last night. The Capitals also scored 3 goals early in the second period and got their first one of the year 4-2 over Vegas. Alex Ovechkin with 2 assists on the night became just the 6th player in NHL history with 700 goals and 700 assists. In baseball, ALCS Game 2 last night, the Yankees beat the Guardians 6-3. Aaron Judge with his first home run of the postseason. Game 3 tomorrow in Cleveland, the Yankees lead 2-0. NLCS Game 3 tonight as that series is tied at a game apiece. Dodgers and Mets in New York, 8 o'clock first pitch. Walker Buehler takes on Luis Severino. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
God, I love this opening to this song. B. Mitchell Finley. It's 1 o'clock. When you hear Iron Man, you hear Ozzy, it means it's time for us to get a little smarter with our friend, Mr. Neil Greenberg. What up, Greenberg? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing super. How are you?
We're good, bud. We're good. I want to talk all things football with you. I see you're fighting with everybody on Twitter.
Why are you fighting people, man? Neil, stop fighting, man.
I did want to start, though. I want to let you sound off on Jerry Jones. I know, I don't know, you care about journalism and the media.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of comical when owners or anybody in a real position of power starts yelling at the media like "get off my lawn" type stuff. It seems a little weird. Jerry Jones lashed out at the host of a Dallas radio show the other day, even threatened to have them replaced. Look, you go on the show, your team is not doing well. They're coming off a pretty bad loss. Like, if you can't handle the questions that are going to come as a result of that, then either you shouldn't be in the business or you shouldn't be on that radio show. Like, at some point, you have to have some self-awareness of how to control yourself. And, again, like Dan Steinberg, my former editor, instituted the No Grudge Wednesday because I could not, police myself. So I needed some guidelines to work under. And I accept those. I accept those parameters. And I think if you're an owner of sport or something like that, you gotta understand that comes with the job.
No Grudge Wednesday also happened to be when you do your weekly hit with us and and start kicking hornets' nests, dude.
But see, what kills me with that, though, Neil, everyone expects even the owners expect the players to deal with everything and handle it. Why the hell can't they follow their own rules?
Right. Well, because a lot of them are self-entitled, self-centered people. I mean, they're used to, especially when you start to get into the upper echelons of success and wealth, they just don't think the rules of decorum apply to them. Like, they literally believe, a lot of them believe that they are able to live outside the lines of normal society. And we see examples of that all the time. But to get, I look at it a lot like baseball. Like, if you don't want to see the bat flip, don't give up the home run. Like, if you don't want to be asked the tough questions after a tough loss, don't do any media. Like, that just seems like a simple solution to me. So bad look for Dallas. It's just one of many things that have gone wrong this season. And, it's part of why I was tweeting earlier, like you alluded to, that I think, Washington should go all in on this season, because I do think that the NFC East in particular and the NFC at large is ripe for the taking.
All right. So if you follow Greenberg on Twitter, he's a fun follow, dude. There's a lot of information floating around. I wrote a story this morning, and I'm guessing Greenberg actually read it. I don't know. I can't confirm that. But I basically wrote a story, Brian, where I just laid out the facts surrounding the trade deadline, that it's coming. Washington has some assets. There's some positions they could use, but it's far from a certainty to assume they will make a trade. I am reading now from Neil Greenberg at N Greenberg. I've been thinking about this and believe Washington should go all in this season. An above-average quarterback on a rookie deal is a cheat code, and they should maximize this window. The division is vulnerable, and the NFC is wide open. Mortgage the future. Banners fly forever. All right, Greenberg, explain yourself.
Well, the season is going a lot better than I would say almost anybody expected. They're 4-2. They're coming off a narrow defeat to Baltimore, who many consider to be a Super Bowl contender. They're in first place of the NFC East. We just talked about Dallas is not having their best of seasons. The New York Giants aren't threatening anyone. Philadelphia has issues of their own. So I do think the division itself is available. Without much tinkering. We've seen the defense play pretty poorly for Washington. The offense is playing really well. Division, I think, is at least a goal that's a realistic goal. But then you start looking at the NFC. The NFC North, I know they're putting up a lot of points, but Chicago hasn't beaten anybody. Green Bay, is not going to be that great, I don't think. Minnesota and Detroit are good, but they're going to play each other, and there'll be some other intra-division games, and we'll see. NFC South, not concerned about any of those teams. NFC West, not concerned about Seattle or San Francisco or Arizona. So if I'm Washington, if I'm looking at this NFC landscape, I'm saying to myself, you know what? Why not do it? Like, why not use all these assets that you have, switch gears, and make a run for a deep playoff push this year when you have money to spend next year, you have assets that you can trade this year, and you can get a lot of building blocks to really maximize this window this year, next year, and the year after. And that's my pitch.
That kind of sounds like what Dan Snyder did all the time. I thought he was doing.
Is it though? I mean, they didn't really have this much success or this much optimism going forward. I'm not saying that you got to win free agency. I'm saying that there are smart people in the room that appear to have accelerated the schedule back to relevancy. And
I think
NFC
the quarterback being
is not scary.
The quarterback being as good as he is kind of did that for him a bit, but now you just lost two people on your defensive line, and you don't know how many more injuries may be coming after this. I think you stay the course, and if you have more success than you expected, you have it. But just to all of a sudden switch gears at this point, I think that's the way that we've seen people do it too many times, and that rarely ever works in the long haul.
What if you're switching gears, though, because of injuries? Like, we think it's reasonable for Detroit to try to find a new pass rusher, right?
But Detroit is already a team that's established. Detroit was in an NFC Championship game last year. This team wasn't. So my thing is just to switch gears because you think don't work in the long run. And this group is coming in and say they want to build something for the long haul. I don't think it works that way if you try to just all of a sudden switch gear and just go after everything out there.
But the long haul is going to be very difficult once Jaden Daniels starts to make real money. Like, you look at the Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, most, with the exception of Patrick Mahomes, account for about 12 to 13% of the cap. Quarterbacks being paid now in excess of 20% of the cap. So I firmly believe if Jaden's the guy, and he's looked like the guy, that now's the time to use your money, salary cap dollars, on other positions to make things happen. And that includes draft assets for a trade. Because, I mean, the way I'm looking at it is, if you're good, you're not expecting to pick high in the first and second rounds anymore. And those draft picks can be turned into other assets that help you win now. I certainly understand what you're saying regarding injuries, et cetera.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it, though, based on how realistic is the window, and typically it's on entry-level contracts for quarterbacks.
Can I counter
It
that,
just makes
though,
a lot of sense to me.
Greenberg? And I'm asking you a question here, because I think the problem isn't competing with elite quarterbacks that get paid, right? Because the Chiefs, the Bills, they're certainly able to do it. I mean, Green Bay stayed very relevant with Aaron Rodgers making a ton of money. Like, maybe they weren't piling up Super Bowls, but they're
even Detroit is playing now. That guy got some money.
I think the problem is when non-top tier quarterbacks, like there are probably 3-4 guys, Lamar, Mahomes, Allen, right? I frankly, I think those three are probably separate from everybody else, but we could have that debate. But let's say there's a top 5 at the position that are going to make that absurd amount of money, and you still compete because they're that good at the position. I think the problem is when the 6th through the 12th quarterback,
like Daniel Jones,
they also make an
Bro,
absurd amount of money.
Yeah, he's worse.
And then that is what screws up your cap. Can you allow for that distinction?
Well, sometimes it's not who's available, it's when they're available.
Right.
And we're only going to see quarterbacks get paid more and more. No matter how we feel about it, the quarterback's always going to suck up a large portion of the money, generally speaking. Again, this is more of Washington playing well, the division a little bit underwhelming, and the NFC as a whole a little bit underwhelming. I'm not saying that they can beat Kansas City head-to-head. I'm not saying that they can immediately become a Super Bowl contender overnight. But I do think that looking at where we are right now and how well they're playing, especially on offense, and looking at what Super Bowl teams have done in the past in terms of efficient offenses, et cetera, I firmly believe that this is the time to make a serious move, and the window started like today. I firmly believe that. I'm also a dude on the phone in a radio show calling in, and I get that too, and there's a lot of nuances to that, to go in that route. But I just look at where we are right now in terms of the NFL, and I think that Washington, if they wanted to, could become a serious contender, making some moves.
What would you want them to do? Well, you give me a position.
You got to improve the defense. Like that's the whole thing, right? If you can get the defense better, secondary, linebacker, however you think you need to go about it, I really do think that makes an instant difference. And I'm not necessarily sure the people that they need would be expensive in terms of assets, right? Because they're not going after a star wide receiver. They're not going after a franchise quarterback. I think that they just need to get some good football players on defense, elevate that squad a little bit, play a little bit better, right? Get some guys in there that could do a little more things. And then I firmly believe that they're going to be squarely in the hunt for a deep playoff run.
What kind of money would that cost if you go and get, and I'm looking at, if I'm going to go get somebody, I'm going to get somebody that's going to make some difference, like a Ward,
Sure.
somebody on a defensive back or a pass rusher. That takes up a lot of money right there.
It does. And again, the salary cap is a very, intricate construction, and there are a lot of different ways to navigate that. I'm sure I don't know anywhere close to the ways to do that. I'm just looking at it from the outside and thinking, you know what? They have the cap dollars, they have the draft assets that they can make some moves. Again, I'm not talking about a Snyder-esque free agency, landslide of cash where we
There's
hear
a difference. I know what you're
backing
saying.
up. I'm saying, like, there's smart people in the room that I think can find some strategic players that can make an impact, whether that's with draft picks or picking up contracts, et cetera. I think now is the time because they're 4-2. Quarterback's playing well, offense playing really well. You did the hard part, in my opinion. It looks like you did the hard part in finding the guy to be your quarterback. And that really is a significant piece of the puzzle. I just think that a team should maximize every minute that they have that and start building for a playoff contention run sooner rather than later.
It's funny. I've said this a few times. You know who they could really use is if they still had Kendall Fuller, a smart veteran corner. He's making money, but it's nothing outlandish. And I understand why he wanted to go to Miami and why he walked. Clearly, the Miami situation was changed a lot with Tua's injury. Our friend Neil Greenberg on the line, stats geek, not nerd, for the Washington Post. All right, I know you do your own power rankings. You do your own, what do you call it, point spreads, all of it. We went through this a little earlier. Washington, we use NFL.com every week, right? They have the Skins at number 8, one spot ahead of Tampa, one spot behind Green Bay. Where do you have Washington now, sitting at 4-2? What do you think?
I have them as an average team at 18th. That's where I have
Washington?
them. Yes, Washington Commanders, an average team, meaning they're no better or worse than an average team, at 18th. And a lot of it has to do with the defense, and perhaps even some regression on the offensive side. Also, who they play, et cetera, who those opponents play, et cetera. It's a lot lower, and I will say I haven't fully phased out the preseason expectations yet. So that's something that's certainly weighing it down a little bit. But I'm looking at some of the other power rankings. They have Washington about a 1.5 better than an average team, which probably puts them around 13th. So I think, just outside the top 10, or at the top of the middle part of the NFL, landscape is probably a very fair assessment of them right now.
That seems low, dude. And
it did before.
Well, hold on, though. Doesn't it seem slightly contradictory, though, that you're saying go
and
all
again,
in at the
I
trade
think a lot
deadline
of it
and then
has
have
to
them
do
18th?
with- I don't.
And we love you.
and I'll be
I'm
the
asking
first
with
to admit
love.
this. I don't know. No one knows what the future holds, and I'm just looking at who they played, and then how much they beat them, et cetera. Again, look, this is an art and a science, right? There's a lot of noise in these type of power rankings, and I've said this before. No one really knows how good Washington it would be because there's a lot of moving parts. So, I absolutely understand that's a very valid point. Again, there's art and science. So the science of it says they're probably an average team. The art of it says that their offense is hyper efficient. And when you look at Super Bowl contenders, the teams that have actually appeared in the Super Bowl, they're usually among the top 5 in offense, efficiency metrics, with an average defense. And I think that Washington could be there. So, again, I'm kind of have my foot in both buckets here. But yeah, I get that. Loud and clear. But I may not always be right, but I'm never wrong.
I don't know that they're 8th. I don't know that they're top 10, but I think they're closer to top 10 than 20. But dude, the great part about NFL is we have, 3 more months of it, and it all gets decided on the field. So, Neil, we always love having you on. Thank you, dude.
All right. I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a great week.
All right. That's our guy, Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. He wants them to go all in on the trades, but also has them 18th in the NFL. I can see if you have real concerns about this defense.
Sound like Jerry should have been telling Neil what he told Sean. Whatever you smoking on over there.
Specific to the defense right now, they are 22nd in the league. I mean, there's some consistency to these numbers, B. 22nd in points allowed, 22nd in yards allowed, 23rd in first downs allowed. They're 19th in passing yards, 22nd in rushing yards. It's consistently about the bottom third of the league.
Mhm.
And
And
now
the league is catering to what? Your offense. And your offense is where? In the top five of the league.
Yeah.
That normally washes it into a much better situation than if your defense was dominating and your offense sucked.
Sure. I think as long as they can keep the run game going and win the time of possession and stuff, it keeps that defense off the field. I think that helps a lot. Got to get B-Rob should be back this week, which is a huge step for the offense, a huge step for you. If you're looking to buy or sell a car, go check out our friends at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. I've bought 4 or 5 cars from them. B-Mitch just bought 100. They got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. And the real difference are the people. You can buy a car anywhere. You can buy a car on the damn internet, but you can't text the internet, yo, I'm hearing this weird noise in my front right brake. Do I need to bring it in? Or, hey, man, I saw that you guys have a car on your lot. How much can I drive it off for, and what are the financing options? That's the kind of service, personal service you get at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. That's why I go there. That's why Brian goes there. And that's not even to mention the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Well, I love that Lifetime Edge because when you go there, you go to a lot of places, they want to charge you for a little bit over everything. But with Oarsman Lifetime Edge, they give you up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance and loaner cars with every major. You know, some companies actually charge you for loaner cars now. Oarsman doesn't. And they have the lifetime engine guarantee. And there's more good news. If you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman. They'll give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. And take it from JP and I to extremely satisfied Oarsman customers. And let's ride together.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Capitals got their first win of the season last night. They beat the Golden Knights 4-2. Jacob Vrana opened the scoring for the Capitals, scoring his first goal back with Washington. Ovi became just the sixth player in NHL history with 700 goals and 700 assists with his 2 assists last night. In baseball, Game 3 of the NLCS tonight, Dodgers and Mets in New York. 8 o'clock first pitch, Walker Buehler takes on Luis Severino. That series is tied at a game apiece. ALCS Game 2 last night, the Yankees beat the Guardians 6-3. Aaron Judge with his first home run of the postseason. The Yankees lead that series 2-0. Game 3 tomorrow night in Cleveland. For 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. And just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Shout out to Jeff. He requested this joint.
Till I got high. I was going to Then I got high.
Why, B?
Why, man?
You know I got high. Then I got high.
To be fair, that's majority every college campus across the United States.
That one's facts, Jeff. That line tracks.
The judge said Greenberg just said it's snowing and it's 85 degrees.
Listen, I think 18 is too low. I think you and I both guessed like around 11 or 12, didn't we?
What?
When we were doing our guesses before we had seen the power ranks.
I said 9 to 12.
You said 9 to 12. I think I said 10 to 13.
Yeah, and
so
then Jeff said 8.
Jeff was right.
Because he saw the thing.
And this year's, he definitely.
No, I did not.
This year's so obviously not last year, but there was a time, and it was earlier in the season when you know a lot less. But there was a time last year when they were 2-0, and Greenberg had him like 27th in his power rankings, and people were flipping out at him. He was proven right.
I had him kind of low then too.
Okay.
So, but the whole thing of it, listen, man. If you're going to say go all in, they cannot be ranked 18th. I don't care what the rankings are. If you're saying go all in, you must think that the team is extremely good, and that means they're in the top half of the league. That's when you go all in. If you're 18th and you won 4 games, you're not ready to go all in at that point.
Yeah,
I disagree with that point that he said.
I tend to agree there. But let's talk about like kind of what could impact it, right? I think this weekend, I don't believe this is a trap game. I think they had maybe a trap game when they went to Arizona. It was a short week. They had just won on Monday Night Football. Jaden Daniels played, honestly, arguably the best game an NFL quarterback's played this year. That, to me, set up for a trap game.
What's the definition of a trap game? Definition of a trap. This is my definition. When you're already a damn good team and you have to play 2 extremely good teams that are normally a rival and something else, and you got an average team in between those, that's a trap game. When you're a team ascending and you have not established yourself yet, kind of hard as hell for you to have a trap game. That's just the way I feel. So I think the game in Arizona could have been a game where, you played so well on that Monday night, you're traveling, you're going to be staying somewhere else, that you just get a little bit out of sorts. It's not a trap game.
Okay.
And even this game here, they played against Baltimore. They got the Bears afterwards.
The Bears game all of a sudden is kind of a big deal.
But it's a big deal for TV because TV is trying to get the most money possible. It's not big. It's no bigger for the players than it was before. The fact that they moved it to a 4 o'clock game, 1 o'clock, means absolutely nothing to most players. The guy that's The reason that we are all so excited talking about this team is number 5. Okay. And that dude right there doesn't give a damn if it's at 1 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock at night. He's going to be the same guy. And I think that right there makes a world of difference. We, as fans and media, have to stop thinking that players think like we do, because they don't.
I turn to Jeff Walker. Jeff, you worried about a trap game? You heard DQ got asked about any given Sunday. He's like, yeah, we don't look at any of that. We just focus on the opponent. Where are you at, Jeffrey?
I feel the same way. Look, even though, we had early success, I still think every game to us is a trap game. We're not supposed to be here. Like, we wasn't expecting to be here. We wasn't expecting 4-2. But as DQ go, we just got to worry about the week. We're not worried about if it's a trap game. Just worried about us playing the best so we can win. But to me, nah. Every game is just a game that we got to win, and we should do our best to win.
I just think that human beings just have a pessimistic mindset. We all want our teams to get good, and then when they get good, we always find a reason why they could lose. You know what I mean? So, listen, they're playing against Carolina. They probably should beat Carolina. But they don't have Bryce Young quarterback anymore. There's a guy named Andy Dalton, the Red Rifle. I mean, he's called Red Rifle.
He's a pro.
He's a pro. He's been around a long time. If you make mistakes with him and you're not in position, he can probably pick your ass apart, especially with a defense that don't get a lot of pressure and the coverage that's not very tight. So just start no trap game. Because if I'm offense, I'm like, we got to score. You don't know. 23 might not be enough.
Totally. If you look at the Panthers, since the Panthers benched Bryce Young and went to Andy Dalton, they've looked like a really different team. Is not to say they're good. I mean, you are what your record is. They're 1-5. But since they benched Young, I mean, in the first game, Dalton was back against the Raiders. They put up 36 and won. Against the Bengals, they put up 24 and gave Cincy a heck of a run. The Bears game was bad. They turned it over a bunch, and the Bears defense is pretty good. Last week against the Falcons, a suddenly kind of hot Falcons team. Granted, they ended up losing 38-20, but I kind of think that's the game Washington needs to have. They've been able to run the ball pretty damn well. Chuba Hubbard's been really good for them. Washington is reeling now on the defensive line. They weren't able to get stops last week. I'm messing around with the Rooster about if Derrick Henry if Washington had a decent game plan against Derrick Henry. I do think one of the results of Derrick Henry's ability was that Zay Flowers was running pretty damn wide open and Mark Andrews was pretty damn open in the end zone, etc. But they also gave up $125 and 2 touchdowns on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then whatever Lamar had on top of it. This rush defense, defensively, they got holes. And Carolina is not the 2000 Rams. This is not the greatest show on turf. But they now have a professional level quarterback. I do like Canales. I liked him a lot as the OC in Tampa last year. And they've got a good back. So you can't look past it. Landfill, is this a trap game?
I hope not, but I am a little bit concerned that Andy Dalton is the type of guy, like we mentioned earlier in the show, that he can go out there and throw for 3 touchdowns, 300 yards, and then, the next week just have a kind of disaster class 4 interceptions type game. So I'm a little worried that Dalton could go off on the secondary here.
I think that is reasonable concern. Mm-hmm. Dalton, it's crazy. We're talking about Andy Dalton in the year of 2024. Andy Dalton's 37 years old and 1-3 as a starter. But in the games he has started, he's completed 66% of his passes, 7 touchdowns against 4 picks. Like they're moving the ball, man. Mm-hmm. He's averaging about a little less than 200 yards a game. Chuba Hubbard in 6 games, almost 500 yards, 5.6 yards per touch. Remember, early they tried to go to Miles Sanders, which is a mistake. They do have that kid, Jonathan Brooks, the Texas running back. They opened his 21-day IR window. I can't imagine you bring him back the first weekend it's open.
Nah.
But I could be wrong.
Normally it doesn't happen that way.
I think, honestly, being around these guys and this staff for a while now, I find it hard to believe that the type of complacency that allows for trap games to exist. Maybe trap game's the wrong game because, to Brian's point, they're not necessarily looking ahead to the Bears, right?
Yeah.
You could have said the Browns game was a trap game. They had just won 2 in a row. They finally get home, and they know the Ravens are after the Browns. The Browns game set up to be a trap game.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, Cleveland sucks. We've won 2 in a row, 3 in a row at that point, and we know the Ravens are on deck. And what they do, they went and handily beat the Browns.
Yeah.
That's what makes me feel a lot better about this. When they've played some subpar opponents, and I think Arizona, Cleveland qualify, they beat their ass.
They handle the business.
We got to make some bets. Speaking of handling business, nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This year, FanDuel is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It's the same Super Bowl Squares game you've always known, only way better. That's because your numbers aren't randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like, and you'll get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian and bet on Squares. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you can bet $5 to get $300 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In love with you.
Beamish
Whatever
Finley,
you want to
106.7 The Fan.
do. All right with
No football tonight, but I think we got 2 baseball games, maybe just 1. I believe the Mets are on tonight. Baseball is heating up. It's getting pretty good. Yeah, the Mets, they're back in New York. Who do you think wins that series, B? Dodgers, Mets.
Dodgers.
You think?
That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, there is something kind of fun about this Mets team, but I can't root for the Mets. And then tomorrow night,
still tiny in a big thing.
Yeah, I mean, does the NLCS
it-
not count? You want to see him in the series?
I'm gonna see him like in a series to see if if he gonna try to bet on that and then say it was his guy. That's what I'm
Dude, so I'm curious about this. They flexed the Commanders game to 4:30 week 8 against the Bears.
You upset, aren't you?
No, I love that.
I thought you liked the games always finish at a certain time.
No, I love 4:30 games. I think that's perfect. I also think it's cool that Jaden versus Caleb gets the national audience. I mean, that's as much as people get hype about primetime games, that 4:30 viewership is massive.
Oh, yeah.
And they get Romo and Nance again. I think it'd be quite interesting, how many more of these do you think Washington's getting flexed into?
Well, if they're home games, I'm good with it. If they're road games, I got a problem with it.
Why? Because you got to arrange your travel.
Got to get home later.
If they get flexed on the road, unless it's Philly or New York, odds are it changed. Like even the Tampa game, we couldn't get out of Tampa that night.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a great point. It screws everything up. Well, Philly's already a Thursday night, so they're not gonna make it later.
I'm with that.
I can't imagine there's a real.
We're gonna do the show from Philly that Friday.
I'll probably get on the road Friday morning and just shoot back. I don't know. We can figure it out. We got a couple weeks.
That's a lot of rushing, bro. We can just go to a studio up there, chill, and go eat, have some fun, free meals.
I'm gonna go up there Wednesday.
You hanging out
night.
with me? I know you're gonna be scared to go out there by yourself because you talk a lot of trash about Philly.
No, dude, I got this Italian.
I might
spot
put them on you.
I got this real quiet mom and pop Italian spot. I just chill out.
I will not be going to Maggiano's.
Let's make some bets.
Ha ha.
We'll heard it here first.
Jeffrey.
Okay, so JP, you owe me money from using my term earlier. But
when did I use that?
You said it earlier, bro. I even said it as soon as you did it. I said JP owes me money.
So anytime anybody on the planet says "okay," so they owe you money
on this program.
Trademark that.
On this program,
you gotta have that. You gotta have like trademarks and stuff like that.
Hey, how you gonna tell me what I don't know? It is trademarked because I said so.
It's not trademark, Pamela.
But yeah, let's
definitely
to the results of this week. I'm still on my cold streak. I'm sitting at 0-2. I don't think I hit a bet in like 8 days. JP sitting at 1-1. Landini is sitting at 2-0, and B Mitch is sitting at 3-0. And tonight, I'm taking the Mets. Let's cool them off.
You root against the Mets, Jeff, because of your intense Yankee fandom?
If he picks them, yeah.
Yes, and
whatever he pick loses.
I'm picking them to lose.
Don't you think the Yanks would rather face the Mets than the Dodgers?
Yeah, but you got to also understand, me going for me rooting for the Mets or the Red Sox is like me rooting for the Cowboys or the Eagles. I'm not going to do that.
Okay. Because of your intense Yankee fandom.
Look, stop trying to play my Yankee fandom. I told you this already, bro. I've been a Yankees fan for a minute.
It.
I've been a Yankees.
Playing
You want to play fandom, JP?
Sure.
Nah, I ain't gonna do that. Let's keep it going.
Are you gonna just say your Cowboys lie? I hate the freaking Cowboys,
bro. I hate that you're trying to play my Yankee fandom, bro. Look, just
it's just bandwagon fandom.
Bandwagon
First
fandom.
guy I met him, he told me he was a Yankee fan.
I was gonna say,
I met Jeffy saying Yankee fan. I met Linnell. He wanted to eat a cicada.
Leadville, what do you got?
I'm taking Sam Houston
Hey, yo, I was
State.
about to take them too.
Oh, God.
I ain't gonna do it. Let me just do that to the Mets.
B, what do you got?
Oh man.
All right, I am taking UTEP +7 at home. The Miners are 0-6, but the FIU Panthers coming to town only 2-4. Actually, can I switch that to the under? I'm switching that to the under. I see it at 47.
Under
FIU,
47 and a
UTEP.
half.
Boom. FIU.
Give me the Utah Hockey Club.
Wow. I think that's a first. The first ever Utah Hockey Club bet on
They're
B.
3-0 right now.
Go Hockey Club. Seeing Utah Hockey Club kind of makes me miss Washington football team. Thank you to Mike Sando for joining the program. Thank you to Dan Wetzel for joining the program. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining the program and riling up the fans. Great job in the aquarium, Jeff and Landini. We're back live from Ashburn tomorrow. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far.
And add the Dodgers on that.
Parlay. There it is. There it is.
I got you.
You made it this far. B owes you a parlay.
Yeah, Wednesday. What's up? Welcome in Grant and Danny on the Fan, October 16th, 2024. We will take you all the way up to 6:30 this evening right here on the Fan at 4 o'clock coming up in 2 hours. We've got tickets for you to go see the Capitals on Halloween. If you want those, you better be listening. Also, a great guest lineup today we'll tell you about. Danny, how are you?
Bit of a slump today, my friend, but you got to put it behind you. Whatever you bring to the ballpark that day is what you play with. Just a quick, by way of example, my son, my youngest, has lacrosse after school today. There's pretty much no time. So one of our friends, very, very kind, her son also plays lacrosse, so she's going to pick them both up and take them to lacrosse, right? No problem. I got to drop his lacrosse stuff over at her place before I come into work. Pretty easy, right? You would think so. I got myself on a 395. I'm probably 75% of the way to work. Glanced in the rearview mirror, noticed that bag of lacrosse stuff right there in the back seat. Had to whip it on around, drive back there. And since then, I've been all fatutzt. All sorts of verklempt.
I thought I didn't have my wallet. Panicked midway to the radio station, only to find out I actually did have my wallet. And therefore, I was Bruce Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. It was that immediate, like, you got to be kidding me.
Did I really do that?
Somewhere between frustration and just hatred.
Because there's no one to be mad at. Like, whose fault is it? Can anybody think it's mine?
Then it all worked out.
Yeah.
So your boy was okay, but you, it sounds like, did have to hit the spin around.
Yeah, I had to do the exit and turn back around. GPS is like, what are you doing? I'm like, none of your business.
I need someone to come up with a technology for me. In fact, I'm stunned that we don't have this technology yet. I tweeted about this today at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. We live in a world where we can do an unbelievable amount of things.
That's right.
Okay? If you want to build your own spaceship and get it to the moon, all you need is some money. The technology's there.
Yeah.
You just got to be really rich, right?
Yeah.
If you're on Facebook and you have a company, you can, I don't know how to do this, but there's a way to do it with algorithms and such. You can basically say, I want Grant to see this, so I'm going to target all fat, bearded guys in his zip code, and it'll eventually bump into me. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
Why isn't it possible in 2024, the year of our Lord, with all of the tech at our disposal, for me to stop seeing political ads in a state that I don't belong to? Now, from a politics standpoint, I would like everyone to know we don't really swim in these waters, but I do agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm voting for who you're voting for, and I don't like the other person either. That having been said, it's not about that.
Yep.
I'm in Virginia. This is Virginia in the DMV.
Yep.
I see Maryland ads every commercial of everything I watch every single night. We are in the thousands that I have seen at this point.
Yeah.
I think I've seen 2 ads for Virginia. I don't even think there's any races
I think
going on.
there's no race.
There must not be any races in Virginia. Someone said, oh, I'm in Maryland. I see some of those too. I think I've seen 2 ads for Virginia. Tim Kaine was on TV once. I don't remember. It was 3 weeks ago. I don't remember anything about it. Guy.
Yeah.
I have seen more
It's incredible.
Maryland ads. Both of them must be spending $1 billion. But all I care about, we don't need to get into the specifics of it. Isn't it weird to you that with like the digital technology, and I've got apps that I'm watching things on, and I'm not even on cable anymore, they can't specify based on location what you see? How far are we from that?
Discussed this with my wife last night. Loudly in the kitchen, you know, there's like she's playing the news on the iPad while she's cooking for the kids and everything. And one of these ads comes on, and I'm like, I just find this so amazing that a cable company, they know where the cable shoots.
You would think so.
You see what I'm saying? Like the cable, they're like, okay, like for example, we have Cox Cable. I don't know if there's Cox Cable in Maryland. See what I'm saying? Like maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I have no clue.
When I call them and they ask me 8,000 questions, what's your social? What are your kids' names? How much do you weigh? Like all that stuff, right? What they never ask me is, give me your zip code. Because they go, Mr. Paulson, you're at. They know.
They know.
They just know.
Or it's, oh, there's an adage at your place. What? So if you know that, wouldn't you try to shoot the right thing to me? See what I'm saying? Like it for I will never understand how the I get it in like 1977 where there's 5 channels, maybe 4, I don't remember.
There was a time.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, we get you're gonna have some crossover. It's gonna be a waste. You're gonna get some Maryland for Virginia, Virginia for Maryland.
I'm not even talking about cable, which it sounds like you have.
I was just saying, like
you old man, you. I'm sitting over here with YouTube TV.
Oh, I know that.
So it shouldn't even matter necessarily where I'm at. They know exactly where I'm sitting.
Yeah, like on a digital ad, you can just click a box. Right. Do you want 22195, 22088? Like you can do that.
How do we do it? How do we get there, and how far off are we? I'm even able to tell myself every fall, let's buckle up.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Gird up those loins,
every
get ready to go.
4 years. Here we go.
Here we go.
A couple of those ads are pretty ridiculous where I got to get the kids out of the room. You know what I mean? But I know what I'm getting into.
Sure.
I know what waters we're wading into when you sit down when you have the audacity to sit down and watch televisions in the fall, the nerve to do that and to not want to be annoyed. I'm fine. I can watch all the ads. Could they be relevant to me? There's nothing else like it in life where I have to sit there and just listen to people yell at me for a minute because they think I'm a Jeep owner when I drive a Buick. There's nothing else like that in the world.
Yeah.
You just have to talk to the Jeep owners. You don't send out your little piece of paper to me in the mail saying, return your Buick because Jeeps are bad.
Yeah, the old way, you had to. You were going to have some redundancies or things that didn't affect them. I get it. Now, it seems like we can get that done. It just does to me. I don't know any better.
That's the thing, I guess, that there's a funny joke. I don't know which comedian does it. You might. I hope it's Bargatze because I think he's the funniest guy in the world. There's a joke about if you transported me back 100 years ago, I wouldn't be able to
It's a Nate Bargatze.
Is it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to help or solve anything because I don't know how anything works.
There's an iPhone. You just swipe on it.
Right. Like
you can open it up.
You would tell people we need to get cell phones, and they go, "Okay, what does that mean? How do we do it?" And he's like, "I don't know, but we need them."
But we need them.
And I am that guy, totally.
Right.
But to that point, related to what we're talking about, I know we can do this. We have to be able to. I don't know how, but when we can do such more complicated, difficult things, we are on the precipice of nobody having to drive vehicles anymore. Just touching some buttons. I got picked up, scariest thing that ever happened to me, by an Uber in Florida at one point. And the driver who was there didn't touch the wheel at any point from the moment we left the airport to the moment we got to the house. There are friends of mine, I have not experienced this, who have been picked up by cars where there was no human being.
There's no human.
There was zero human beings. I'm just seeing a video, and it's just a vehicle, just machinery. Nobody's talking to you. You just get in. I don't know how any of it works, and it drops you off, and it goes about its day to pick up more people as a machine.
And then it realizes the only threat to its existence are human beings.
We can do that. But there's no way to decipher between the person sitting in Virginia and the person sitting in Maryland. That's a little bit too much
beyond
to
the pale.
ask.
Yeah, that's too far.
Come on, man.
That's too far, dude.
We got this, don't we? Together we can do it.
I'm amazed.
And by together, I mean smart people. You guys do
Somebody.
it.
Like, here, I don't know. Again, I agree with the right thing,
Yeah,
and I
me too.
disagree with the wrong thing.
Yeah,
Like,
me too.
I'm mad at the right thing to be mad at, and I'm joyful at the thing I'm supposed to be happy about. I can't believe it's not like more of a priority for a campaign. You know what I mean? Like let's say I'm in charge of your campaign.
How many dollars are you spending?
This is my point.
On my eyeballs.
I would go, listen, I got to make sure that Ryan in Virginia sees my advertising.
I cannot help you.
Yeah. And it doesn't help me if Darius sees it. Maybe Darius will call someone who lives in Virginia. Maybe at best, but let's not run something every 7 minutes in front of Darius's eyeballs.
You could be running.
Yeah.
To make sure that all afternoon drive radio hosts make $1 million. And all the other things that I care about. No more speed cameras, no more questions at the gas pump. We're getting rid of time changes. Like everything I've ever wanted. Sunday ticket is free for everyone. Just from when you wake up on Sunday morning, there's a game that starts at 9:30 a.m. in London every Sunday. And Sunday ticket is free.
That's not part of the platform.
All of these things are on your platform. I still can't vote for you. Now, if you existed, I might move just to make sure you won. I might do that. But in the moment, I can't help you. You're spending money on me. Why are you doing it?
What a waste. What a waste. What a huge waste.
I don't know. I've been thinking about this way too much today, as you can tell. The Commanders have made a bunch of moves. The D-line is in shambles right now. They're playing an opponent this week in Carolina that will be able to take advantage of that too, by the way. As confident as I am in this game, and Washington's going to win this sucker, the Panthers are a bad matchup for a team with a reeling defensive line. Chuba Hubbard, their running back, is good. How much have you seen of him this year?
He's a good player. I saw him play in college at Texas, Oklahoma State, Texas. I'm going, why do they keep giving the ball to this guy? And then I figured it out. That dude's nasty.
5.6 yards per carry this season. Last 4 games, he's run for 114, 104, 97, and 92 yards. And watching their game back as they played Atlanta this weekend at home, they dominated the Falcons line on the ground. Dominated. Moved them wherever they wanted to. Just picking guys up and putting them down like they were rearranging furniture in a living room. Double teams, just everything seamless. I mean, it was a really pretty artistic watch from a running game standpoint. I think they're going to have success on the ground. Now, they're going to have a lot of it to keep up with the Commanders, because my guess is Jaden Daniels and this offense are going to move the ball and score some points. But we found out today John Allen to IR, which is not a surprise. He's out for the season. Told the Junks he was having surgery yesterday as a torn pec. The bummer we didn't know about is that Javonte Jean-Baptiste is also going to injured reserve. Don't know how long he's going to miss. He was in a walking boot after the game. This was the 7th-round pick out of Notre Dame, who's actually, I think, turned into a pretty helpful player on the defensive line.
I mean, it's not as if they're gaudy stat totals or anything, but it's not as if they're falling off a cliff when he comes into the game. So, yeah, that's useful. That's a win for a guy drafted where he was.
Huge win.
Yeah.
He played a good number of snaps. He got pressures occasionally. He's already got a sack. I mean, how many 7th-round picks in the NFL right now are playing as much as him and have the counting stats that he has? I would say it's very, very few. And then Dorrance Armstrong. So the update today on him, Danny, he did not practice. And they didn't say this, but it sounded to me like by knowing already this morning he would not practice, I'm guessing he's not going to practice maybe for a couple days.
It doesn't sound like this week is likely.
Right. I mean, that's certainly not what they said, but if you're just trying to guess between the lines, I think that's fair. They would say that it's not long-term. They said if we thought this was a several-week thing, we'd put him on injured reserve like they did with Allen and Baptiste to get the roster spot, and they didn't do that.
Well, it was, to me, it was pretty telling during the game where there was no doubt. Like the instant the injury happened, he's over on the sideline, it's pads off, jersey off, you are done. That doesn't usually coincide with, yeah, he's going to be good to go next week, right? Like if it's serious enough where there's no chance, there's no further examination, there's no let's try to tape it up and see, or give you the icy hot or whatever medicine they're going to use. The fact that it was instant rule out and him looking pretty dejected, and then now combined with not practicing at least for a couple of days, it didn't feel like to me, based on my extensive medical training, like this week would be likely. But it's good news that they don't think it's a long-term enough thing to put him on IR.
They elevated Sheldon Day from the practice squad, who's a D tackle. Day in his career has played over 70 NFL games. He's played mostly with the San Francisco 49ers and Jacksonville Jaguars, but cups of coffee with Cleveland, Minnesota, the Colts, and now one game with Washington. So he will be, at least in the short term, probably not used a lot, but on the back end of the D tackle depth chart. And then they also signed Jalen Holmes, who is not in their building, who they'll now turn to, again, in a pinch. They don't really have much of a choice. This is kind of where we are. Holmes is a guy who was a 4th-round pick back in 2018 by the Vikings. He has played in Minnesota, New Orleans, Chicago, and most recently, he played several games on special teams earlier this year with the Jets and was on their practice squad, and they plucked him. But bottom line is, this is Johnny Newton's time.
Yeah.
This is Fidarian Mathis's time. One of those two guys has to really pick up their production with a expanded opportunity. Neither's done anything wrong. Both has been very serviceable to solid in their roles. Your role's about to change. And you drafted Johnny Newton just outside of the first round at 36 overall. The film on him from last year at Illinois is game-wrecking, pass-rushing presence, get up the field, like impact guy. I think he could be the player that really steps up, and that's my hope. But one of those two is going to have to save your bacon a little bit here in a tough spot.
Larger role. And you could also see maybe a Jamin Davis if Dorrance Armstrong can't go, because we saw some early season returns. He's been inactive or irrelevant for a few weeks. Remember, F.A. Obata's back, too, from his stint on IR as maybe a rotational piece who could play. He's played a little bit of both for the previous regime, talking D tackle and D end. So not sure how they might deploy. But to me, you don't just say, I mean, again, I know John Allen's production wasn't otherworldly this year, and I'm very aware of that. And you're not going to replace that leadership. It's going to be different. But you're not going to replace that one player by simply saying, okay, next person, you do everything that he does. There's got to be a combination, right? Somebody's role slightly changes, or, okay, Deron Payne, little bit less stay at home, a little bit more try to go across someone's face and get upfield, a little bit more disruption instead of just, being solid and letting Bobby Wagner throw to the ball. Maybe. I'm just saying, you try to figure out a way to replace somebody, not man for man, but with everyone kind of tweaking or maybe elevating.
With 9 draft picks this coming spring, I would be hard-pressed not to be knocking on some doors and making some phone calls right now if I was Adam Peters to bring in a defensive end who could help me get after the quarterback a little bit. And maybe if they feel like, well, Dante Fowler can do that and Jamin Davis can rush the passer a little bit, then maybe you need another Cleveland Farrell. Maybe you need someone who could just be stout against the run, which was a little bit more of what Baptiste seemed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think by losing Allen, who's been a credible pass rusher over the last couple of years for you, and a guy that teams had to account for and occasionally double team, they're going to be short on pass rush, especially if Dorrance Armstrong misses a couple of games. Now, maybe they feel like that's short term, so it's not something where you need to change your eye line for the rest of the season by bringing in new personnel. But I would certainly be willing to pick up the phone right now if I'm Peters on the D-line, because your defense was already bad. Your D-line was already very average based on how it was playing, I would say. The personnel was better than that, but you're certainly not getting above average production up front. If you were, then the secondary wouldn't be in the position that it's in probably. And now you lose Allen, who's really good. You lose 2 other guys that were helping you a ton, at least for the next week in Armstrong's case. And in the way of Javonte Baptiste, is someone who's was playing 30+% of snaps, was there. So they got to do something, I would think, unless they just feel like it doesn't matter. It's a rotation. Sheldon Day is going to help and be fine. And, we'll make it work with this, additions outside the building plan that we've got.
And so here's the other thing I wonder too. What's the sweet spot? And what I mean is you don't want to spend a first rounder or a second rounder. You probably don't want to spend a third rounder, although I suppose you could, but then what are you getting and how much of an upgrade is that really? So I'm picking a name out of a hat, right? Harold Landry. He's good, plays for Tennessee. They're awful. They're not going anywhere this year. Would they part for him for, say, a late second, early third? Is that worth doing, and how much of an upgrade is that, right? He's better than who they have as a pass rusher with some pelts on the wall, pretty good player. But does that make sense for them, right? Someone that you're going to get for a bargain, is that really going to be someone that's going to dramatically upgrade one of those units? I don't know the answer to that. You got to find the right deal.
Well, I actually want to get into the trade deadline and whether or not it's time for them to reassess what they should be doing, because they didn't think they were going to be this good. There's no way they could have. And now they are. And the division isn't all that exciting at the top. Their competition is not as quality as they thought it was going to be in Philly and Dallas probably. And heck, you look around the league, how many teams are that much better than you? And you've got a quarterback that appears to be special and is playing at a really, really high level. Why wouldn't you try to give yourself a chance in the short term while making moves that could also benefit you in the long term? Let's get into that next. We can open up the phones as well at 800-636-1067. Do you think the Commanders should make moves ahead of the deadline or be aggressive and maybe even just change the way they view themselves? If the plan coming in was to be patient, to not be aggressive at the deadline, are they at a point now where they should reassess? Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Grant and Danny Football Friday field trips kick off this weekend. We're going to be in Leesburg. Looking forward to going out to Spanky's Shenanigans in Leesburg from 2 to 6:30. If you are in the area, please come by and say hello. This is our inaugural field trip. We're going to be doing this every Friday. You guys can hit us up, tell us where you want us to go in your area. I believe next week it sounds like we'll be in Manassas as of right now at Uptown Alley in Manassas off Sudley Road. That's next Friday. The field trips are happening.
We're going to be oot and a boot. I love it. Touching the people in a very appropriate way, I will say. Appropriate way. The allowed way, right? But it's going to be fun, man. I like this. I like the fact that people want to have us come do our little merry little circus, little traveling band type deal. We're just doing the old radio program with some wings.
Grant and Danny all over the DMV right now on 106.7 The Fan. Take us with you on the Odyssey app. Make sure you've got it downloaded. If you are out of the area, you can continue to listen to the show. And we are also streaming video worldwide on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Do you think the Commanders should reassess where they're at and maybe be more aggressive than was planned and make some moves? So I've thought about this a lot since yesterday. This came up on the show, you and I, post-Baltimore. And my initial answer was, I think I'm going to par the course for the most part. I am a very patient guy. I don't need to push the envelope. I'm by nature, I would say, if I was running a team, not aggressive. I'm a builder. I'm a planner. I like to do things over an extended period of time. Having thought about this a lot, though, I think I'm changing my mind on this. The Commanders should absolutely prioritize the future, but they should do this simultaneously, Mike Rizzo style, with plans of 1, 3, and 5 years. And if something works for at least 2 of those 3 plans, the 1 and the 3-year plan, let's say, they should categorically be considering it. So whereas normally I go, don't go do that. Don't make that trade. Don't give up picks. It's not time. I think I'm going to push back on that for 2 reasons. First, they are a lot better than we thought they were going to be. Why can't they win the division and make noise in the playoffs? I'll wait. You got an answer?
No.
Why can't they win a playoff game or 2 or be a pain in the ass to play in the playoffs? Right now, this moment, and I know we're getting ahead of ourselves because it's only October 16th and a lot can change. But if the playoffs were starting today, and clearly they don't, would anybody want to play Washington? Would anyone want to deal with this offense?
Be a little bit scary, right?
Now, you might want your offense to play them because you can move the ball. But you still got to deal with Kingsbury and Daniels and one of the best scoring offenses in the National Football League.
That's right.
So they're pretty good. I think you've got to occasionally change your eye line some. And especially in the NFL, when the golden goose, when the entire point is the rookie quarterback contract. The moment you figure out you've got the rookie quarterback who can play at a high level and you can win a title with potentially before he gets paid, you flip that hourglass over, Danny, and the sand starts to fall.
Yep.
Now, they've got 4.5 seasons left of Jaden Daniels before he makes an astronomical amount of money. But if you were to wait until this offseason, you get 4 postseasons, really, where you've got a shot to win before he makes crazy money. If you start to decide right here and right now that you want to try to win this year with Jaden Daniels, you get 5 postseasons. And because of how important it is to win before he gets paid, and we have just seen this all over the league with these guys that go on to get the big contracts and then it gets harder, I think there should be an aggressiveness and there should be an urgency. And so I wouldn't make any trades for rentals. I wouldn't make any trades that even as of next season are question marks. But in areas where you can get a corner who might be a 2 or 3 year player for you that makes you better today and tomorrow, no brainer. A defensive end who can get after the quarterback, who helps you for the rest of this year and improves you next season and beyond as well, no brainer. So I'm going to go back on what I said when you asked me about this 2 days ago. I think I would absolutely, if I'm Adam Peters, be willing to wheel and deal a little bit and further take advantage of what appears to be a very special young quarterback on a rookie contract.
I hear that and understand it. But to me, I deal in a very pragmatic way when it comes to this. The moves that I'd be willing to make, and I'm willing to make them, aren't the type of moves that are going to change anybody's fortunes or franchise. In other words, spending what I would spend a 4th round pick, a 5th round pick on name that corner or name that available defensive end for not that much. That's not going to all of a sudden turn this into a championship team. I think there's several pieces that they need. Now, will they be slightly better for the short term? Probably. But how much is that worth to me? I cannot do anything to derail my precious window over the next several seasons. In other words, I will not be spending a 1st round pick on somebody or a 2nd, probably not even a 3rd, although I do have 2/3. So maybe I could be arm twisted if I could take on a contract of somebody that's mildly gruntled in another city that could really help me produce at one of my positions of need, but the wheels have to line up perfectly on that. So in terms of practical moves, I'd be all for spending late round currency on stuff. I'm always amazed, right? Where this star receiver or this guy that's really good, maybe because there's a contract involved or there's a headache or something, you can have that guy who needs a change of scenery. And this is good scenery now all of a sudden, right? Everybody loves Dan Quinn. Everyone loves this staff and they're treating people the right way. And all of a sudden it's the place to be. We're one of the cool kids. Maybe you could be one of the desirable ones. If you're throwing a late round pick for somebody that's going to help you, by all means. But I'm not going to pay a premium to derail the talent influx mechanisms that I have over the next couple of seasons.
Well, what if you're derailing the talent influx mechanisms, I think you called it, by adding talent and influxing talent? So in other words, here's where we'll part ways. I mostly agree. First of all, I will not be playing the game that they should go trade for Max Crosby or Myles Garrett or something stupid like that.
That was going to be my follow-up then. Like, where do you draw the line?
Yeah, well, it's just not going to happen. It's not to say that I'm not interested, but that's not reality. I deal in reality. That's not the radio show I want to do. So they're not trading for Myles Garrett, so you can skip that. But where we disagree is you're talking about late round picks and basically salt and pepper on the table. Like what I called, the table dressings or the stuff that doesn't really matter. I am absolutely willing to trade a 2nd or 3rd or multiple mid-round picks to bring in young starting talent that I'm adding for multiple years. That I am controllable talent. This is, the Nationals this offseason will go out and probably have to trade for a number 3 starting pitcher. And they're going to give up some prospects from their system to do it. When you don't, in their case, have ownership that seems to be willing to help you with money and free agency, that's how you do it in that sport. The only team I can really use as a legitimate example right now is the Browns, because we now know as of yesterday they're in sell mode. Okay. But I look at Cleveland as an example, and in their cornerback room, they've got a couple of very talented young corners in Greg Newsome and Martin Emerson, who were 1st and 3rd round picks in 21 and in 22 respectively, who in Newsome's case is under contract after this year, still for another couple of football seasons, and Emerson even 2 more than that. I would absolutely be interested in the right situation in moving a mid-round pick for a starting corner that I think is a fit in my scheme, if they are, for the next 3 seasons or something like that. Absolutely. That is something they should be interested in doing. Now, here's where I was disagreeing earlier. In September, I never would have thought about doing this. Absolutely not. You're not good enough. You're not in this mode. But you are, in fact, good enough to win the division, and you are good enough to be a pain in the postseason. So for me, it is two-sided. This is not a, let's push the chips in for 2024. That would be foolish. But if you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, if you can have your cake now and also eat it later too, and I still don't know how that works.
I don't know why you have cake otherwise.
I don't know what that means.
Explain that to me. Why did I purchase this cake if not to eat it?
But I am wholeheartedly behind finding a fit, young talent, coming in here for now and the next few seasons and giving up a draft pick or 2 in the process. No problem with that at all.
I think if you find that sweet spot, I could sign up for that. I just don't think that's as all that feasible. In other words, what I'm saying is, like Ernie Grenfeld used to go, we consider this guy coming back a 2nd round draft pick. No, your 2nd round draft pick was something you either sold or didn't use or whatever. Like if you're able to, for the sake of argument, I'm just making this one up. I don't know. I don't have his contract in front of me. But if you trade a 2nd for Denzel Ward, who's under contract,
well, that's not a thing
for multiple years. But like, let's say you could do that. Sure, I'll do that because I got a Pro Bowl player for multiple years. But if it's a, what would probably take a pretty high pick to pick up Newsome from Cleveland as well, would they be willing to do that? Who
They've
knows?
already paid Denzel Ward at corner.
Right.
You're probably not paying 2 corners. So I'm building practical, like I am living in Practicalville, and I'm saying you've got to find a team that has a good young player
Mm-hmm.
that would be willing possibly to take on assets. And I'm just using Cleveland as the hypothetical
Because they're bad and they've already started to
they
sell.
sold off on Cooper.
Yeah.
But in a world where you've paid, and Denzel Ward's not on the table, that is the thing I'm not doing, right? Not to say I'm not trading for him. That would be fun, but two teams have to agree.
Mhm.
And let's talk about Myles Garrett next and Patrick Mahomes too.
Let's just get them all.
He's a 3-time Pro Bowler who's a fringe all-pro type, and he's 27 years old. They're probably not going to part ways with him. But he is making a lot of money. You're probably not going to have multiple corners making a ton of money, and you're certainly not going to have 3. And they have a couple of young guys that are pretty good. They're going to stink the rest of the year anyway. The worse they are, the better. If you're willing to give them draft picks, like that is where two teams might be willing to tango. And that is what they should be trying to do. And to me, that is the conversation here. Should they be looking to do that or not? Because reasonably, that was not the mode they planned on being in, where they're even looking for that type of a trade. And I'm saying they should be now. I had someone hit me up, just a buddy of mine who's a huge fan of both the Commanders and the Orioles. And they drew a comparison to, I actually found this kind of interesting, the Birds and Washington. And it's not perfect, but I think their logic they were using was, as an Orioles fan, they got really good a little bit ahead of schedule. And it felt like maybe they could have done more to help themselves. They didn't. They have not necessarily paid for it, but they haven't been able to do anything in the playoffs. And now it seems like maybe they should have done more in hindsight looking back. Maybe you go get the big time pitcher. You go get someone to help you. And they said, no, we're fine. We're ahead of schedule. We're just going to kind of sit back and put our feet up, and it's house money. We'll see where this goes. But what if you would have tried? If this quarterback is as good as he's playing and this is sustainable offensively, I know this sounds ridiculous to say in October, you can make a run. And so I think there's a very small runway, but it exists, where you can land a plane on prioritizing 25, 26, 27 and helping yourself right now. And I do think they need to be open to that and be open to whatever they thought this team was 6 weeks ago. It might be a lot better than that, especially if you fix the corner position a little bit, especially if you get more pass rush, especially if you start to try to sew some of the holes defensively. 800-636-1067 is the number. Do you think they should just stick to the plan, or should they possibly reassess after 6 games with a chance now to be 5-2 after Sunday? You're listening to The Fan. just a moment. Should the Commanders be more aggressive than planned based on their 4-2 start with the deadline coming up?
My answer is slightly. If a move makes sense, if you get a one of your 2/3 or a 4th, 5th, 6th, something like that, and it can improve the ball club, I'm all in favor of that. But I'm not derailing from my plan to get. I'm not giving up a 1st or 2nd in all likelihood.
I don't think anyone's derailing from any plans or wants to trade any 1st or 2nd round picks. But I do think this team should absolutely be more aggressive than they thought they were going to be. Things change. You're 4-2. You're going to be 5-2 very likely after Sunday. And it looks like your quarterback is pretty unique and special. There's no way they could have expected this. And we're here. And in a mediocre division and in a mediocre conference, I think it'd be a mistake not to give yourself every opportunity to have as many bites at the apple as possible while Daniels is on a rookie deal. So I'm not mortgaging next year or future years, but if I can find a fit for a guy who's got 2 or 3 years control at a position of need like corner or edge that I'm going to have to address in free agency with a comparable player anyway, what am I waiting for? I will gladly part with one of my 9 draft picks, a couple of my 9 draft picks to do that. Let's go to Steve in Chesapeake Beach listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, real quick before I get to my comment, whenever I call in here, I'm always going to say this. Danny, if you could do your Christmas specials when Grant's out of town or you make impersonations of people, a weekly thing, that'd be great. Because,
thanks,
like I said, back in the day, you helped me in the dark day, in the dark weekend I was having, and I come in my car laughing my butt off because of you, and it just helped me out.
Appreciate you, man.
I'm sure it helped out a lot of people. But let me get to my comment. I kind of want to stay put and stay the plan. I don't want to mortgage the future for short-term help, especially seeing that this division is coming down to mediocrity. Like, everybody's falling apart. Philly's falling apart. Jerry Jones is yelling at people on the radio. Giants are doing Giants. Our future looks bright to run the division, our division, and to make a long run. And I want to kind of stay that course.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah, Jerry Jones is trying to fire radio hosts that he doesn't employ somehow. One of them is going to be on the show today when we tackle the East coming up. We'll blitz the division at 5 o'clock. And RJ Choppy was one of the guys Jerry once fired.
Yeah.
Will be with us, so that should be fun. Jesse's in Arlington on Grant and Danny. What's up, Jesse?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
So, I think even though he just became our GM, I really like Peters. So whatever he does, I'm fine with. But, I mean, I don't see why we need to give up a 1st or a 2nd, kind of like you guys said. That'd just be ridiculous. I don't think we should try to trade for a D tackle because, I mean, that's why we drafted Johnny Newton. So if we did trade for someone, end or corner, I'd definitely be open to. But, kind of like you guys were saying, it can't be a rental. It's got to be someone with 2 or 3 years on their contract.
It wouldn't be a rental, to be clear. I mean, these guys are way too practical and prudent. So we're not even dealing with kind of the unlikely, oh my gosh, they just went and got this pass rusher hired gun who's a free agent at the end of the year for a 3rd round pick. They would not do that. That goes against everything they believe in. The better question is if there is some 27, 28-year-old corner who is 2 years away, 2 seasons away, let's say a free agent after next year, and you got to give up a 3 and a 4 or something, and a team's willing to part with him and they think he's a fit, is that something you'd be willing to do? Because a month ago, the answer should be absolutely not. And I just think that's changed. Eric Gaithersburg, what's up?
I would definitely be willing to give up something if it brought talent that was not, like you said, not a rental, something that was going to stay, and that it would help us not only this year, but next year and going forward. In other words, I trust Adam Peters that if they were going to pick the player, it would be the right person. So I don't know that I want to give up a number 1, but certainly be willing to give up a number 2 if it was really going to be a long-term acquisition that was going to help the team in years going up. I think he's built a great team, and I trust his pick.
Danny, how about the trust in the front office, which so far seems very warranted and well-earned, but just a night and day difference from how we've felt around here for such a long time.
Oh, for sure.
Where people are saying, yeah, whatever they do, I'm fine with. It'll be right.
Yeah, but I was thinking about the last couple people that called and said that very thing. I'm going, what a dramatic departure where you're not sure who was in charge. Whether, Bruce Allen had the same piece of video on pause for 7 months, pretending to watch film in his office. Now it's just a different place, different time. But I mean, to me, I don't know, part of this, and I'm trying to figure out why I'm Again, I'm not like hardcore, like no moves. You're not allowed to give up a draft pick. They have 4 picks in the top 100 coming up this year. I would be really hesitant to part with them. It'd have to be the exact right deal. I just don't know that right deal exists. If it does, we can make a move. But it's hard for me to imagine somebody wanting to go, really? You're offering me that and then giving me something that would really help.
Yeah. You're answering that you don't think it's going to present itself, and I'm saying, hey, if something presents itself, should they do it?
Precisely.
And I don't know why they wouldn't. I mean, this is a much better team with a much better shot to make noise than we thought. Chris, Hyattsville, what's good?
What's up? Listen, Grant, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with the premise that you only get so many bites at the apple, so there's no time like the present. But there's a couple of things. Number one, the past administration really did not help by drafting draft picks that don't even activate it on game day. So to give up draft picks to build the roster is tough for me. And second, you're at the mercy of what's currently available in the market of like the 4 or 5 teams who already know they're out of it. It's not like baseball where you get to the halfway point and 10 teams know they're not competing this season. So there's a limited, not like actual available guys that you can acquire. I think that the time to go all in is in the off season.
Well, the problem with that, I mean, it's a good call in terms of the trade market, especially. The problem with that is every team in the off season thinks it can be better come September. So the 5 or 7 teams right now that are punting are no longer punting in the off season. They are all, there's not a single NFL team ever in any off season that is going, we're not going to do anything to the roster this year because we are what the Orioles did for 5 years, or the Astros. That doesn't exist in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. Number two, if you're saying, well, let's just sign a free agent, the pool is shrunken by just who's available and whose contracts are up. So by that metric, I mean, you're not really picking and choosing between as many guys at the same age. Like right now, as an example, you could say, let's call the agents or the teams of, if a team is in the bottom 7 clubs in the NFL and they've already paid a player at this position and they've got a guy between 23 and 26 are not likely to pay, let's call them. You could do it that way. Those are not the players that are available in free agency who are generally a little bit older anyway. But I get it. And I'm not saying they have to make a move or that they should be hell-bent on making a move. I am saying collectively as a program, and I think just as a market, we've kind of suggested, hey, let's just see what they've got this year. This idea was, I saw someone even yesterday on social media who talks about the team saying, remember, this whole year is just about making sure Jaden Daniels is the guy. Or this whole year is about developing Daniels. We're past that. He's really good. Like it looks like this guy's awesome. We should not spend another 10 weeks just going, it doesn't really matter what happens this year because this is the Jaden Daniels year. Occasionally, you got to break some glass and figure out that something is different than you think.
It didn't go according to the plan, but it went better than the plan. Right? So you adjust accordingly.
Sean Saeed is going to join us from Sumer Sports. He's one of their film analysts. Want to talk to him about what's been so great about Cliff Kingsbury's offense next on G&D. live on 106.7 The Fan in and around D.C., on AM 910 and FM 105.1 in and around Richmond, on the Odyssey app, wherever you are, and streaming live on video on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page. We're Grant and Danny. Thank you for making the show part of your day. As is the case with the local club's defense, there are times in life where we see loved ones struggle, especially as they get older. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murad, can guide you through the process of managing a healthcare, financial power of attorney, securing a guardianship if need be for a family member. Schedule a free consultation with their elder law and estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you so that they can give you a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Thanks to Toby for the update. I heard John Walton's call there of Jake Vrana's goal last night.
So cool, man.
First off, excellent call, Johnny. Second, welcome back, V. What a story that is. He's gone through a lot in his career and his personal life. And for his first game back in front of the faithful who love him as a Cup hero, on his first shot, I think his first shift, but one of the first couple, if not, scores a goal last night to get the Caps going. They had a great game. They got to win. We'll talk about it in the Blitz. But sports, man.
Yep.
They're the best.
Just so cool. I loved it. Thrilled for him. I mean, how cool must that feel, right? Where it was all taken away from you, uphill climb just to make the club. You get your sweater, get your home debut, and you go top roof right there on the, it may have been his first shift, as you said. Just really, really cool, dude. That was a nice moment. Good for the Caps to get a dub, by the way.
Yeah, they needed to get their first 2 points of the season. It happened in game 2. Let's welcome onto the show Sean Said, who works over at Sumer Sports. He is part of their stats and scheme presentation, does a really good job breaking down the film of all things NFL, and we wanted to dive in to his analysis. I enjoy his work to talk about what Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels and this offense have done so well through 6 games. Sean, you're on in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Thanks for the time, buddy. How are you?
Of course, I'm doing well. I really appreciate you having me on. And, you know, before the season, you think about what are the things you think are going to be big storylines before everything, and to see it be Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury working together is really, really cool.
Well, it's cooler for us, I will tell you.
Yeah, we're having fun, Sean.
We have been waiting for a long, long time for some quarterback play like this. But why don't we just start with, speaking of before the season, what was your take on Kingsbury as a hire, as a fit with Daniels, and his time studying him in Arizona? And then how does that juxtapose with how you're feeling right now? Because, man, so far have I been impressed and wrong and thrilled about what he's done.
Yeah, I think going in, you know, was I the most excited person on earth about the Cliff Kingsbury hire? I was not. I think there are some fair critiques of how his offenses have kind of played in different ways in a more modern NFL, whether it's using things where, you know, receivers staying on the side too often and you're not able to, you know, create plays in different ways. But I think we've seen so early on, you know, just after a few weeks, Kingsbury really has grown and has really, you know, done different things on offense, whether it's you use different personnel, you know, you bring some tight ends out on the field and you force the defense into a choice. Are you going to really play heavy against the run, or are you going to, you know, roll the dice with Jaden Daniels? So I think the combination early on is so much further ahead of what I expected. Now we do have a rest of the season to kind of go through and see how things are, but like they're working together. And I think that alone is fun. And I'm glad you mentioned, you know, I'm sure you guys are having more fun than me going through such a long stretch, but absolutely just so many times to be encouraged where you're getting high play from Jaden Daniels, but also I'm seeing on film week after week, like, hey, this is a nice design. You know, this is a good way to attack the defense, where sometimes, you know, that was lacking a little bit on some of that Cardinals film.
Yeah, so they're going no huddle a ton, Sean, and it's not like no huddle like you think of. It's not like the Bills in the 90s or something like that, but they don't let you substitute in a lot of ways. They try to keep the same group on the field and kind of exploiting some of those matchup decisions that you were talking about there. Go into what that's doing for them.
Yeah, I love no huddle that is used in different ways because, like you mentioned, you know, it's not just, hey, we get to the line as fast as possible and snap the ball and just kind of keep things moving. You can get to the line quick and then slow down after that. And I think that the way that Kingsbury is manipulating defenses, it goes back to how he's using his personnel. So you get some, like, these 2 tight end looks on the field, the defense is probably going to use one of their heavier groupings, probably more linebackers on the field, but they can get to a lot of their pass concepts out of that. So if they can, you know, secure that, because they've been successful on early downs running the ball really outside of that Ravens game. If a defense have to respect that run game. Now they're going to get their base personnel, and that's when I think a lot of the fun can happen, where now you spread things out from that heavier look or get to some of your pass concepts from formations that, a team might look at that and say, hey, this is probably going to be a run, but now you're able to kind of break that tendency.
So I'll give you the couple of things that I was really worried about from his Arizona days. And this is less my own takes as much as when I ask coaches around the league that I know, or certainly analysts who study this, that they say this just doesn't work at a high rate. The idea that he doesn't move his top receivers around seemed like it was a death sentence. And the lack of motion in the offense, which all good offenses have at a high rate, seemed problematic. Is he doing more of those things, or has he found ways to mask what appears to be deficiencies in how he did it in the past?
You're still going to see Terry McLaurin really kind of locked on to some of those kind of outside vertical routes. So I don't think that like as a philosophical point is really shifting for Cliff. I do think that the ways that he used motion, for example, against Baltimore, like he has, a clear, an idea of how to use it. So I think that you're getting some success there where some of these individual designs are maybe what you're seeing is more positive, whether it's, like it looks like they're running counter, but it looks like they're throwing a screen, but now you're getting a kind of player going inside on the screen. Or of course you get that kind of flea flicker quick screen as well to be able to create an explosive play. So I think those criticisms, you should continue to hold them a little bit. Like we want to see him able to have a full season, where you get into that back half of the year when teams are going to attack you in different ways in your offense. You have to find some different answers, but guys, it really helps when you have Jaden Daniels able to kind of erase some of those issues.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it's been a marriage made in heaven, because Daniels is making him better. He's making Daniels better. I saw some data last night that he's, I think, top 3 in terms of throwing to his first read, and he has the highest EPA per play when throwing to his first read. So they're making life a little bit easier for Jaden Daniels, which is the job of the coordinator as well. Sean Sade is with us, X's and O's for Sumer Sports, joining us here on Grant and Danny. Going back to you just mentioned the flea flicker screen. There was a play right after that I had not seen before, where they kind of had this big bubble-looking developing screen to Eckler, and then De'Ami Brown comes downhill hard into a tunnel screen on the same play, and everyone was kind of moving toward the sideline, and he hits them coming back toward the middle of the field. It was just like awesome stuff. I guess, has Kingsbury always had really creative trick play or just different concepts? And then B, how many other teams use some of the alignments they're doing some really cool stuff with like 4x1 and how they're actually lining guys up that I haven't seen a lot of. Is it unique to them, or is that happening all over the league?
It is certainly unique to them. When you look at what does the formations look like, you're not seeing those in other places. I think part of that is because, you have Jaden Daniels in the pistol, and then, you'll see teams just to be in the pistol. So like you're kind of, a few yards off the center, you have a running back behind you. But I think what they're doing well is you have like one tight end to his side. You have a second tight end to his other side. Sometimes you have 2 tight ends to the same side, kind of finish out to like the go-go offense that you'll see UNLV running in college. So I do think that he has found good ways to take some of these kind of like high-level college ideas, and you're using that now as window dressing. It's not just like your whole offense is based out of, your whole concept is based out of that, but you're using that as kind of your unique way to leverage your personnel to force the defense into certain looks, and then you're running like the kind of same concept that other teams are running in your pass game. So I really like that blend where it feels like that has been a little bit more cohesive. And then, like you mentioned, like that kind of fake swing, kind of tunnel screen, like that, he clearly was paying attention when he was at USC. You get a few just like even more creative designs where some of the creativity, I think, in Arizona, it like felt maybe a little too collegey. And I hate to use that because I don't want it to feel like an insult, because like I love watching college football. It's so creative. You're going to get so many good ideas from there. But now it feels like he's tying those ideas to like a real NFL offense that I feel like is going to be sustainable from like a conceptual level.
So, Sean, I want to get into one thing here about this offense. And this is not a complaint, just an observation. You mentioned Baltimore, they played this past week, Cleveland the week before. I actually think both defenses are pretty good, even though you could have fooled me with what Washington did to the Browns, especially as kind of the game progressed. But they seem to have a key or figured out something about Washington's design Jaden Daniels runs, right? They love to run to the right. I think of the week before, they scored that touchdown kind of student body right out of the pistol, where Daniels just sort of jogged in untouched with a cadre of lead blockers in front of him. They ran similar plays, if not the same play, and Baltimore had an answer for it stuffed them for like a -1 or 0. Cleveland did the same thing. I feel like maybe some of that has been solved a little bit. And I'm just sort of wondering if that's either A, if you notice that, but B, is that maybe pulling on a thread that they're starting to catch on to some of the other stuff too?
I do think that something is to be said, like when you have Kyle Hamilton on the outside as a player to kind of deal with Jaden Daniels, like that makes life a little bit easier for a defense. And the quarterback run game is really hard. Like when you think of in division where Jalen Hurts, when they run zone read and he's going around the outside, like he's not really just able to create tons of yards that way. So, and like at a high level, the NFL has found so many ways to deal with the zone read where it's like you have the defensive end crashing down and now my linebacker is going to go over the top. I think I do want to see, Kingsbury, what is your next step from that? Like how can you kind of tie your looks as if Jaden Daniels is going to keep it? Now, how do we get kind of a pass off of that? So I do think that's a smart thread to look at where in this game, against the Ravens, the run game had a lot of issues. And even then, I think the reason why I'm most encouraged about this offense is because Daniels was able to keep things moving when the run game was not just totally on schedule. But I do think, it's going to be on Kingsbury to find ways to be creative where, even if some of those quarterback keepers aren't able to have success, like what are you tying in off of that?
And that's where I was going to go. Sean Sade of Sumer Sports with us here on G&D. I almost wonder if you're still showing it because you've got a counter. If you got something else later on, you've got to kind of keep, beating your head against the wall. Do you think Cliff is playing that kind of level of 3D chess there, Sean?
I hope so. I hope there's some sort, whether it's just like an RPO where you're having, like an inside receiver kind of releasing on a vertical route, and now you're kind of connecting in that way. But I do think Daniels in the run game is so positive. And if you're able to, even if Daniels doesn't have a ton of yards a game, as long as like a linebacker just has to wait like an extra second, if you can just hold on to that player and have the threat of the run, that is so impactful because you can have Eckler running downhill. When Brian Robinson comes back, you can have him running just straight downhill at people and doing a good job breaking tackles. So even if you don't see Daniels just continuing to succeed on the outside, the threat of him and the presence of him, it has such a positive impact on your running backs, and it makes your offensive line's job just a little bit easier.
Sumer Sports, Sean Sade with us on Grant and Danny. He watches the film, very smart football gentleman. What about their run game, non-Daniel specific, and what they've been able to get? Now, last week, Brian Robinson was out. They took on the best run defense in the league in the Ravens, and the well dried up. But, man, have they been good on the ground with Austin Eckler and the way they've used him. When they plug in Jeremy McNichols, they don't miss a beat. What are you seeing from what Cliff's doing in the run game with his backs?
I think the run game has been very creative. And that was something I think going into the season, I wasn't sure exactly how it would play out, but they're going to run a ton of concepts, and they do a good job with their formations where you're going to see, two receivers out to one side, two tight ends out to the other side. So now the defense can't just play it even. Like they have to, are you going to move a cornerback in a different direction, or your cornerback is the edge of your defense, and now we're just going to go ahead and attack him. And in a league that defenses want to play lighter in the box, they want to have 4-down linemen, they want to have 2 linebackers, they want to be able to play those defenses that are a little bit more kind of pass coverage heavy. So if you're able to be physical in the run game, that is such a plus. Like we think about some of the best teams in the league, like the Lions offense, where they're just running teams over. The Commanders do have a little bit of that in them from the design perspective, but also their offensive line, I think, has impressed me, where that's another part of this unit. We're going into the season. I was not going to pretend like, oh yeah, this offensive line is going to be like a plus unit, but they've, I think, meshed pretty well together, even while rotating some guys. So I think from a design perspective, you're a little bit unique in terms of what other teams across the league are doing. You're physical, you're attacking defenses at them. And now you have, again, Daniels on the outside, where even if he's not keeping the ball, it's enough that people have to just play a little bit slower. Now you got Brian Robinson running downhill.
Is there somebody that you've kind of got circled here? The highlight guys, Sean, we know. I mean, Robinson has been so good, sort of thumping. Austin Eckler per touch has been great in this offense. McLaurin's grinding out those yards too. When you watch this offense go, is there somebody you go, the second half of the year, or at some point in the not too distant future, a breakout is coming, or one of these big performances is coming? Do you see something like that from this offense, or is it going to be a different guy every week?
Yeah, it does feel like you're going to get guys kind of in different situations. Robinson's been just such an awesome thing kind of going forward. I'm falling in love with Sam Cosby. Like, I really love watching him play football. I think Tyler Biadasz is, obviously, he had some success in Dallas and being able to play in that direction. So I feel like, let's focus on that interior offensive line. I think that's a situation where that can sustain you kind of game after game, where even though, you have outside the top receiver out there, like I do I do really like Noah Brown on the outside, but for me, like my heart is stuck in that offensive line. I think what they're doing up front.
Sean Said is with us from Sumer Sports. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Couple of moments left with a very smart X's and O's analyst. I want to dive in on the rest of the way. So far, A pluses for Daniels, for Kingsbury. You referenced, though, something Danny and I have brought up, which is in Arizona, they got off to some amazing starts and kind of ran into a wall. Are there any areas we should be monitoring, things we should consider, like what happened in the past? I keep saying, though, Kingsbury never had Daniels, who makes you right a lot more often. And it seems like maybe they're going to be okay. But what's your thought on sustaining this and not hitting that same wall?
Yeah, the games I really have circled are the Bears in 2 weeks, and then you get the Steelers in week 10, where I'm in that week 8 game to see the Eagles and the Bengals get bumped out of that kind of better slot for Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams is very fun, but that's a separate thing. I was really curious in this Ravens game, when you're playing against a top-end defense or really like a modern kind of push you around in different ways defense that is able to stop your run game, what do things look like? And for Daniels to really pass the test here, where thinking about that drive kind of going into halftime, you're able to get success. That feels like it's a player level thing. So even if, there are times when it's like, hey, there's no open receivers here, you're still able to kind of scramble around a little bit. Thinking of that play where Daniels is going to his right, Kyle Hamilton smacks him, but you're still able to get that throw. So you hope that Daniels is able to kind of clear some of those hurdles. But you pass this first test. I don't want to be the moral victory guy. It's easier for me. I'm not living down there or up there and have to see it and feel it every single day. But you showed so much in that Baltimore game that makes me feel a little bit better. I just want to continue to see situations where Jaden is getting to his second read, he's getting to his third read, and he's shown that on the film. Actually, really against Arizona, he showed it a bunch. But just having concepts where it's not just, hey, we're like it's a one throw and go sort of situation. So I think that is really to be seen, and just situations where Jaden has to work later into the down, and you're going to be forced to stay in the pocket, which I've loved what I've seen from him so far this season. I want to make sure we continue to see that going through the rest of the season. And hey, after a certain while, you're just going to be competing for the NFC East.
Sean, great convo, man. Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Really, really good information on Washington's fantastic offense. I mean, they have been stellar with the football, and ideally, that's not going to slow down against Carolina this weekend.
They're not the team that I'd have circled as the one that's going to be the Washington buster.
I do think that they do present some problems. Like, they flustered the Falcons early. Eventually, Atlanta just started pounding the ball on them and setting up play action.
If Bijan Robinson wasn't touched for the first 5-6 yards per run for a while, you know what I mean? Like, comfortable.
But the first series or two of that game, I think they did some pretty good things, especially in the passing game, getting to Cousins and kind of flustering Atlanta. They've got a D coordinator who gets head coaching interviews every year. They've got some decent players on that side of the ball. Let's go around the NFL next. Want to key on the Steelers. Are they making a mistake if they make a quarterback change? Also, one of the top fantasy receivers to start the season is having knee surgery. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Yankees beat the Guardians for the second time in 2 games in the ALCS last night. Juan Soto got intentionally walked so that the Guardians could face Aaron Judge. The level of respect for Juan Soto, ladies and gentlemen. You're one of the greatest hitters of all time when that happens. Now, he already was one of the greatest hitters of all time, one of the toughest outs of his era. But this is a guy, Danny, and Judge, who led Major League Baseball, led the league in 58 homers, 144 batted in, 133 walks, 458 on base, 701 slug, 1159 ops, 223 ops plus, 392 total bases, 20 intentional walks, among other categories. They said, not Juan Soto. Not right now. He's seeing it too well, and Judge isn't. Let's face Judge. Later in the game, by the way, he did hit a home run. Yankees 2, Guardians 0. We are on to the National League Championship Series, which is 1-1. Game number 3 tonight between the Dodgers and the Mets to be played at Citi Field. Series shifting to the East Coast here.
That environment's going to be probably very calm and reasonable and rational. Won't be anybody going ham. But yeah, the Yankees are going to the World Series. That was a pretty jarring moment because, listen, right now, Aaron Judge hadn't been seeing it great. Maybe this is what gets them going and propels them to that World Series. But yeah, he'd been swinging and missing a bunch, just hadn't been hitting real well. But last night he jolts one out of there. But just as you said, a reminder to what the world thinks of Juan Soto. Like, good heavens, the level of respect. That's Bonzian.
I want all of you to continue to say and to ask and to think and to hope and to dream that good things can happen and that Juan Soto might come back. I get a couple of those tweets every night. Every night, they're like, you think Juan Soto could come back? And I don't have the heart to just laugh because I should send back an emoji. I think it's Jen Lawrence or something that I always see where she like spits out coffee. It's like a complete spit take. That's pretty much the emoji I should use when someone asks.
He'll come back and get a nice ovation as a visiting player for the team he signs to for $500 million.
Do the learners have to pay him, or is someone else going to pay them and then the Nats just get to use him? How does that work exactly?
Yeah,
well, we shouldn't say that. The learners might have us fired. We are the flagship station of the Washington Nationals.
Whoa!
That's a Jerry Jones joke. That's not a Nationals or learners joke.
No, I got you, buddy.
They're very reasonable, decent people who have never taken issue with anything we've said on the air that we know.
As far as we know.
Because they're not crazy people like Jerry Jones.
Thank you. Like, I think they're, like, when people say, will Juan Soto come back here? I think there are probably 25 or 26 cities that were like, we'd love to have Juan Soto that have no chance.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of money he's going to command is so patently absurd, it rules out 80% of the sport. At a minimum, like even the first phone call, they'll be guffawed off the phone by Boris.
Here we go around the NFL time on Grant and Danny. We will begin in Pittsburgh, where Russell Wilson continues to get first-team reps, splitting work at practice with Justin Fields. It appears, we don't know anything yet, but it appears like Mike Tomlin is going to make a quarterback change. The Steelers are 4-2. Fields has been okay, I'd say.
He's Fieldsing.
But yeah, he's, as a passer, it leaves a lot to be desired. As a playmaker, he gets you out of some bad situations with his legs. I think this is a mistake. I think you go to Russell Wilson. I don't have a huge problem with it because you're getting nothing out of George Pickens. They want the highest ceiling possible. Points come from the passing game. You see if Russell Wilson might be a fit. You might be able to make some music with him. But in the end, my guess is a month from now, 2 months from now, it's Fields again. They're a frisky playoff caliber team because he's running around like he was early in the season.
Yeah, that to me is the formula. That's who they are, is what they're doing right now. Excellent defense, led by Defensive Player of the Year candidate every time he gets out of bed, TJ Watt. But the whole unit is really, really good. They'll make a play here or there on special teams. You're trying to muck up the game and have your quarterback make one play. That's really what we're talking about. He's got 5 rushing touchdowns, Fields does. He's got a couple of those jaw-dropping, holy cow, how did you pull that out of your tuchus type highlight plays? That's what you sign up for, right? If you had somebody waiting in the wings that was just going to wheel and deal and sling it for 300 yards and 3 tutties a week, by all means, you go to him. They don't. They got broken Russell Wilson. I would not make this change.
One of the best deep threats in football is Rashid Shaheed of the New Orleans Saints. He wears number 22, which annoys me a lot because he's a wide receiver. Otherwise, I love him. But if he was 82, I would feel a lot differently about him. I would just be all in. Anyway, Shaheed is undergoing surgery on his meniscus. There is a chance he's going to be placed on injured reserve and miss at least 1 month. Danny, he's got catches of 73, of 70, 59, 25 yards this season. They run him on that deep post play action. They get one of those every couple of weeks from Derek Carr to him. Carr's hurt. Now he's hurt. Sounds like Taysom Hill may not be available for week 7 on Thursday night against the Broncos either. The Saints are a mess.
They are a mess. Remember when they scored 46 a game almost for the first 2 weeks of the year and were the story of the league? Not no mo. They are reeling.
Also, I didn't mention this. Chris Olave is dealing with a concussion. He's already ruled out for week 7.
So I looked this up, and not to be flippant about it, because I was sort of doing shtick a second ago. He now has 4 concussions over the last 4+ years. I think he's had 1 each of the last 3 seasons and had 1 back when he was in college as well. Kind of scary stuff all of a sudden, right? That hit he took was vicious. Got crunched between a couple of guys. Nobody's fault. It's just a football play that happened, but he went down, and you could tell it wasn't, hey, this is just something normal. He needs to come off the field. It was serious.
We went through that with Jordan Reed here.
Yeah.
Where every concussion feels like it is even more a problem because of the number that we know you've had and because it's not always the quickest heal afterwards either. That is scary.
Yeah.
Jadeveon Clowney, anybody know where he's playing right now? He is a hired gun every year. It's a different team. Danny,
I actually don't know.
Jadeveon Clowney, where is he playing? Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, last year was Baltimore. Yep. So it's not Baltimore.
No.
The NFL.
Name some teams.
Cardinals.
Think Commanders' opponents.
They've already played Cleveland. The Giants.
You might have noticed him if they already played him. He's a big man.
Maybe he didn't do anything. Future opponents. Philadelphia. I already said the Giants. Pittsburgh. I already said that. They play so many teams. Cincinnati. No. Oh my God.
Jadeveon Clowney. What team does he play for?
An NFL team. Jacksonville.
Nope.
Carolina.
There it is.
I knew it. Don't X that one.
Derek, he was just so used to it.
Yeah.
They play them this week.
Said the same team like 6
that
times.
Would be an easy exercise.
I thought so too. I panicked right there.
Commanders' opponents this week. The first team that should come to mind is Carolina.
Oh,
Panthers.
Carolina. Right.
He was limited in today's practice
Very
with a
limited.
shoulder. He missed week 6 last week. Shoulder injury, being listed as doubtful and then did not play. Maybe they won't see him anyway, and you still won't know it. Team he's
Still
playing
won't
for
have seen him
as of next week. What do you think about his career? Because people are so quick to dismiss him as this massive bust. Remember, he was this can't miss generational Chase Young, number 2 overall pick type guy. He's never had 10 sacks. So that's tough to argue that it was a decent career. But he's in year 11 now. He's played for everyone. Houston, Cleveland, Baltimore, Seattle, Tennessee, Carolina. He has had 9 or more sacks 4 times with, I think, 3 different teams. And he's pretty good against the run. He's a guy that gets a lot of attention. I think the truth's probably somewhere in the middle. He has had a very solid career. Maybe he didn't live up to the hype, but I don't think he gets enough credit for being a pretty serviceable player. He also, I don't know if people would guess this, he's made 3 Pro Bowls. He's just a victim to me of like crazy hype.
Yeah, the hype because he hit that running back in the backfield against Michigan that time. Like that's what happened. Is that play where he destroyed the ball carrier?
I think I know who that was, and I could be wrong. Was that Javid Best? And by the way, if it was, that's a hell of a pull.
Couldn't tell you. Someone's got to look that up for me.
I don't even know who Javid Best is. I don't even know why that name is coming.
I thought that guy played at Cal, Javid Best, and played for Detroit.
Yeah, Javid Best definitely. He was a running back that played for. Yeah, Danny's right on.
Oh, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm conflicting 2 crazy plays with running backs. Javid Best is the guy Kevin Barnes hit at Maryland, and he made him throw up.
Yep.
That's why I'm thinking.
Yeah, but you know the play I'm talking about, right? Where Clowney burst through the line, whether it was unblocked or otherwise. As soon as the guy has the handoff flat-footed, Clowney knocked him into next week, picked up the fumble. It was a great play, but because of that, this is like, oh my God, the game wrecker. And it was like his version of the LeVar leap, where everyone just assumed that every time the snap happened, LeVar would just jump over the line of scrimmage and sack the quarterback for -12. It doesn't really work that way. So the hype was outrageous. He was always just a regular good prospect. So I would say by that stretch, it's a disappointing career overall, but he's been fine. I mean, he's going to end up with probably 60 sacks over the course of his football life. That's not terrible.
No,
but it's not what we thought.
Top 2 pick.
Yeah.
Right at the top of the board. I'm going to read you a headline. I want you to respond to this. Around the NFL we go on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Saquon Barkley is making his return to New York with the Eagles this weekend. Should be a fun little storyline.
Yeah, it's going to be neat.
Eagles Giants. Barkley said he does not expect to get booed by Giants fans on Sunday.
He shouldn't.
Says the guy who boos Bryce Harper still.
Well, didn't they say We're not going to spend money to sign you?
Yeah, kind of like what the Nationals did. And then
Well,
he signed
except they offered him. Did Barkley ever go, what does that do for my family with their offer?
He literally went to Philly after his team said no, and he signed in the division. And Nats fans still hate Bryce Harper for it.
Yeah. But I can't remember what Barkley said about, like, what does that do for my family? I don't know if he ever said that or not. I think it was just Bryce did
that's
that.
what it did. That one little line, that's the one.
That's not little. It's pretty big. But I would say, yeah, maybe he does. I mean, I'm trying to think about it now, some logistics.
He went to the Eagles.
Yeah, but it was the Giants clearly weren't interested in meeting the price. And I guess maybe he didn't call them back enough or something. I don't know. Do you think they will?
I mean, he said he wanted to be there. They said they couldn't meet that price. And then they called him on the phone. As you know, we got to hear the conversation on Hard Knocks. He didn't even know he was on the phone, which I still feel kind of dirty about.
A little weird about, right.
I think he'll get booed for the same reason that Bryce gets booed. You play for the Eagles now, man. That is the arch rival of the New York Giants. It's a division foe. It's them, the Cowboys, and the old Redskins. I don't know where the Commanders fit into any of that with the Giants at this point. I'd have to ask a Giants fan. But, yeah, I when you're at a division rival a year after you were my guy and now you're their guy.
Running all over me?
I think you get booed.
Well, there'll be boos when he's running successfully against the Giants. Like when he catches a little screen and goes for 35, someone's going to boo. Are you booing the Giants or booing Barkley? Yes, all of it.
Last one here. Antonio Pierce was talking with Raiders media today about the Davante Adams trade. He said, next man up, we're moving on. Davante Adams was one of the guys that almost forced their hand into hiring Antonio Pierce. I don't know if you remember this.
I do, yeah.
But him and Max Crosby led the let's name Pierce the interim guy last year. And then supposedly this offseason were there were reports that those guys were demanding basically that Pierce got the job. Adams is already gone. Crosby was shoving an assistant this week, an unbelievable player, but I don't know how long for that org he is at this point. Maybe he'll be there forever.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you don't let players hire your coach. I'm sorry. It's a mess in Vegas. And for every guy you get wrong, and I missed on a guy in Dan Campbell that I thought was just a meathead who's not, for every former player who we're going to go hat on a hat, Antonio Pierce is falling into a lot of those traps. We're going to run the ball. We're going to not ever go for fourth downs and plus territory. We're going to have these quarterback competitions where the veteran starts over the guy with the upside. There's nothing about that situation I feel good about right now.
No, they are a mess. That's the way to put it. And there's a degree of the previous guy, why am I blanking on his name? Former OC for the Patriots that was the head coach there.
Josh
McDaniels, yes, who should never get a job again. But that guy stinks. And so you're right to revolt against the guy that stinks. But then you go, we want the dude that we all love. Well, maybe you shouldn't love him. You know what I'm saying? You could respect your head coach. You could want to play for the guy, but it shouldn't be your buddy. And there's this weird contrast there where you have to kind of draw the line between, human being that relates to people well and is also an authoritarian in the exact right mix. And it doesn't seem like the right mix is happening in Vegas. And again, I this offseason, I wasn't quite sure what their plan was as it is. And isn't it weird they're not good?
I don't think that's a you problem.
Yeah.
It seems like maybe their plan wasn't very obvious.
There's that too.
The double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We will be giving away tickets to see the Capitals, who got a big win, played one of their best games in the last calendar year last night as they blew out a really good Vegas team. But let's do that double play thing next, right here on The Fan.
Your chance to win Washington Capitals tickets 13 minutes from right now on Grant and Danny when we do the Beltway Blitz. But every day, right around now, 3:45, sometimes 46, sometimes 44 if we get out on time. A little something called the Beltway Blitz, I'm sure, called the double play. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. I want to do mine first. This is not the newest of news, you guys. But I saw this. It's new to me. Does that make sense? Like other people in the know have known about this for a while. I just found out about it, and I can't stop thinking about it. So every science fiction movie, every, inner space, fantasy movie, every novel, every whatever, has always distinguished itself from our world by using some sort of laser, right? Like everyone's got laser guns. It tells you that it's not our world. Right? It's a way for projectiles to be fired, and one side's green, one side's red. You know who's good, who's bad, everything in between. Lasers, right? Nothing more sounds more futuristic than lasers. The military is using lasers. And you're like, Danny, of course, they're laser designating targets. They're laser guided things. No. They're shooting stuff out of the sky with lasers. From a couple different articles, but I found this one via military.com. There are $500 million lasers that are now being deployed, undisclosed locations around the world. I'm not trying to give anything away. Where they're like, there's this one thing that we're trying to shoot down. We're going to use the laser. Not the laser to say, okay, that's where you go, missile, but the laser is powerful enough to shoot the thing out of the sky. The reason I bring this up, number one, is the future. Oh, my God.
Can I ask, are you surprised by that?
Yes. Here's why. Multiple reasons. The laser was it's almost like a trope. For, it's to the point, remember, like in Austin Powers, where Dr. Evil's like, we're going to use a laser. And it just, because it's something you lampoon. It's not real world stuff.
25 years ago.
Well, yeah. But that's my point.
Austin Powers came out.
Well, of course. But this is the most, all it is just light that's like concentrated, kind of like refracting and doing some sort of nonsense I can't explain.
But we've been able to go out on a ship off of the coast of Hawaii in 1998 and, shoot a pumpkin down hundreds of miles away. Like, lasers aren't that far from that.
They are. I don't know how to describe this. It's shooting energy that's strong enough to blow something up, different than a projectile. I get that you could shoot a concussive missile or a bomb or something big and tough with explosive ordnance on it. See how that sounded very military? I use the word like ordnance. I know what I'm talking about. A laser is just shooting energy at something that's strong enough. Like, it's not like you're shooting it from, I don't know, like a Death Star, where it's like a whole mobile planet that's gathering all the energy you could focus into a beam that blows something up. This is like a handheld deal where some guys that go over his shoulder going, yep, all right, let me take this thing out with a laser gun. Here's the other reason why I'm very into this.
Okay.
I will never, every science teacher I ever had, with the exception of like life science teacher, like biology, they were like, that's not my department. Why are you bothering with that? Physics, kind of like applied science, everything. I always asked, like, will there ever be lasers powerful enough to like blow stuff up? Because I love Star Wars and I love, I used to watch Buck Rogers and all these other kind of sci-fi things. And the answer was always no, it's impossible. The amount of energy you need to generate a laser that could actually hurt something is nothing. I'll shoot your laser right now. You got laser pointers. You get kicked out of an arena because it's bothering someone shooting free throws. That's what a laser is. And now it's strong enough to destroy things. Holy crap. That's what I got for you.
Okay. I am more surprised that we have cars that drive themselves than lasers that shoot things down. Myself.
Okay.
I think you have a fascination with it based on your Star Wars time, it seems like. I don't know. To me, the difference between decades ago, we got missiles that can touch something the size of a basketball thousands of miles away. We're probably going to figure the laser thing out sooner rather than later. So I don't know. It doesn't move the needle for me that much to know that tech's out there. I think it's cool. I mean, you think about some of the stuff that's being done. Like a lot of these things that we always think, we see these James Bond movies or what's the movies I love? Mission Impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And they're using some of this insane technology, right? Where you're like, this doesn't even exist.
Like, is that Tom
This
Cruise
is
or
so
somebody
smart.
else using a mask?
Not only does all of it probably exist, but the amount of stuff we don't know
Mhm.
is insane. I mean, there's just invisible domes protecting lands, that are
Right.
impenetrable. The amount of stuff that countries are capable of. I can't even wrap my head around some of the stuff that we do. I guarantee it. That if you had the access and you can open up the book, you'd be like, we're doing this right now? This is pretty cool.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah. So I guess I would have just, to me, lasers that could shoot stuff down was like minus 50,000.
That's unbelievable to me.
Really?
Again, yeah, because again, a laser is just light.
I get it. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
You're also acting like a laser pointer that my buddy Steve had in 4th grade is what's shooting things down.
Well, that's the extent of what we could do with lasers until I read this.
You might have missed a couple steps.
Well, the laser's this fantasy weapon. It's like not a real thing. Whereas, like, you know, I could, since my whole life there's been sonar, there's been radar. And I go, okay, eventually objects could have radar. I get that, right? We could shrink it down. It's military applications for subs to be able to see whales and other ships. So it's like one ping only, Shirley, please, from Hunt for Red October.
Speaking
I got
of
that. Yeah.
That technology, you want to talk about something I can't understand.
Uh-huh.
That's sonar.
Sonar.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Under the water, but it's 3 different, like, triangulated pings.
It's so silly.
Way more impressive than a laser.
Erroneous.
I mean,
erroneous.
It's
erroneous.
Unbelievable. A fish finder. Way more impressive than a laser.
All it's doing is shooting sound. That's all it does. You shoot the
all this
out
is
into the
doing
water.
is shooting light.
It just shoots light, then it can destroy something.
Yes.
You just say yes, like it's fine. Like,
of course.
That light, right? Go outside right now. Are you gonna explode with the light?
So easy.
It's easy.
It's easy to shoot a laser.
It's not. Bung, and then the sound comes back, and it's like, that took 10 seconds, so therefore the thing is 700 yards away. That's a terrible calculation by me, but you know what I mean. Like, they can figure stuff out.
Beltway Blitz next on Grant and Danny.
Laser.
We will talk about the Caps' big win. We will get you the latest on the Commanders, and we will check in on the Wiz as they get closer to starting their season. They got a couple of kids who have been playing well this preseason. Plus, this coming hour, John Allen out for the year. Is that a setback or is that a devastating blow? We'll chop that up on the Fan. The local 53 has a bright future. It's time for you to plan for yours as well. The exclusive sponsors of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family, schedule a free consultation. Their estate planning attorneys are available now. Check them out. Set up a consultation at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We've been telling you throughout the day that right here ahead of the Blitz at 4 o'clock, we've got Caps tickets for you. So let's give those away. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a pair of tickets to see the Capitals Thursday, October 31st. That's Halloween night, Capital One Arena, against the Montreal Canadiens. For tickets and complete Caps schedule, go to thefandc.com/contest. We'll cover the Caps, the Commanders, coming up in our Beltway Blitz, but let's get things started right now. A rare pit stop in Wizards land on the Beltway Blitz to get the latest on what's going on with their preseason. Chase Hughes of Monumental Sports joins us now. Been a while, Chase. What do we need to know about the preseason so far, man?
Well, they've played 4 out of their 5 games. They've got one more tune-up before opening night, which is next week. And so far, I think you've seen some good things from their young players, particularly their rookies. They've got 3 first-round picks that they're debuting this year. Of course, Alex Sarr, the 2nd overall pick, Bub Carrington, who was 14th overall, and Keyshawn George, who was picked 24th. And he's been a really nice surprise so far. But they are a young team, and it is the preseason. So obviously there's a lot of things that they're going to need to work on. And I think defense remains a work in progress, but we've seen some positive signs there. I think their offense is what they're kind of struggling to get going right now. But so far, so good with the rookies.
Early returns on Jordan Poole handling the point.
I mean, the shooting percentages have not been great, but I think you've seen more of what we saw down the stretch of last season, which was much better than we saw in the first half of last year, which, of course, he was playing off the ball more as a 2 guard. Now he's pretty firmly entrenched, I think, as the starting point guard. They've made some changes to their starting lineup throughout the preseason, but he's been a mainstay at that spot. I think what will be interesting to watch, though, is that they're trying to play a little bit different this year. Last year they kind of had the traditional point guard bring the ball up the floor and run the offense, but they're trying to move away from that and sort of have multiple initiators on the perimeter. So while he might be the point guard, he is going to be the point guard. It's going to be kind of an open offense in terms of who can bring the ball up the floor, who can attack off the dribble. So I think it's probably going to take some time for them to build some chemistry playing that way.
Bilal Coulibaly, growth this year, the next step that you think here, Chase. I mean, for me, that sort of next hurdle and whatever tier of player, whatever you want to call it, however you want to quantify it, would be him getting his own offense a little bit, right? Being able to take some guys on in addition to knocking down some of those catch and shoot opportunities. Where are we there in terms of his growth into a fully rounded player?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. First of all, on the idea of growth, he actually grew an inch taller over the past year. So he's now 6'7.5" without shoes, 6'9" in shoes when he's on the court. He also gained 10 pounds of muscle, and you could just tell he's a little bit bigger. His shoulders are bigger. And what I've noticed watching him play throughout the preseason is with that extra size and strength, and of course the experience of playing 1 year in the NBA and also going and getting the silver medal in the Olympics, he's just a lot more confident and assertive on the court. And we've seen that on defense. He had a really nice block against Scotty Barnes a couple games ago where his head was basically level with the rim. But also on offense, as you mentioned, he focused a lot this offseason on becoming a more efficient dribbler, having a tighter handle. And I think we've seen a little bit of that against the Raptors a couple games ago. He had a nice rebound, took it out to the 3-point line, and then crossed up former Maryland star Bruno Fernando and threw down a really nice dunk. And I think there's been little moments like that. It hasn't been a lot, but I think we're seeing some progress where he's just a more assertive, less timid with the ball in his hands.
Chase Hughes of Monumental on G&D's Beltway Blitz. How should I set my expectations for the trio of rookies? And this year, what should I be looking for from when they open the year to midway through the year to the end of the year in their development?
Well, I think they're all going to play quite a bit. I mean, Alex Sarr going in, obviously 2nd overall pick in a rebuild. You knew he was going to get a lot of minutes. Bub Carrington was all summer league. He was a lottery pick. I think you could tell he was going to play a lot. But Keyshawn George has really made a nice case for himself, especially in the preseason. He played well in the summer league, but in the preseason, I think everyone's been impressed with his shooting efficiency and his approach to the game. He's a really smart player. So I think all three of those guys are going to be in the rotation. And I think they're going to show flashes. I think they're going to have their rookie moments. But I think for Sarr, you're going to focus on the defense and the rim protection. And can he help the Wizards improve their struggling defense, particularly at the rim and in the paint? Bub Carrington, really good at shooting off the dribble, creating off the dribble, so watch out for that. And then Keyshawn George is just a really smart, good player in terms of his shot selection. He's a really good outside shooter. So that's how I would kind of set the expectations for those three.
Chase, good to catch up, buddy. Talk again soon.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime. Thank you.
See you, my friend. Hit that hockey sounder, Darius. Our guy, Smoking Al Koken, good to see him back on my television set last night, breaking down the Washington Capitals. Al, I liked that win last night. That was a good one. I thought it was kind of the polar opposite of how they played against New Jersey. They were the better club last night, deserved the W.
They, I think, set the blueprint for how this team can be successful. It was 4 lines. It was all 6 defensemen. It was great goaltending. And, you know, the thing that's really kind of caught my eye, and I will include game 1 as well, where I thought they had some good moments. They're a much faster team right now. And they also seem to be willing and able to get to the front of the net. 2 things that Spencer Carberry had wanted to change. Certainly getting to the front of the net and creating traffic, creating havoc, looking for some loose change was something he wanted all last year, and they did it very sporadically. But I've seen a lot more of it in these first 2 games. You saw a lot of it last night. And one of the things that impressed me is you're going against not only a very good Vegas team, but a very big physical Vegas defense, and they still found a way to get to the front of the net and create some havoc and create some goals.
Al, it seemed like even though Ovi was held off the goal sheet for a second straight game to start the year, he had the boots moving last night. Couple of really impressive assists. The second one to Protas was gorgeous. 6 shots on goal. What'd you think about the grade 8?
You know, Grant, one of the things that I thought was interesting when Spencer Carberry talked about the game afterwards, we kind of talked about the way the team reacted to the disappointment of game 1. They knew they were, going to be in a difficult spot with New Jersey already playing 3 games, and the Capitals were going to be one of the only 2 teams in the National Hockey League that had yet to play a game. So they knew Jersey was going to be kind of up and running while the Caps were going to kind of have to feel their way into the regular season. And he talked about how the team was very disappointed. Well, then you have to turn to your leaders for that, right? Well, the biggest leader on that team is your captain. And I think Ovi certainly met the response that you wanted. He was out there, as you said, was very engaged, moving quite well. Again, I don't know if the move to right wing had anything to do with it. I think it was more about the pride of this still veteran group that was not happy with the way the result turned out for them on Saturday night, and were bound and determined to prove differently. And again, we've also seen, right, this team, for whatever reason, seems to rise up against the good teams. They sometimes fall flat or don't give the performance you'd expect against the weaker teams. And they knew they had a good challenge against Vegas, and I love the way they responded to it.
Al, you touched on, I want to ask you about this move to right wing for Ovechkin. I don't know, man. You've forgotten more about hockey literally just now since I started the sentence than I'll know in my entire life. But that seems pretty dramatic for, hey, this is game number 2. Let's try something completely different than he's done for all but the Adam Oates years here in Washington. What did you make of that?
Well, not only that, Danny, but then moving Mangiapane off that line.
Yeah.
Those guys had worked with Strome together. Obviously, the insertion of Verano was kind of expected, but he made a number of different moves that after one game, I'm right with you. I was a little surprised by that. But I think, when you look at this team, you've got a lot of guys now that are kind of playing out of position to a certain degree. I mean, they'd asked Protas to play right wing. He's a left-handed shot. They'd asked Mangiapane to play right wing. He's a left-handed shot. Even though Ovi's a right-handed shot who loves playing left wing, there does get to be more of a little balance. There are easier things to do for Ovechkin and any guy on his normal side in terms of playing the puck off the boards and things like that. So much easier to do crisply and cleanly on your forehand than get on your backhand. So I think there was a little bit of that to it as well. It's going to be interesting to see, does this continue? Obviously, you're going to probably see him back there for the Dallas game because they were very successful last night. But it is going to be something, both Ovi and Spencer Carberry have said, it really doesn't make that big a difference where Ovi plays. He's going to be on both sides of the ice. I mean, remember, assist number 700 came from the left side of the ice. So he finds his way to where he wants to go, but he was engaged last night, and we'll see if this is something that can help him out by keeping more things on his forehand and making passes and things like that a little easier for him, clears out of the zones, little things like that that could help the overall product.
Al, I was going to say, I noticed him like twice on the right side of the ice in the first couple periods last night. So we make a lot out of like where he's listed, but he's going to do what he's going to do. Real quick, you mentioned the goalie situation. We have not talked a lot on our show about Logan Thompson yet, who came over from the Golden Knights, played his old mates last night. He was terrific last evening, got off to a fast start here in D.C. How good do you think he could be this year? He's only 27. This could be a real sneaky, huge addition for Washington.
Well, it's interesting, Grant. Both guys are going to be unrestricted free agents at the end of the year, right? So there's a lot for both guys to play for. There's no doubt in my mind in the 2 preseason games where he had the net for the entire 60, and in one case a little more than that. He was the best player on the ice for the Capitals in both of those games. So I think what you saw from him is exactly kind of what we saw last night. You can say what you want about the preseason, but when you're a newcomer, you got to make good first impressions. And I think the team really understood that he won the Jersey game in Jersey by his individual play, and that Logan Thompson, by his performance, showed you that, hey, I'm just, not a guy that you can, I'm here in case of emergency, break glass. You can use me whenever you need me. And it did sound today, as Spencer Carberry spoke with the media, maybe not a strict goalie rotation the way they had it in Boston for the last couple of years with Swayman and Allmark, where one game is yours, the next game is the other guys, and back and forth and back and forth. But he did make it very clear that he wants to make sure both guys are ready to go, and both guys are going to get plenty of playing time to start the season to make sure both are really in tip-top playing condition and sharp for when they need them.
Al, great as always, buddy. Good to speak with you.
All right, guys, thanks.
We'll see you, pal. There you go. Hit that local 53 sounder, Dares. Our buddy Nick Ackridge. Nick, you don't have to do anything about this, but my streak is intact for the 57th straight time. When looking up your Twitter, I typed ACK because I just typed CK in your first name, Nick. It is a streak that I'm not really proud of. I keep doing it. I'll never, ever learn. Thank you for joining us. Here's my question. Is anything figured out about this Washington offense yet, or are there more wrinkles to come?
No, I don't think they're, I don't think they've been figured out at all yet. I mean, they were able to move the ball, especially in the second half, pretty well against the Ravens defense. And, Cliff keeps adding new wrinkles, every single week. I mean, the back-to-back screens that we saw, the flea flicker, the fake flea flicker to the screen, and then the tunnel screen after faking a wide. So he's just continuing to add to what he's doing week in and week out. And so it's just tough for teams to kind of catch up to that. And that was kind of a criticism of Cliff, at Arizona, but he seems to kind of understand that he's got to keep adapting each week.
What do you make of the marriage between he and Daniels? Everyone's going to want to say, well, how much is Jaden bailing him out? How much is he helping Daniels? I saw yesterday Daniels is like top 3 and throwing to his first read, number 1 in EPA when he does. It just seems like they're both really benefiting each other. It's been very harmonious.
Yeah, it's been a perfect match so far. I think Cliff's done a really good job of kind of, understanding what Jaden's strengths are and capitalizing on those. And then Jaden's been able to kind of, make plays outside of that. Even when that first read isn't open, we've seen him these past couple of weeks really kind of look to get the ball downfield when he's scrambling, which again was not something he wanted to do too much in college. And even the first 2 weeks, he wasn't really looking to do that. And he's kind of flipped that script immediately. So I think the two of them just work really, really well together. And right now, nobody can really seem to stop them.
Nick, I generally just default to and prefer the Austin Eckler style of running back. That's what I want. I want 5 of those. And obviously, they don't make that many Austin Ecklers, but I want scat back, pass catcher, blitz picker upper, and then 7th on my list is how do you run between the tackles. But I'm willing to begrudgingly admit that they really missed Brian Robinson this past weekend. How important is he to what they do?
Yeah, Brian Robinson he's a very good back. I mean, with my job, we don't value running backs too highly. It just kind of comes with it. I mean, we've seen teams kind of go through the draft and kind of get these guys in the 3rd, 4th round and kind of, cycle them in and out. And Brian Robinson is another example of that, who's kind of comes in and knows what he needs to do to kind of get those ugly yards, those 3-4 yards. And there were some examples of Eckler kind of missing some holes and, missing some big gains. But Brian Robinson is very, very good at that. And he's proven to be very good at that over his career. And they definitely did miss him. And it would be great if they got him back.
What do you make of the wide receiver room to this point?
Yeah, I think it's definitely, it performed a lot better than what I thought was going to happen going into the season. I think a lot of that is to do with Cliff and how he is kind of, scheming some guys open. But the addition of Noah Brown is really important. I think he's done a really good job coming in right away and, performing. And Luke McCaffrey is still it's a ticking time bomb at this point. He continues to get open, but for whatever reason, it's just not getting targets right now. I think you'll see a big Luke McCaffrey game come in the near future. And so, yeah, they've just performed well over expectations. We obviously know what Terry's doing after a slow start. He's been pretty incredible. So definitely performed well over what I thought they were going to do. And yeah.
So Nick, you mentioned Luke McCaffrey. To me, I feel like, and maybe I'm giving too much benefit of the doubt here to Cliff Kingsbury, but I feel like, just bear with me here for a second. A couple straight weeks, they've tried very similar looking quarterback runs that have been stuffed. And I almost feel like they're doing a lot of, we're setting this up so that everybody sees it, so that we have that counter to it in a couple of weeks when nobody's expecting it. I feel like the same thing about Luke McCaffrey, right? Where we're almost willing to short-term sacrifice something. Like I remember back in the day, that Manny Ramirez talking about how he would take a pitch that he knew he could hammer, so making the pitcher think that he could go back there in a crunch time situation, and then he'd hit the ball 7 million miles. I'm wondering if something like that might be going on, where they're saving some of their, wait till you see us do this.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it when you're kind of rewatching games, the way they set stuff up. The tunnel screen I talked about was a perfect example of it. They kept running this RPO counter, and they kept giving it to the back every single time, but still showing that screen each time. So they finally go back to it. They show that screen, but then this time they add a little wrinkle into it. Ravens weren't expecting it. So it's something that really good play callers do. Kyle Shanahan's talked a bunch about how he'll purposely call a run play just to get 2 yards, just because he's setting something up later in the game. And Cliff has done a really good job of that. And again, that was something that he didn't do too well in Arizona. And he's already kind of figured that out and has done a really good job with it.
Great. As always, Nick, we appreciate you, but thanks, buddy.
Yep. You guys have a good one.
See you, dude.
You got it. Check him out, pff.com. That is Nick Ackridge on our Beltway Blitz. Strong blitz there for you today on Grant and Danny. We got a blitz of the NFC East coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll talk to the Cowboys, Eagles, and Giants beat reporters lined up today, including RJ Choppy, Morning Show 105.3 in Dallas, one of the guys that was interviewing Jerry Jones yesterday when Jerry Jones said something to the effect of, if you don't ask me nice questions, then I'm going to have someone else do this interview. We'll ask RJ about that. I think that should be fun.
Indeed.
Next on Grant and Danny. No John Allen. A lot of problems on the defensive line moving forward. Is this a disaster or just a setback? You're listening to The Fan.
Yeah, the good news is that we did add some people today, but by and large, the people have been in here. So whether you're in the practice or in the game, like that's super important, Nikki, to make sure that handles in the very correct way that we want it to. And so we had, as the old saying go, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and took a step back into that space. And we certainly intend on getting that back to the way that we need to, for sure.
That's Dan Quinn on the defensive line. Tough day for the D-line for the Commanders on Sunday in Baltimore, as John Allen was lost for the year with a torn pec. Javonte Jean-Baptiste suffered an injury and was in a boot leaving the locker room. He's been placed on injured reserve, going to miss at least a month. And we don't know really what the status is on Dorrance Armstrong other than that he didn't practice today. It doesn't sound very good for the next couple of days and maybe even Sunday, but I don't want to put the cart before the horse there. Very possible, though, they're without 3 defensive linemen. But I want to zero in on Allen really quickly. Do we think the loss of John Allen is a huge blow or just an inconvenience? Is this a setback or a disaster? Danny, 3 years ago, this would have been a death sentence.
This would have been the easiest segment of all time.
It does not feel like that anymore because you have Deron Payne next to him. You drafted Johnny Newton at 36, which is effectively a late first-round pick, more so than a true second-round pick. You've obviously got Mathis, who you drafted in the second round. They rotate heavily anyway. And if we're being honest, while Allen is a really good player who takes on doubles, it's not like he was having one of his best starts to the season anyway. So how do you feel about this?
This is a setback. This is a bad defense whose defense is still bad. Now, where they're going to miss him, Grant, isn't as much on a given rep, if he's in one of the 50 snaps per game or, on a 3rd and 7 or here, there, and everywhere. It's team stuff. It's locker room stuff. It's cultural stuff, right? That's tone setter. That's veteran. That's leader. That's the guy on the road that's picking up the tab for, the guy on the rookie deal, right?
But they're not short on that anymore either. They signed a bunch of old guys.
It's totally true.
They've got Bobby Wagner, who really runs the locker room as it is. They've got Frankie Louvu, who's taken over a lot of the Allen
They've got leadership. Don't get me wrong. They're not devoid of it. But you heard Austin Eckler with us yesterday, right? Talking about Allen. I mean, this is one of the dudes that everybody knows is the dude.
Let's play that
right?
clip. Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny yesterday talking about what you're suggesting, which is that Allen is one of the heart and soul guys on the team.
Yeah, it's freaking devastating, obviously, man, just for what he means. Not even as a player as far as on the field, we'll get to that in a second, but let's just say in our locker room too, like he's definitely one of those leaders, one of our guys that brings us up, during practice or during the game, gives us a speech, really connected to pretty much the entirety of the team and the organization, been here for a long time. So one of those life guys in the locker room. And then obviously on the field, is definitely a terror, holds his own, strong. And so it's obviously a hit to our team, and, we're wishing him the best, but definitely something that is going to definitely affect us. So now it's not necessarily next man up. It is, but, it's like, it sucks because you can't really replace that type of leadership,
And that's kind of the point to me, right? This is not, as you said very well, if this is 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you're going, what the hell do they do without that production? If things go right, that's an 8.5, 9 sack guy with 12 tackles for loss, 20 quarterback hits, disruptive plays, drawing holding penalties, someone that offenses 100% have to game plan for. I don't know that that's the case now. Now, there may be something going on that I'm just simply not aware of schematically, or the design may be different. Sometimes defensive tackles are unsung, right? Where their job is to be double teamed. Their job is to be in the way so that somebody can run free. I mean, you think of like Tony Siragusa, rest in peace, from Baltimore. His job was to be in the way so that Ray Lewis could run unfettered to the football. Sometimes that's the deal. But you feel like the production isn't otherworldly. This defense can't stop anything unless they really put their mind to stopping one thing and then they give up 7 other things. So the defense was bad before. They'll be bad after. I know it's a little bit, smug, tongue-in-cheek, sarcastic, and pedantic, but I think it's true. Like, this is not a good defense now.
Right.
Take John Allen off it. Surprise, still not a good defense.
Yeah, you could be bad, lose a really good player, and be a lot worse. But I also think a lot of times as seasons go on and groups improve and get on the same page and figure out some footing, that happens with the natural attrition rate of losing guys. Like, I remember covering the 2012 Redskins beat, and in that 7-game winning streak, I remember there was a moment Was Haslett still?
It was
the D
Haslett. He's going,
Yeah,
what's his
so
name?
The line I remember from the press conference was, I think the guy's name was Jerome Murphy, was like number 45 defensive back. I could be mixing up two DBs, but they were bringing in these random dudes, literally street free agents. And at one point, Haslett went out on the field and started screaming, and he didn't know his name. The guy had been there for like 4 days.
Mhm.
And he turns around, he's like, who is that? He's like, bleep it, 45, 45. And he's like pointing like, go, I want you there. And the point is, they just win that game and they won 7 in a row.
You're
And
like,
just random dudes.
Richard Crawford returns a punt almost to the house against Baltimore.
Exactly.
It's charmed. Yeah.
So that does happen. So it's not like you always need your best player. Sometimes when you get rolling, you miss that guy. You see this in every sport.
Mhm.
You're on your World Series run, your Super Bowl run, and one of your key ingredients isn't there, but the magic is been sprinkled over the team, so to speak. I view the Allen loss as a setback more than a disaster. I didn't want to play our normal game of little deal, big deal,
Mhm.
because I think that is not only disrespectful to the player and the person that Allen is to say little deal, but it's also not accurate. To say that it's a little deal that John Allen won't be there is not true. But I think you could call it more of a setback than a disaster. Like a injury to one of the real key stars to this whole thing. There are guys you could say, I won't even throw their names out, but you could say, if that guy gets hurt, it's a death sentence. If that player gets hurt, this whole year changes considerably. And oddly enough, at this point, I'm not sure that Allen is on that list, even as part of a bad defense and not a particularly good defensive line right now.
Two things. One, Jerome Murphy wore number 45.
There you go.
Second of all, that's the way I see it. And again, it sounds so disrespectful to the player that's done nothing wrong. Like, all John Allen has ever done is try to win here. And that's why I feel so terrible for him, is now that it's finally happening, like, the thing that you're trying to change and get to is here, and you don't get to enjoy it. Sports are cruel and evil at times, and this is one of those times where there's nothing fair about that. You went through the Andy Dufresne 500 yards of all the stuff, and then there was a policeman waiting to cuff you and stuff you when you got through the tunnel. Like, that's what's happened, basically, right? It just stinks. So in terms of that, I feel awful. But from a football perspective, yeah, they're not going to get much pass rush before. I don't see it now. You're not better, obviously, without John Allen, but I don't see it as this, might as well not even play the game now. You know what I mean? I don't see it like that.
So if we both agree on that, there is a bigger picture problem on the D-line, though, because you didn't just lose him. And he is the best of the 3 players that got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But you lost a really helpful defensive end in Dorrance Armstrong. You lost a very serviceable and oft-used defensive end in Javonte Jean-Baptiste, right? So between the 3 of those guys, let's say all 3 are out this week. We already know Allen is out for the year.
Mm-hmm.
We already know Baptiste is out for a month. And let's just say potentially you don't have Dorrance Armstrong. That's 2 ends and a tackle. That is very likely 3 new players on the defensive line that get elevated, called up, have expanded roles. We might say it's more of a smaller deal problem, what have you, that John Allen's not available, but collectively,
when you add it up, yeah.
I think this is a disaster for this coming week against a team with Chuba Hubbard averaging 5.6 a carry and the Panthers having just mauled the Falcons' defensive front. Washington should still win the game, and they should be able to move the ball, both running and passing, and they'll create more through the air, and that's why you win games. But I do think this is a problem for this D-line in a big, big way on
Sunday.
Sunday.
An issue. You face somebody, again, there aren't that many Baltimores, but you face somebody that can hand it off and grind it on you a little bit, or, hit you with some play action, or, even drop back and sling it. You're not creating much pressure there. It's more Farrell. It's more Fowler. It's maybe some more Obata, who hasn't played a ton, maybe Jamin Davis, but that's not better, to your point. So losing John Allen and just saying, okay, it's a 1-for-1 swap. It's not, but just in terms of personnel wise, okay, his snaps go to Johnny Newton, and what used to be Johnny Newton snaps are now, Sheldon Day or Jalen Holmes or Rafael Obata. You're a little bit worse there. You are. But then you add up no Dorrance Armstrong for however long, we don't know. No John Baptiste. And now you kind of go, okay, wait a minute. They're not actually the same for a group that wasn't good to begin with.
Yeah, boom. You didn't have a lot of margin for error here. Like, if the best defense in the NFL, whoever you want to assign that to, but the best statistical defense or the best defensive line lost 3 guys, maybe you'd feel worse because you go, oh boy, obviously those are all really helpful players if we're playing at that level where they're number 1. But at least in that situation, you go, everyone is collectively good enough to elevate some that maybe it's not the biggest deal. When you're just not that good anyway, you don't have margin for error. There's not. How do you get worse than bad? You get really, really bad. You get exposed even more often. I think what they're going to do is they'll start with Cleveland Farrell, Daron Payne, Johnny Newton at tackle now for Allen. And then if Armstrong can't go, on rundowns, it'll be Obata, and on passing downs, it'll be Fowler. Jamin Davis will also play a lot at defensive end, but I don't get the sense they want him out there on a whole lot of running downs, even though he did a really good job the first series or two in week one. Seems like just
maybe a play or two here or there, but you don't want to major in that as an undersized defensive end.
But you'll see Jamin Davis. You'll probably see Jalen Holmes. I think you're going to see a lot of Sheldon Day and Fidarian Mathis. Those are the big bodies, the run stuffers, the smart car, space-eating types. You know, Sheldon Day was listed, I think, on one of the releases I just saw. Like his PFR is 285 pounds. He was listed at like 335. I mean, he is a big, big boy. And then Fidarian Mathis he's not going to rush the quarterback. I think the next time he blows someone up and gets downhill, Danny, will be the first. You know, when he hits the quarterback in the face, just taking on blockers and rushing the QB. He's here to eat some double teams. And I would pair him with Payne as often as I possibly could. And then I'd maybe pair like Day with Newton and do like the line change thing they were doing with Allen and Payne before.
So to me, this is now Joe Witt laboratory time, right? Where if you just try to line up and push people, you're going to lose. Now, I'm not talking about the game. Hopefully you got Jaden Daniels and you score 40 points. But if you just try to play straight up against somebody, it ain't going to work. You got to get exotic. Let's get weird. Let's do all sorts of combinations and things that people haven't seen yet. The best this defense played was when they felt confident. They had that little swagger against Cleveland. Now, the four of us against Cleveland might fare pretty well. But they're blitzing every other play. It's mid at the quarterback. Frankie Louvu and Bobby Wagner, double A gap, mug this up, and we'll zone dog this, that, and the other thing. Utilize Louvu in that way, right? You can't just line up and say, all right, next man up. It is Jalen Holmes. Go get the quarterback on 3rd and 7 in the 4th. That's a no for me. You know what I mean? Like, let's do something a little bit more exotic here.
Do you feel any better about the Newton pick at this point, either by way of how he's played, what you've noticed, or just the fact that now he's about to have a huge role?
Less so about him specifically and more so that the offense is way better than I thought. Like, to me, my viewpoint was, you have a rookie quarterback. How could we not be doing everything possible in the offseason to build this nest? And it turns out the nest was so well built. It's so comfortable in there. Everybody's relaxing, and they're all the worms you want. And you could be warm at night if the breeze is too cold. It's secure. When the wind blows, the branches aren't even rocky. Yeah. It's just up there snuggled. Little Jaden, little 5 snuggled up.
I didn't think John Allen would suffer a torn pec.
Right.
But I did feel like he's 29. He's in his final year almost certainly, without any guaranteed money beyond this with the team. And if it's not his final year, then it would be Payne's probably. You're not going to keep doing that routine if you're going to draft Newton. But it's 8 years now for a guy who's closing in on 30 years old.
First of all, that's a grinded out position too, by the way. Yeah. Nothing but car wrecks. And never forget, by the way, he fell in the draft because of injury concerns with his shoulder and things like that. And all he's ever done is play hard and play pretty damn well for Washington.
Let's open up the phones for you guys. MGM National Harbor listener lines available to you next. 1-800-636-1067 if you'd like to chime in. The question for you is, do you view the John Allen loss as a setback or a disaster on defense? And how do you expect them to get by now moving forward if, in fact, they're down 3 D linemen for a week or two? We know there's going to be 2 out for at least a month and 1 out for the remainder of the year. G&D on the Fan. Alongside Danny Rouye, I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. We'll blitz the East coming up at the top of the hour. Pretty fun week in the NFC East. You got an Eagles coach yelling at fans. You got a Cowboys owner trying to fire people that don't work for him. And the New York Giants have 2 wins.
Look at the audience. Look at you pop the audience.
Meanwhile, in the nation's capital, the most powerful city in the world, the Commanders are 4-2. They got the Panthers in town, chance for 5-2, and sitting atop the division where the air is crisp.
I'm just thinking about saying, oh, thanks, audience. You're sitting pretty after a loss. You still feel the best. Like, just gives you an idea of how nice it is up here.
Question for you guys is just how worried about this Allen injury out for the year, the D-line issues are you at this point? Do you feel like it's disastrous or more of a setback? George is in La Plata on G&D. What's up, George?
Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hey,
I
buddy.
just think it's an inconvenience. We really haven't heard much out of Allen and Payne so far, the first 6 games. And I don't even believe he'll be with us next year. So I'm looking for the new young bloods jump up and make a name for themselves.
Thanks, buddy. I also don't think he'll be here next year. I have not for the better part of the last calendar year. He has no guaranteed money beyond this season. That having been said, this is not the wide receiver position. This is not the running back position. When people say, and you hear this a lot, I just don't hear their names very often. You know, they're not doing anything. They're not getting called very often. Well, number one, it's a rotational position where you're not on the field more based on the way Quinn runs it, which is different how they did it previously.
Yep.
At times, like 60 or 65, 70% of the snaps is a lot in the Quinn situation. That's number one. But number two, a really good play for John Allen might be taking on 2 and somebody else getting home, somebody else getting a one-on-one, someone else making the tackle. So just not hearing a defensive tackle's name called does not necessarily mean they're not doing some good things.
Yeah, it's unfair. Like if you go to New York and you see Dexter Lawrence, who's leading the league in sacks, you don't hear his name called for a game. You go, okay, they held him in check, right? Or defensive end like Myles Garrett, who had a 0 in the stat sheet a couple weeks ago. But most defensive, or not most, you just never know what the assignment is. That's what I always like sort of hesitate and balk when I see some grades about defensive tackles or certain things. You have no idea what they were asked to do in a given week. Because we've seen, though, years where he has penetrated, been a problem, disrupted plays. Again, the TFLs, the quarterback hits, the pressures, the sacks that follow those things. And he's not doing a ton of that just yet. You're going, okay, maybe it's not the same year, but who knows? Maybe it's a total schematic departure from what we've seen.
I also think Quinn just rotates guys at that position more.
Yep.
And on the D-line more. That's been really interesting to me, something I've noticed. In his career, Allen has played as many as 82% of snaps in 2022.
62% this year.
79% last year. 70% in 2021. This year, a career low since he was a rookie. And, well, that was just because he got hurt. Honestly, he played 5 games. But 62% of snaps for John Allen. He actually played almost every down as a rookie. Let's go to Danny in Suitland. What's up, Danny? Are you there?
What? Yeah, I'm good.
You're on the radio. Who is this? Did you call the radio station?
Yeah, this is Danny from Suitland.
You're on the air.
That's what we said like a little while ago.
Yeah. Hey, look at here, man. Hey, he dodged the bullet because him and getting that money, like McClellan out there working. Now it's up to Payne. You got to show y'all are leaders. Y'all got the money. Y'all got to show these new guys that what they need to be doing. Now, if somebody come off that bench and put the work in, I got one of them going out of here next year. And that's my rap on it.
That is a good rap.
That's Danny from Suitland for you. Boom.
I'm trying to just looking. Who was that?
Danny from Suitland. You might have got Leroy right there.
Let's go to Richard in Front Royal on Grant and Danny. Hello, Richard.
Hi, Richard.
Hey, boys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, dude.
Hey, look, John Allen, he's a good commander. He's a good captain, more so than anything else. He's a leader on this team. No, I'm just kidding.
It really is okay.
It really is. He's where his fate is, okay?
Look, man, this guy's a captain.
He draws
for a
me a
reason,
map
right?
because he's been there before, okay?
Look, he's a captain, right? He's a leader on this team for a reason. I have complete faith that whoever decides to take that position is going to be well-trained and well-educated because John Allen. And also, I have complete faith in this coaching staff to put anybody in that position to succeed. And in my opinion, someone who's been playing balls out and, has really been quiet, from a media standpoint, everything is Spadarian Athens. He's quick. He can clog up a hole. And every time he's on the field, I think he's making plays. And I think he's been kind of under the radar. And I'm a little disappointed hearing that. But then again, Johnny Newton, I think he's going to be great. But in my opinion, I think Fedarian Mathis is going to fill the hole pretty well.
Thank you for the Ron memories, the post-traumatic
Always
Ron
good
recall that you provide there. That was nicely done. I think that Mathis does a pretty good job as a big-bodied guy taking on blocks and attracting blocks. But I don't see any...
He's not a disruptor.
Pass rushing, creating penetration, disrupting. I don't see that.
But that's okay, by the way. There's still room for that at the table as well. Like, because you need that too.
Johnny Newton can do those things. And that's what I'm hoping. Johnny Newton, who did some good things in the run game too. He had an awesome play where he shedded a block, made a tackle right at the line of scrimmage of Derrick Henry. I think he's the guy. If you told me one of those two guys ends up having like 4.5 sacks or something the rest of the way and giving you that Allen presence and in a pocket pushing, penetrating way, I think that's Johnny Newton. Let's go to Saeed in Upper Marlboro on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey guys. So I think the best way that I look at this is I have to ask myself, have I changed what I wanted out of this season? And that's how I look at it. Because when the season was getting ready to start, I said to myself, I just want to be better. I want to see new talent. I want to see things trending in the right direction. If that's what I want to see, then John Allen's loss, while big, is still just a setback. If I'm thinking to myself that I want to see them go deep in the playoffs or something, then clearly a John Allen name and his presence and everything is much bigger than that. But in a lot of ways, it is a silver lining for me that if he is out, these new guys can come in and kind of give it a shot. And I will also point to the stat that you guys mentioned about the defensive snaps. Go back and check when the defensive snaps started to dip. They started to dip after our last loss, not this previous one, but the one before, where he said he's going to start making some adjustments on the defensive line and do some switching. Go and check the stats. They all started dipping. He started playing less on defense than he was in the beginning of the season. So I think the writing was on the wall a little bit anyways, saying, I'm not getting the production out of these guys anyways. Let's rotate them out. So for me, it's not Armageddon that we're losing John Allen for the rest of the season, because I'm sticking to my guns, which is whatever we do this season above 4 and 5 and 6 wins is house money to me anyways.
Well, see, I think you got to change that plan. That was a good philosophy. They're already 4-2. They should be 5-2 after this week. So for you now to just say, well, I got 10 games and 11 weeks left, but it's, whatever happens, happens. No, they're pretty good. They got a special quarterback, it appears. They've got a great offense. So I think you should recalibrate your expectations for the year. He played 64% of snaps in week 1. He played 70+%, low 70s, each of the 2 games after that. And then there was a dip going into Arizona, 56%, 52% against Cleveland.
But I would say 2 blowout wins in that one, and then he gets hurt in the final game where he's in the 50s also.
Right. No, they blew out the Cardinals. They blew out the Browns, so you get him off his feet a little bit.
Yeah.
To your point. He was playing over 70% of snaps against the Giants, which was a close game, and 74% against the Bengals. So I think that would be why he played less in those other 2 games.
Yeah.
Everybody played less that matters in those other 2
Yeah.
games. They literally didn't play starters in the fourth quarter.
My feet is up.
Against the Browns, which was nice. Let's blitz the NFC East, a division mostly in shambles outside of D.C., where the Commanders have been cooking. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Chicago White Sox.
Got to sell high.
And to that, I would say to White Sox fans, don't get too excited too fast. Open to selling doesn't really butter the bread. That doesn't put Triscuit crackers in your stomach. I remember that story in the Washington Post about 4 years ago with the Learners.
Are they still open? Are they not open?
Still kind of owning this team. The DMV's football team, though, is a very bright future. We're excited about the start of the football season. We do know, though, that folks around us have lost a friend or family member. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murad, can guide you through the difficult probate admin process. They'll help bring clarity and closure to a loved one's estate if need be. Schedule a free consultation with their probate and estate planning attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. It is time to blitz the East. We begin with the Cowboys, who are bad, but that is not what we want to talk about. We want to say hi to our friend RJ Choppy, who does what we do down in Dallas in the morning on 105.3 The Fan. You heard a lot of audio from his show on this show the last couple of days. It's not normal because RJ was one of the gentlemen interviewing Jerry Jones on the morning show yesterday. And I guess we should start with, you still have a job, right, RJ? Jerry hasn't fired you yet, even though he's not your boss?
That's right. We still have a job. We're still here.
There you go.
Yeah, baby. Key card still works.
It does. We tried that this morning. We were wondering when we walked in the building if the gate to the garage was going to open, the door was going to open, the elevator. Yeah, we got more security than the Pentagon.
Am I missing something? Jerry does not own Odyssey, and I didn't get that memo, or own any part of the radio station, correct? Does he just not know what a flagship radio station actually means?
Yeah, that was as far as he does not own. As far as I know, he owns a lot of things. I don't know. As far as I know, he does not have any hand in this. But yeah, it was strange because he's never treated us like that. He's never had that kind of confrontation with us. We've always been cool with him, and like we don't generally get confrontational with him or any of our guests. That's just not who we are. But I didn't even think we did really anything that was that wrong. I think Sean asked the right questions, and I don't think that there was an issue with what was said. I think this was more him just trying to make a point, and it got a little sideways.
Well, RJ, not that you need my validation, but you didn't do anything wrong. In fact, it was absurd what he did. And someone was like, hey, how are you? And another thing. And they started yelling at you. And it's like, hey, man, that's how you are. These are very reasonable questions that everybody has. And he did the thing where if someone's like, hey, Danny, you're fat. And I'm like, no, I'm not mad that he said that I'm fat. I'm mad at the way that he said it. No, you're mad. I'm mad because you said I was fat. Like, that's all this is. And then he went into cry bully mode and everything else. So where do you go from here? Like, what's going to happen next?
Great question. We have him every Tuesday. They have a bye week this week, so I don't think we're going to have him on Tuesday of next week. But I assume that, when it's the Tuesday the following week, I assume he'll come on with us, and I assume it'll be business as usual. But we haven't heard from him. We have not heard from the Cowboys. So I don't know that anything is going to change. If he wants to, I'm sure he's able to move time slots if he doesn't want to do a show with us anymore. But again, we haven't heard anything like that.
I think that is what he meant, by the way. So he did say the part like, I'll get somebody else to do it. I don't think he was actually suggesting with that, like, I am going to get rid of you guys. I thought he meant, I'll just do this with somebody else. I don't have to come on your show and help you little radio guys out. Like, I think that's what he was saying.
I totally agree. I think that's actually what it was. Which, I mean, if he wants to do that, we have two other shows that are, between, a midday show and an afternoon show. So we've got other shows that would gladly have him on. So if that's what he really wants to do, I'm sure that they would acquiesce to that. But again, I don't know that that's what he wants.
Have you guys in the past ever gone hard in the paint against him? Or, I mean, has it been even like combative? I mean, those questions were open-ended, kind of warm. Hey, it's not very good. What's going on? Has there even been segments in the past where it didn't blow up, where you guys kind of were aggressive in grilling him a little bit, or no?
Yeah, oh yeah. We've gone, and that's what was like so surprising. We've gone harder at him. We've asked him more pointed questions about his role, the job he's done, the team during the Colin Kaepernick situation. We went and we talked to him about that. We've asked him uncomfortable questions about things that have popped up with him and his life that have come out. So we've asked boatloads of uncomfortable questions and never got anything remotely close to this. And that's what threw us. I mean, we were really caught off guard here.
So RJ, do you ever, cause sometimes people will pull this lever, I think when they're desperate, like there's this word like, or this phrase like the media, as if we're all like this big secret cabal that just sort of sits down and we're not like free thinkers at all. We just sort of decide this is what we're doing. And this is like him cutting a wrestling promo against the media. Like it's their fault that they didn't do anything in the offseason. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you think that's what this was? Like he's just almost using you guys as a conduit to try to pander to some base that then says mean comments about you guys on YouTube or something?
Yeah, I think, like sometimes owners or GMs, I shouldn't say owners because owners don't really do radio other than him, but GMs, coaches, they'll just go out there and then they know what the fans want to hear, right? The fans want to hear that they're upset, that they're just as upset as the fans are. And they just use whoever they have in front of them at that point to be the mouthpiece or the platform in this case to get that point across. And I think that's what this was. Like, I don't, because we really didn't do anything wrong. I think what it was he was literally just trying to do that and send that message to the fans. And it came off horribly wrong. And I can't imagine that people over at the Cowboys or with him were not like, oh my God, what's going on here? But again, we haven't heard anything.
So funny. RJ Choppy, part of the morning broadcast that Jerry Jones joins. We should ask you one Cowboys question before we let you go. So I guess let's do that very quickly. What a shabingus that game was against the Lions.
Tire fire, dude.
Was it as embarrassing as it seemed from afar? They're just throwing the linemen and lining guards up at wide receiver. Like that was borderline disrespectful.
A little insulting.
Oh, that was disrespectful. I think that's part of this too. That was also part of what was going on here, because that is an organization that historically never had an opportunity to disrespect anyone. And the Lions basically took out 50 years of frustration on Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. Like that's what they did. They had targeted this game. They had circled it on the schedule, and they were pulling out every single trick play that they possibly could have. Oh, we're up 30? Oh, that's a perfect opportunity. Most teams would say, that's a great opportunity to get our starters out. The Lions say, that's a great opportunity to get our left tackle a hook and ladder. That's what this was, right? And they took out 50 years of frustration, not on the NFL, but on the Cowboys on Sunday. That was – it was disrespectful. There's no question about it. You can't stop it. What are you going to do? They're better. They're just better than the Cowboys are.
RJ, thank you, buddy. Really appreciate it, man. And good luck navigating these stormy-ass waters that Jerry Jones stirred up, man.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. Hit that Eagles sounder, Darius. Chris Franklin, NJ.com, to talk about the Eagles. Chris, can you think of any coaches who during a win turned around and yelled at fans this past week?
I looked around the league. I don't think there were any, except for one. It might be in Philadelphia.
It's right there.
Out of nowhere.
We had, I'm trying to think who it was. I think it was Trey Wingo on yesterday. And he actually made me laugh out loud. He said something to the effect, he's like, Nick Sirianni is just a clown. I think. And wow. Like, it was a strong take. And I think that's probably aggressive. But he does act like a child.
Like, that was a little buffoonish, right?
He was yelling at Chiefs fans after a regular season win, like everything was okay then, the same as the Super Bowl. I mean, why does he act like he's 14?
If you ask him, he'll say it's about his passion, but it's one of those things where it's starting to become a distraction now to the point where the fact that he had to apologize quickly, to me, it showed like Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, they sat down and said, listen, this is your last chance. And kind of to help, especially when you only win by 4 against the Cleveland Browns and you do something like that, not the best way to do it.
But that was my favorite part. Yeah. It's one thing to do the Conor McGregor walk and to walk around with your chest out if you just blew the doors off of Detroit by 35 or something. With a bye week against Deshaun Watson, who can't move the ball against you, me, Danny, and 8 of our friends, they survived to get a 4-point win at home. I mean, that was just look at the ground, tuck your tail between your legs, hope no one asks any questions, and try again next week win. And he's out there screaming at people like they're headed to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and if you ask him, he's saying the players are told him to do that. But I think, and Jalen Hurts, I think, backed him up a little bit more just to not leave his coach out on the line to do that. But yeah, you can't be doing stuff like this. Now it's to a point where, say, if you have an unsuccessful season, you finish 9-8, get kicked out of the wild card round, and Jeffrey Lurie has to make a decision to get rid of the coach, this is going to come back up again, and it may cost him his job eventually in the future.
All right, so what about actual on-field stuff? I kept kind of giving this group the benefit of the doubt here, Chris, thinking, okay, they survived without A.J. Brown, without Devontae Smith, without Lane Johnston, without some really key personnel. And I'm going, once they have this bye week, they get healthy, they're going to smack this Cleveland team. The schedule's pretty easy. We're going to look up, and they're going to be 6-2 or 7-3 or something like that. Now I'm not so sure. What do you make of this group right now?
Well, a lot of it has to do, I think, is in a way offensively. I think Kellen Moore is not being able to do what he was brought in to do, especially when you look at the motions. That was the biggest thing that when he brought him in, they thought, okay, he's going to put A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith in a good position and utilize Saquon Barkley right. Well, that hasn't happened as much for it, and they also did these very skilled starts. They still haven't scored in the first quarter all year, which they're the only teams to do that. So you put yourself behind the 8 ball. The defense is not a top 10 unit. It's more towards the middle of the pack. When you got that combination going, you're going to find yourself chasing the 8 ball, and eventually midnight strikes. But luckily, they got the Giants and the Cincinnati Bengals coming up, but still, knowing this team and what they do with the Browns, they're not in genius there.
Yeah, how confident do people in Philly feel about this game at the Giants this weekend?
Well, it's very tempered right now because you lost left tackle Jordan Mailata probably for a couple of weeks. Tight end Dallas Goedert might be out for a couple of weeks as well, too. So then you got to look at that Giants defense and go, oh, great, Brian Burns, who just wrecked the Bengals, you got to face him again. And then the Eagles are 1-3 in their last 4 trips to MetLife. That's combined with the Giants and the Jets, too. So the Giants always seem to play them well. Saquon, they're probably fired up, especially those fans in New York about Saquon Barkley returning. It's going to be one of those tough drag-out NFC East games that we're probably going to watch till the last 2 minutes, not knowing who's going to win.
Chris, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
Thanks, you too now.
See you, my friend. Hit that Giant sounder, Dares. One Chris to another. Chris Bizignano, the Giants insider, joins us to talk about the G-Men. Andrew Thomas injury. Sounds like bad news for New York. What does it mean?
Oh, it's bad news. You don't want to lose your top left tackle, one of the best in the game for the season. So, yeah, big blow to the Giants offensive line, which has played every snap. That'll be broken coming up Sunday. And they play really good football. And so that's a big blow to the Giants. But next man up, we'll see what happens.
I don't know what this eventually is going to mean for Shane or Dable or Daniel Jones or anybody else. But the Giants are the friskiest bad team in the league. I mean, they probably should have beat Washington. They beat the Browns. They should have beat the Cowboys 1-possession game. They beat Seattle. They were right there with Cincy. The game was closer than the 17-7 score.
Yeah.
That doesn't help them. I know that they're still 2-4 in the standings, but it feels like they're better than maybe the other 2-win teams around the league.
Yeah, well, fellas, the big surprise was Shane Bowen's defense. It's been really good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look what they did to the Bengals Sunday night. That was coming into the game, averaging 35 a game, last 3 games or something like that. And so, yeah, look, they're not scoring enough as usual, but they're going to hang tough with you because they have impact players on defense. Brian Burns coming off a huge game. You got Dexter Lawrence, one of the best in the game. And so, look, Shane Bowen and the 12th ranked defense has been a big surprise. And like you said, a play here and there, they could be 4-2, but that's not the way the NFL works. You have to make those plays. That's why they're 2-4. But it's a scrappy bunch. I give them that. They play hard for Dable. But they have to start scoring a little bit more at home. They got 1 touchdown, fellas, in 12 quarters at home.
That's tough. Chris,
that's tough to win.
What do you expect the reception to be for Saquon Barkley?
I think he's going to get booed.
Mm.
Yeah, I think he's going to get booed because he went to the Eagles, and you can't go to the Eagles in this part of town and not get booed and all that. So, I expect him to not be received very warmly.
Will he get a nice, you were our guy, we love you kind of ovation at all? And then
No, I
booing
don't
the
think he
rest
will.
of the day or nothing like that?
Just direct to boo.
No, I don't think he will. I don't think he will get that ovation. I think a lot of people are very, very pissed that he went over to Philadelphia.
So there's an acknowledgement probably that, hey, he didn't really choose to leave, although you can make the case he kind of did. But we all saw the show. Like, they didn't want to pay him a ton of money, right? Whatever. But the point is, it's kind of like Bryce Harper in D.C., my co-hosts and others. It doesn't really matter how we got here. When you choose to be in the division with the rival, now everyone hates your guts. It's kind of that deal.
Yeah, it's kind of that deal. And Saquon made he put a few things on Instagram and X, after he left, and that wasn't received very well. But look, I know Saquon since he's a rookie, since he was drafted. I'll always like him. He's a very good young man. But it is what it is, right? The fans. You go to the Eagles, you're going to be looked at as the enemy now.
What's the latest on Malik Neighbors? Feels like he's been out for some time. Pretty serious, huh?
Yeah, but the good news is that he was out there on the field today running routes, practicing. So he had the red jersey on, obviously. So it looks like he's going to go through the protocol steps this week. He worked with some individuals on the field, and then and then he'll have to get cleared by the end of the week. But yeah, look, it's like everything else with these concussions. Every brain is different. You don't know how they're going to heal. And it took him 2 games, but like I said, the good news is it looks like he is gearing towards playing Sunday.
Daniel Jones is playing pretty well, but it feels like we're past the point now, this many years in, where pretty well is a win. Like, this many years in, you're kind of like, okay, well, clearly if they pick high enough, they got to get somebody else. That's my opinion on the outside, even though I think it's been very solid. Like, they lose receivers, it doesn't seem to matter. He's protecting the football for the most part. What's your take right now?
Well, your original take was correct. He's been pretty good, but the inconsistency is maddening. You look at the interception last week, was inexcusable. They don't score at home. They don't get in the end zone enough. And look, that's the responsibility of the quarterback. So listen, this is, Daniel just came off a stretch. He played like 4 good games in a row. Last week, not so well. It is what it is with Daniel, but he's not going to be here next year. I can tell you that, fellas. They're going to be looking to move on.
Chris, thank you as always, buddy. Be well.
You got it. Bye-bye.
That's our guy, Chris Bizignano. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Wasn't the pick he had in that game, he got drilled as he threw it and it went like a mile high into the air and was caught in the red zone? I'm just remembering top of my head.
I'm trying to remember.
He got hit as he threw, like his arm got drilled, and the ball flew way up into the air when they were driving. I don't think that's inexcusable. That seems like it's fairly actually excusable. Like the opposite.
We can explain that one.
I should have asked him, but I mean, that was definitely the only pick he threw, and that was his 4th of the season, I think. But anyway, I just think with him, like, it is both irrefutable that he is playing pretty well, and they lost Neighbors, and he kept kind of chopping wood with not a very good receiving core, but also this many years in, the bar's got to be higher. Like, look at what we're doing here in Washington. When you pick a guy number 2 and you're going, he might be special. And I'm not saying that they're going to get Jaden Daniels. It seems like maybe the Commanders kind of hit the lottery here, but other rookie quarterbacks, young quarterbacks, you're looking for a ceiling beyond 5 years, whatever this, 6 years, however deep we are into Daniel Jones.
It should be better than, have you noticed he's actually not playing too bad? We should be better than that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who deserves credit for this amazing Commanders season that isn't getting it? I think there are 4 key ingredients, key players here, but who would join them if we wanted a party of 5? That's next on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. I am rocking, and you know this if you're watching on YouTube already. What's up, chat? I'm watching or wearing the Capitals Screaming Eagle red throwback retro sweatshirt fit. I love this sweatshirt.
That's a comfy looking sweatshirt too.
It is my one seed. In fact, I was so happy today because yesterday I didn't know it was cold. I don't do the thing where I check the weather all the time. So I threw on khaki shorts and a polo like I do every day for about 8 months running. And I got to work and it was
chilly,
nippy outside.
Yeah.
I was like, in fact, when we walked outside yesterday, for some reason my parking didn't work to get downstairs, even though I pay over $200 a month to park there. I was not annoyed in any way. So I went across the street.
Took it right in stride, yeah.
Paid
easy.
to park there just for the day. So again, I was not even a little bit bothered.
Did it
by
work
that.
itself out? Just naturally? Just it's all solved?
Financially, it worked out.
Did it?
When I spent money to do it. Anyway, any hoodles.
I
walked outside and I was in khaki shorts and a t-shirt. And it was really cold. And there was this stranger lady out there. You would never have done this. This lady was sitting there all bundled up. And I said, "It's chilly out here."
Oh my
just
God.
like that. And she looked at me. She's like, "It's cold." I said, "We must," one of these just old guys like, "Hey, neighbor bits." I said, "What did we just skip fall and go right to winter?"
No.
Oh, I did that. Oh, yeah.
No.
I did.
Why?
I said, "We just hopped summer to winter." She gave me the old courtesy chuckle. I had to do everything I did to stop myself from like hand on hip going, "Well, then, see you later."
Are these burgers done? Give them a turn. Oh my God.
But you would have been
Why?
so rich.
Why did you do that?
She was chilling there. I was freezing. So I was like, "I got to walk across the street. It's cold out here," And she's like, "Yeah, it's chilly."
Yes, it is.
Man, what happened to fall? We must have just missed that one.
I guess we skipped it, huh? 2 summers and 1 winter. To go, please. For this region. Mid-Atlantic, am I right? Okay.
But anyway, because of
Have
that
a great one.
experience, this morning when I was getting dressed, I said, "I'm going to wear a hoodie."
Little Jeep's bundle up day.
So there's a chance you're not going to see a shirt under, like what I'm wearing under this for about a month. This hoodie might not come off. I mean, it's cap season. I'm going to my first game tomorrow night.
Where are you sitting?
Fired up about that.
Where you can sit?
I don't know yet.
Oh.
We got time. We'll
Is there
figure
any
it out.
is there any like translucent object right in front of you?
I don't know yet. I'm not sure where I'll be for the hockey match.
Microphone blank.
Microphone stand?
No. Chris Russo said it. The Mad Dog said microphone what?
Microphone glass.
Yeah. Are you on the
I don't know yet where I'm going to be.
microphone glass? That one. It's hard to see without my glass.
I have
Thank you.
not secured my tickets yet.
I
will be securing them
Microphone glass
closer to puck drop.
Okay. You'll be real close to that puck drop on the microphone glass. Almost.
That's not what you're
Not
looking
as much.
Anyway, this hoodie is my go-to. So I'm really happy about it. I'm happy the Caps won. I'm happy Jake Verona scored in his
Yeah,
first
how
game.
cool was that, dude?
Sports. Ovi looked great.
Mhm.
2 apples last night. Bunch of the new guys played well. Handsome Tom's got 2 goals in 2 games.
That's a shame. You hate to see it.
On pace for 82.
Was it who was the assist Ovi had where
Protus?
It was, and Protus, you know exactly what I'm talking about
Yeah.
already. Where everyone recognized, I know I scored, but you made the play, dude.
Exactly. No.
was so
Protus
great.
scores, and before the lamp is lit.
Before we're going, he's already pointing.
Ovi like, holy ass.
You, dude.
That
You.
was sick.
That's you, man.
Yeah, it was a great play.
I love that.
Ovi had the boots moving last night. So I'll see you out at Capital One Arena tomorrow, neighbors. We'll see you there. It'll be chilly.
It's colder than we thought, huh?
Bundle up, friends.
What at 90 yesterday?
Feel free to, when you see me, say, "We skipped fall, huh, pal?"
Did we?
All right. So here's a little thing I was thinking about.
Uh-huh.
I think there is a Mount Rushmore of people to give credit to for the Commanders' 4-2 start. You tracking?
With you.
So they're having this amazing year. I think 4 people separate themselves, and I'm going to say non-ownership division because you could start at the top where everything really begins. But I think non-ownership, I'm going with Adam Peters. You get a Mount Rushmore spot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
It's a good-looking statue right there.
Dan Quinn. Hat backwards right on your spot in the Mount Rushmore. You're building a culture.
It's happening.
Guys are buying in.
Mm-hmm.
Things are happening, right? Cliff Kingsbury.
Little Cliffy.
Just drawing it up. Flea flicker throws on screens to running backs. We're faking bubbles into tunnels coming the other direction. We're going 4x1 alignments I've never seen before. Just the sexiest offense in the history of the world. It's Sex Panther if Sex Panther worked every single time.
And it was not gasoline.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff Kingsbury gets a spot, though. And then, obviously, the last one goes without saying.
Who do you think it is?
Gotta be Sheldon Day. Now, Jaden Daniels, right, is the fourth of the Mount Rushmore. So we're going Peters, Quinn, Daniels, Kingsbury. But I got to thinking, if it's a party of 4, that's the 4. What if it was a party of 5? What if I had to invite a 5th person and thank them for what they've been doing? I think it's a drop-off before the next group. I think that goes without saying, which is why it's difficult. But I'm not sure that a 5th person has separated themselves. So I want to tag in my partner, Danny Huhay, and I want to open up the phones on this at 1-800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. If you agree with me, and you should, that Peters, Quinn, Kingsbury, and Daniels are the 4 most important people to what's happening this year for Washington. Who's 5th on that list?
This is actually way harder than I thought.
I agree.
And as we're positing the question before the show, as we plan this thing out, because all of this is planned and rehearsed. Even Grant's side commentary about his Capital sweatshirt.
Yes.
We planned that out.
I actually missed
last
the word
night
on the script.
Yeah. No. Don't beat yourself up for it. There was whiteout on it.
People actually do think that sometimes.
I know.
Or they'll ask me, like, so how does the prep work and how does the show go? And they're like, now, who writes the script? Are you reading from a script? I'm like, here's our rundown before the show. It's got like 14 words on it.
Yeah.
It says like 2:00.
Jaden Daniels.
The word survivor. And that means it's Commander Survivor Tuesday.
Yeah. We have some keywords, some things we come back to. So this is actually harder than I thought. So there's not much happening on defense where I'm going to go, this is why they're successful, because it ain't the defense. It's mostly offensive personnel. So I eliminated, 26, 27 guys right there. Here's who I came up with. I have a couple nominees, but I don't feel strong enough to be able to rubber stamp your triple stamp, Lloyd. Here's my first nominee, Tyler Biadasz. To me, he has played as good as any of their additions, and it's unsung because he's the center. The fact that people aren't just walking right up, knocking him on his ass, and blitzing Jaden Daniels and smacking him in the mouth from some of the A-gap stuff that you see them do, teams do to players, to young quarterbacks all the time. There's a lot of cohesion. There's a lot of excellent blocking. B, he's athletic. He's got everybody on the right page. I think he's played really, really well, settled down a position that has had constant turnover.
I think Biadasz is a great answer for who has been the best new addition, non-Daniels. And maybe that also works for this. I feel like if that's the case, then the gap between those 4 and 5 is just more astronomical than I thought, if that makes sense. Because
this is where I'm going.
The Peters role in this whole thing, just hitting bolt after bomb after homer after tank, going bridge after bridge, all offseason. Dan Quinn and what he's done in the building, and Daniels and the overall import of the quarterback position, and Kingsbury, who's designed this sensational offense. If the next one is the center, who's done a nice job blocking, then the gap is really, really big. But I think we're probably there. I mean, if we're talking about another player, whether that be Luvu or McLaurin or B-Rob or Biadasz, then he's as good an option as anybody.
Here's my second nominee. If you don't like it, throw it right back. Anthony Lynn, running backs coach, running game coordinator. Cliff Kingsbury, never really known for that running game. Well, yeah, sure. Kyler Murray does some keepers, right? You spread everybody out from the shotgun. You get a few things on a draw here and there. Their power run stuff with Brian Robinson, their run game, non-Baltimore division, is pretty damned awesome. You're going for a couple hundred yards a game, pretty much. That's not what Kingsbury's known for. So you bring in someone that is known for that. And Anthony Lynn coaches running backs and brings running games to the table. Now, if he's in charge, that's a problem because that's what you're going to do. But if he's part of an ensemble, that group gets accentuated and you've got an effective run game, my friend.
I love that because I haven't thought about that for a split second. I don't know what his overall importance is, just like I wouldn't know whether it's Tavita Pritchard or Brian Johnson or David Blau or any of the guys that are helping coach up Jaden Daniels, like what their import is. But you might be able to bump into Daniels at a bar in one Loudon or whatever and be like, who's been most instrumental in your development? And I'm just making this up, but he's like, David Blau, dude. Like, that guy spends hours and hours with me and quizzes me and gives me all the answers, and we go over film for 9 hours a day. And I'm like, wow, David Blau might be one of the most important people in the building. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, or he's like, Tavita Pritchard brings me the coffee when I get there at 4 a.m. or something.
Right.
I have no idea.
800-636-1067. So we're going to say that the 4 people that are most responsible for the Commanders being really good again, making the Commanders great again, if you will, are Cliff Kingsbury, Jaden Daniels, Dan Quinn, Adam Peters. Who would you put as number 5 on that list? G&D on the Fan. G&D on the Fan with you until 6:30. The Mount Rushmore of how we got here for the Commanders at 4-2 on their way to hopefully 5-2 with the game against Carolina on Sunday. Pretty obviously, Peters, Quinn, Kingsbury, Daniels. That's the big four. Who would you say is the fifth most responsible person for this 2024 Renaissance? And you can't say an owner. So, Danny, you pick one person who's number 5 on the list. Who are you going with?
I had threw a couple nominees out there through Tyler Biotish, but I think my best answer, because this is hard. There is a drop-off. That's your big four, your four horsemen, so to speak. I picked Anthony Lynn, run game coordinator. This run game is dominant and awesome, and it's what everything kind of is based on with an offense that's among the best in the sport. And that's not what Cliff Kingsbury is known for. He's known for 5,000 wide receivers and passes that go half a yard in terms of air yards past the line of scrimmage. And you're seeing some of that stuff. You're seeing some sophistication. But to me, it's predicated off this excellent run game. And I think that's what Anthony Lynn was put on this earth to do, is make run games good.
I agree with that totally. I'm getting some tweets at Grant H. Paulson, and Danny's at Funny Danny if you want to hit him up. And people are saying the O-line in general. That's a cop-out because obviously there's 5 of those guys. You can't really do that. Although back in the day when they would have like the player of the game on Sunday Night Football, they would just put a picture of like 4 people, and
yeah,
these were the player of the game.
These guys.
But there's something to that. You could maybe say if you really want to go that route. I believe his name's Bobby Johnson, the O-line coach that was, by the way, crushed when they hired him.
The only maligned hire, I would say.
I'm going to go with Terry McLaurin. That would be my 5th guy. I don't think it's a great answer. I don't think it's the right answer. I thought McLaurin in that Bengals game, though, was fantastic. I don't know that they win the game without him putting the game on the ice with the amazing catch. He got free for the 55-yarder.
Yep.
He has been essentially their entire deep passing offense. They had the one nice gain to De'Ami Brown on the 40-yard touchdown. But I actually tweeted this the other day. You could go check out the list here. But Terry McLaurin is number 1 in the NFL in basically the percentage of yards downfield. They call it the share of teams' air yards. 51.7% of Washington's air yards, ball in the air, throwing the football, have gone to McLaurin.
Wow.
Nobody else in the league is that high. Rashid Shaheed of the Saints is 2nd.
I was going to say, not even him?
No. George Pickens 3rd, Amari Cooper 4th, Calvin Ridley 5th. When they push it, it's Terry. So I would say he's done a lot of things for their offense, for Daniels, for the running game. I'll put him 5th. Let's go to Joey in Germantown. Who's number 5 on the list that gets credit here?
Man, I got to give it to Frankie Louvu. And I don't think I know more or less than the next guy, but I'm a huge locker room guy, and I'm seeing what they're posting on Instagram. And he's doing that where my dog's at. I just love hearing it. And the way he fires with the defense, I feel like it's something we haven't had in a while. We have a bunch of composed guys, and Frankie Louvu's more like a freak and a dog, and I think he's really what we needed on that side.
I love Louvu, and I think that answer probably works if you're going with some of the behind-the-scenes, off the field leadership stuff and what he's brought in that regard.
I mean, he's their most productive defender.
He's fantastic.
That's the answer, right?
But he's been quiet in a couple of games, which is different than not saying he hasn't played well. I think he took over the game against Cleveland. He was everywhere.
Yep.
Just dominating.
Feeding frenzy.
He's a good answer. I mean, he, to me, is right there with Biotish in terms of their best offseason additions in free agency. What do you make of that answer?
That, to me, is he's the defensive version of Biotish. I mean, they're different players, obviously, because you mentioned it. One flies around like a maniac and arrives violently, to borrow from Joe Witt, and the other's a stabilizing force on an offense that's excellent. I mean, to me, it's the only reason I disqualified it is simply because the defense is so bad. And that's not his fault. I don't think anyone would go, you know why the defense stinks? It's that Frankie Louvu character. Wrong. That's not the case. But just because that unit's not really performing terribly well, it gets lost in the sauce for me.
Andrew's in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. What's up, Andrew? How are you?
Hey, guys. Doing well. How are you today?
Good, buddy.
So one that not a lot of folks are going to like, but Ron Rivera did one thing for this organization that nobody had been able to do, and that was take Dan Snyder's hands off of personnel. When he came here, he said, I will come to your terrible franchise if I can run personnel. Now, we now know he was terrible with personnel, but he got Snyder out of the decisions, and that all led to us getting James Daniels. So I'm thankful for Ron for that. Thanks, guys.
I appreciate you, dude. Yeah, thankful they couldn't beat the Jets, even though they tried. Thankful they ended up with that number 2 pick, courtesy of Double R and the Marty Party.
invaluable contributor.
Yeah.
Everyone joked when he said, "You're going to have to send me my Super Bowl ring." You might actually have to. It's not because of what he said.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Send me my Super Bowl ring because you're going to use 40 of my players." They aren't going to end up using, like, let's say they win the Super Bowl next year. I'm just getting out of my.
Okay, this is fun.
They're just
Go
doing
ahead.
this.
Yeah.
They'll still, even as soon as next year, have like 11 of his players. I mean, it's pretty comical. But they were so bad that they picked second.
We bottomed out so well because of me. Okay, we really did.
Let's go to Hurt and Waldorf. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Grant, Danny?
Hey, dude.
I got one name for you. Harris. He's the fifth man. He brought this team together. He's put all the pieces in place that we're, foaming at the mouth about and raving about to get content on the field on Sundays. So, I mean, we got to give that fifth man nod to him. Without him, we don't have this conversation.
Yeah, totally, dude. And we, at the start, you probably missed it, but we said, besides Josh Harris, because you're right, without a willing owner or ownership group to go, I will hire the guy who then makes all these decisions, none of this is possible. There's only a place I can remember where that happened. Oh, yeah, 30 plus years here in town where Dan Snyder, refused to have an Adam Peters at any point in time. But yeah, of course, Harris and his ownership group are behind this. I mean, the practical application is we don't care if it's sexy. We don't care if fans can see it or not. We're going to do the thing that it takes to win the football game. See the improved practice facilities, staying in Arizona, etc.
Also receiving votes, maybe Bobby Wagner. I think that is a guy as a culture changer you could mention here on G&D. Let's do this next. We're here until 6:30. Final segment of the show. We got some NFL news to tend to. We'll get you the roster moves that they made out in Washington. We have not, because it's football season, had a chance to do a Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag in a little while.
Yes.
What if we wound down the show today, not a Friday, but a Wednesday, with Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag? You guys know how this goes. This is our little Ask Us Anything. It could be sports related. It could be non-sports related. Life stuff. This could be about the Commanders. It could be about any of the other teams that you wish we'd talk more about that we don't. It's up to you. It is our Ask Us Anything. It's the Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. You could submit questions now at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny on Twitter. You could do so in the YouTube chat as well if you're watching us on the 1067 The Fan YouTube page. And we want your calls for the mailbag next. 800-636-1067. The Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. Down the stretch we come on a Wednesday on Grant and Danny, taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. We may be excited about the start of the football season, but we know folks around us have lost family members or friends. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori & Murad, can guide you through the difficult probate administration process. They'll help bring clarity and closure to a loved one's estate. Schedule a free consultation with their probate and estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Speaking of Condori & Murad, they took us to Cincinnati with a great trip, and we just got word we are going to Philadelphia with them as well.
Here we go.
We will be at the Eagles game at Lincoln Financial Field. Now, I don't know how I feel about sitting in the crowd.
I'll tell you this, I don't feel great.
At the link. I like hanging out with our guys, Wasim and Kia. They're our boys. I like being around fellow Commanders fans doing fellowship. I've been to the Meadowlands in high school as a fan. I never really had any plans of going to a game in Philly as a Commanders fan, but here we go.
Yeah, I went to a game at the Met, or not the Met, I'm sure it's the Met, the Vet.
The Met Gala.
Yeah, with the Metropolitan Museum of Art where they played football. No, I went to the Vet once, and I was like, that was dangerous.
Will Danny and I end up on some kind of video where we get just sucker punched by an Eagles fan after like being excited that Jeremy McNichols ripped off a 9-yard run?
I'll tell you this, my celebrations will be kept to myself. I will keep it internal. There won't even be a quiet fist bump. Not even a yes. It is a that's as much as I'll give you.
So when I'm on the road anyway, and we did this in Cincinnati, made buddies with all the people around us right away. Just made sure we're in the clear there. And I am not a rub it in your face guy in any way. I cheer, I high five you. I'm almost never going to stand up. It's just, this is your house. I understand that, this doesn't make me the best fan, but at the end of the day, I am Pressbox Paulson after all. And so I'm going to be very respectful, and I'll do the same in Philly, Cincinnati, what have you. But I will say, if you want to sucker punch me, I will gladly take your money in a lawsuit. So gladly. So you go ahead and do that. And I will so gladly make so much money on the back end because I got 3 kids that need to go to college. I could probably take a punch. Maybe I'm unconscious for a little bit, but I'll eventually wake up, I bet.
I don't know. It's one of those. It's one that sounds like a good trade, but you don't know.
No, I'll gladly do it.
You take one.
Some jackass in Philadelphia wants to punch me. Be my guest. You're going to have so many fewer cheesesteaks next year because of all the money you're sending to me and my lawyers.
One thing I will say, I was there for Monday Night Football back in 2017, I believe, when Kirk Cousins and Carson Wentz were going at it there. And we were there for the Monday night game, my brother, my dad, and I. And we actually had to be escorted out of the stadium like around 11:30 p.m.
How old were you?
I was in like high school. They gathered around a bunch of Redskins fans that were there at the time. And they're like, we're going to escort you to the car. Because like we were just getting swarmed by Eagles fans.
Way.
And this is a night game, seriously. No joke. On Monday Night Football.
It's a great
School
place.
Night.
It's like a dad and 2 of his kids that aren't, you're not
And
like a
they literally just
30-year-old.
gathered Redskins fans and like, we should escort you to your car. And we got escorted to our car, and I understand why. Even before the game, I was scared walking up to the stadium. Like, people start, like, swarming you as you walk up. It's insane. It is insane.
We're going to be there.
Certainly we're going.
We will be on site with our pals, Condori and Murray.
I'm assuming we're not going to wear anything burgundy or gold.
I think they will.
It'll be a little chilly. It'll be November. You're going to need to bundle up.
If you remember, I wore a burgundy t-shirt. Or no, sorry. I wore a burgundy polo shirt. I don't have team gear. That will not be changing anytime soon. It's not an anti-Commanders thing. It's more of a Pressbox Paulson thing. I just don't rock. I will wear Capitals gear. I will wear some Nats gear. I don't wear any football stuff. I'm in the press box. I'm covering them at practice. It's just different.
One thing I will say, I also wore an RG3 jersey sitting up in the nosebleeds, so I was like an easy target. Someone actually, and this is back in
if I could say, this is going to, I'm sure I'll get in trouble for this, but when you go on the road, you can't go in the nosebleeds.
Of course.
It's a different type of fan up there. Like, you got to sit lower. You got to spend a little more money.
On the wine and cheese crowd a little bit.
I'm not even doing a bit. Like, I am not sitting in the 400s at any road game ever. I did that with my buddy. We drove up to the Meadowlands, Clary.
Mm-hmm.
I was in high school, 2006. We could probably look up this game. Washington was playing the New York Giants, and I believe they lost 22-3 or something like that. Oh, you're going to do this?
No, I'm going to do the thing. Keep talking.
Do the bit. So I'm going to say it was 22-3. Mark Brunell had a horrendous passing line.
This was part of that stretch, by the way, while I'm looking this up,
Yeah.
where they just refused to compete at the Meadowlands. They would go up there and just look like they have never seen a football before.
Chris Cooley led them in receiving. He probably had like 4 for 27.
It's like 11 yards, I think,
It was the worst game. I think they had 2 first downs that we cheered for. But anyway, something about what we did, not cheering, bothered everyone. I was wearing a Cooley jersey to the point where I had stuff poured on me at the end of the game by the dudes behind me. It just kind of comes with it.
October 8th at New York, 19-3.
19-3. That's what we're looking for.
19.
Can I get a Mark Brunell stat line from that game?
It is currently loading. I bet you it was riveting. I guarantee you.
Here's my guess, and I wouldn't know where to start, but I'm going to say it was something like 15 of 27 for 129 yards, a touchdown and 2 picks.
Wait till you hear this.
Or no, 0 touchdowns.
12 for 22 for 109.
It was tough.
Sacked 3 times for -23. If you're scoring at home, that is a nice little, I don't know, 93 yards total or 83 yards total passing, 86 yards.
So Cooley and Moss had all their catches, basically.
Yep. Cooley went 4 for 41, was on fire in that game.
Yeah.
Santana Moss 3 for 39. Not much of doing.
Nobody else did anything. It was a lot. I had a lot of fun, I got to say. Me and my boy
You had a good time?
My buddy Steve's in the Army. He's living now. Right now, he's in Hawaii, actually. He's been everywhere.
That's one of those good assignments.
Georgia, Colorado, guys all over the place. All right. Grant and Danny's. Tony's mailbag in just a moment.
I was going to say, I got a few questions here from folks on the Twitterverse. At Funny Danny, at Grant H. Pulse.
Send them at Funny Danny. Send them to the YouTube chat as well. You can call us 800-636-1067. I wanted to put a bow on Clary's story, though. So your dad takes you up. They escort you to your car. Are people trying to get at you or no?
No, like no one's trying to get at me, but like they're chirping hard. I mean, they realize that like I'm not like a kid at that point. I was a senior in high school, but like hey, I was with my dad who's like limping. He had a torn ACL at the time.
What was the game plan? I'm kind of psyched Mike took you guys. That's a pretty ballsy move.
It was.
But like he knows about
it's like my children must face the trials.
Exactly.
I shall guide them.
Unaware of the book on going to an Eagles game and Redskins
he does, and he just wanted to go to it, and it was one of those things. My brother and I were like, yeah, definitely, let's go. And we
Mike
did not
could
know.
do damage too. He's a big guy.
Yeah, he was pretty big, so
steamed up for that. I will not be taking my kids there. I don't think. All right, it is time for the Grant and Danny's. Tony's mailbag, which means Darius. It's been a while. Polish off those pipes. Let's do this.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
First question comes to us all the way via the Twitterverse. Grant's at Grant H. Paulson. I'm at Funny Danny. Teriyaki McLaurin asks, I always hear you guys hint at Jason Worth being rude to media members. Do you have any stories that exemplify that?
We do.
How much time do you have? Come on, I'm kidding. But I'm only being serious. Which one do you want to tell? Do you want to tell
Go for it.
You want to tell the wrong answer
This
one?
is one of your favorite things in the world.
All right. So there are several examples that you could do. One, we're trying to talk to guys in the locker room, and he's like slamming lockers next to us and like banging on pots and pans, like the kid equivalent of that. The biggest one or the best one is, for whatever reason, sometimes Grant gets this, someone lights a fire under his tuchus, and he just decides, I'm going to do it. The thing that makes me want to cower in the corner and hide and hope that the storm passes, Grant charges in headlong. Whether that's cornering Bruce Allen at the Super Bowl, where he's pretending to leave, he's going to a loading dock, or this one, where he sees Jason Worth striding off the field. The PR person for the Nationals, we're at spring training. We had to get there at 6 o'clock in the morning as they're doing a photo shoot for the sunrise to have these like cool looking shots for them to be introduced on the big boards, right on the Jumbotron. And so he sees Worth striding in from the outfield, and he goes, I'm going to go talk to Jason Worth. And I'm going, oh, no, don't do it. He hates us. He doesn't want to talk to us. This is bad. And the PR person's like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? So everybody's standing there. Grant beelines over and goes, hey, Jason, how's it going? But he looks at Grant as if to say, I have something sharp. I will take your heart out and stab it to kill you. And Grant's like, you got a second? And he's like, who are you? And the PR person goes, we like these guys. So Grant and Danny, 106.7 The Fan, the baseball show. He goes, 106.7 The Fan?
He says, they're the radio show that talks about us a lot. Like, we like them.
We like these guys.
And he goes, what station you with?
There you go.
And I said, I'm with the flagship, 106.7 The Fan.
And he says, wrong bleeping answer. You can probably guess what the bleeping is. Okay, I'm not gonna elaborate at all, but it's 2 syllables. Okay, and now it's awkward. Now we've established the parameters.
Yeah.
And Grant said, well, just want to talk to you for a few minutes. He's like, a few minutes? That's it? Yeah, just a few minutes. Baseball stuff. And
he did a little more talking about how terrible the station is.
Yeah.
And how they've said mean things about him and whatever else. And I said, that's all well and good. That has nothing to do with me. I'd love to do an interview with you. He says, you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes is what he says. Now, his claim is that, like, you talk bleep about us. And it's sort of like, no, John Feinstein one time said that you should have been at your locker to.
Yeah, he was angry about a John Feinstein Sports Minute nationally when Feinstein did those.
Yeah, Feinstein was like, hey, when they lost this game, this was really tough. And Jason Worth, one of the leaders, wasn't in his locker to answer questions. And then, is it Matt Amsinger?
No,
Greg Amsinger. Hold on, Matt Amsinger is. Greg Amsinger basically said, hey, there's the lack of leadership or something like that as a guest on one of the shows. So he decided that meant the entire station was out. So whatever that's worth. And so Grant pushes through, holds a timer up on his phone, and we do 2 minutes of a baseball interview with Jason Worth, where he was about as pleasant as an angry scorpion that had been shaken up in a jar. And Grant goes, there we go. And he storms off.
Yeah. There's more there if we wanted to,
Yep.
but I think that'll cover it
That
for
covers
now. But yeah, the other one is, you're talking to someone and he'll just kind of walk through a couple of times, scream and curse. Now I can't use that audio.
No, we can't use the audio anymore.
Pretty clearly. If someone right behind us is yelling and cursing or slamming a locker or whatever, right next door, blaring music or whatever it is. But yeah, otherwise, very, very good to deal with. What else we got on the mailbag?
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
I got a fun one here from the YouTube chat. Again, if you want to hop in and ask us a question and ask us anything, the Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag available to you right now at 800-636-1067. Momar says, can Grant and Danny think of 5 nice positive things to say about the New York Mets? I think we could do that.
Okay, here we go.
5 positive things to say about the Mets.
5 positive things.
I will say they remind me of the 2019 Nationals. One of my favorite teams ever because they went from being terrible to good because they've got a clubhouse leader who joined the team in season that completely changed the way that they operate, who plays the role of their Gerardo Parra. And that's one. Okay, we'll take that.
They play all their games. Like they go to the games and they play them.
I don't think that counts.
They show up. Not everyone shows up.
I love Francisco Lindor. I think he's one of the best players in baseball. He's got one of the great smiles in sports. I've known him for many, many years. I first interviewed him at a Futures game before he'd ever debuted with the Guardians over a decade ago. I'm a big Francisco Lindor guy.
They're all in the same uniform. So there's no like weirdness. Nobody cuts their sleeves off. Nobody Chris Sales a jersey or anything. They all wear the same uniform.
I don't think that counts, actually. Number 3, David Peterson, their left-handed pitcher, is out of the bullpen right now. I think he's underrated. Former first-round pick out of Oregon. I actually really like him. I've always liked him. I don't think he gets enough credit. Thought he had an outstanding year, and I'm a David Peterson guy.
I met this really nice old lady one time. She liked the Mets, but she was nice.
I don't think that works either.
Damn it.
Number 4.
Trying to help.
Buck Showalter managed them recently.
Your guy Buck, yeah.
Was my favorite manager ever. And they brought in him and Max Scherzer. And for that short time, they were very, very likable because they had 2 of my favorites ever.
It wasn't Buck. It was the guy after Buck. Mickey Cal. No, it was Terry Collins, then Mickey Callaway.
Yes.
We got to bring the lineup cards out.
That's a good pull.
To home plate
That's
when
a
Mickey
good pull.
Callaway was there, and he told a funny joke.
Well, what was hilarious about that was, again, this is now inside baseball.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he told a really inappropriate
Oh,
joke.
it wasn't on color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he got in trouble shortly thereafter and like run out of baseball
For harassment.
for like things that were tangentially related. Like the same person that would do those things would have told the really inappropriate joke.
Yeah, there was a Venn diagram there. There's a circle.
Basically, what happens is on 106.7 The Fan Day, we all do a bunch of stuff. You know, you get to take out the lineup card or ride the bullpen card or throw the first pitch or say play ball or whatever. So the one year Danny and I took out the lineup card, and it was like some of these old umpires, Tom Hallion or Laz Diaz or whoever it was. And they're like, "What's up, fellas? How you doing?" I'm like, "Hey, electronic strike zones immediately, sir." And so that didn't start it great.
Wasn't great.
But I did, and that was nice.
Come on.
But Callaway was very cool. And I'd actually met him and done some interviews with him in the past. But he's like, "All right, boys, I got a joke for you." And he says this joke that's like, "I hope no one's mic'd up." That was wildly inappropriate.
Yeah, where I'm like, I'm not repeating that one.
And then he got in trouble like a couple of years
Like
later.
it was months later.
Yeah. But he's actually a butt nice guy, for the record.
Yeah.
Like, very, very nice.
He's nice to us, yeah.
I'm not endorsing all of his behaviors, but I've always found him to be a pleasant person to interact with.
So there we go.
Is that 5?
That's like 12.
Okay. I think they're going to sign Juan Soto this offseason. Now, that's not
nice.
Something that makes me happy.
Thank you, Darius. Yeah.
But I guess as a Mets fan, that'd be nice. What else? Grant and Danny's, Tony's Mailbag, Darius.
Here comes Grant and Danny's, Tony's Mailbag.
From Tim, why do NFL onside kicks look like it's the first time they've ever done an onside kick? Can't the kicker spend hours a week practicing these? And if they did, wouldn't they evolve and not look the same as Mosley did it 40 years ago? Where's the innovation? 100% agree with this. The kicker is just off to the side. Do that. Get a ball boy and line him up and try to bounce the ball around and do something. I can't remember which team it was. There was an onside kick that didn't go 10 yards the other day where it looked like a curveball that spun back towards where they initially kicked it. It was pathetic. Anybody off the street could have done that. To me, like, these are the little finer points where you're not going to need it all that often, but when you do, it should be a little bit better than it's been.
Here comes Grant and Danny's, Tony's Mailbag.
Somebody in the chat wants to know, what is your best behind-the-scene dealing story with Dan Snyder? I've got 2 pretty good ones, actually. I think they're fine. Both involve Chris Cooley. One, I was at Chris Cooley's house for a party that he was having, and I got there, and I'm like, I hope this isn't too awkward, and there aren't a bunch of people from the team there, and me, because I was still like covering the team or whatever.
Right.
I was not on the beat. I was still doing what we're doing now, but no, I did not have good relationships with Bruce or some of those guys. And I'm like, I hope there's not a lot of people there. And we walk in, my wife's like, "Oh, it'll be fine. Don't worry." And it's pouring rain. We go running in. We're like soaking wet. We're standing in the lobby of his house, right by his steps, like in the foyer. And in the front door walks Dan and Tanya Snyder. And it's just them. Like they got out of some car that someone brought them in, and they walk in, and it's me and my wife. And we're just kind of looking at each other. And Tanya's very nice. She's like, "Hey, guys, how you doing?" We're like, "We're very good. How are you?" And she's like, "Good." And I said, "Hey, Dan." And I pointed at my wife. She said, "This is a season ticket holder right here." Like that. And he kind of looks at us. He's like, "Oh." And then his wife said, "Oh, how long you been a season ticket holder?" And she answered. And then I said, "Dan, section 131. And he goes, "Oh." And then I was like, "Well, see you later." And he went downstairs to where the party was. And we're
Big
like,
hopes, huh?
We'll follow you. We didn't know it was down there. So that's one of my interactions. The other interaction was, again, with Cooley. He's like, we were at training camp. I had just gotten done with the radio show. Me and him were going to go get dinner. And Larry Michael, I think it was, had texted him and said that he was hanging out at some place in Richmond. So Cooley was like, "Come with me." And I'm like, who's going to be there? He's like, "It's just Larry." And I'm like, "Oh, I'm tight with Larry. No problem." And I walk in, and it's Larry and Bruce and Dan.
Just Larry, Bruce,
sitting
and Dan
at a table. And, Bruce is like, hanging out at the bar, holding court or whatever. And it was the most uncomfortable I've ever been. And like, as soon as I got in there, it was so obvious that like Dan, his demeanor, like, yeah, he's Mr. telling jokes and everything, just completely changed. And I was just like, I'm going to go this way. And it just like the awkwardness of Cooley walking in and everyone's like, "You brought that guy?" Not like, "Hey, let's just be cool for 10 minutes. They're just going to go over there and eat." Like,
let's just be human beings.
There was not any of that. They were like, we're not saying another word until he walks away. I got the memo pretty quickly, and I was like, "Well then, friends, until we meet again."
I'll just take my plate into the other room.
There's another side story. to that night that if I ever see you in person and you're interested,
Ask about it.
Ask me and I will tell you.
I think that's my favorite
how
one.
that night ended. Because it was a lot of fun, but we won't do that one on Grant and Danny's Tony's
sir.
Mailbag. You got to pay.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Quick one here from Washington Football Team via the YouTube chat. Danny
The
does
actual team?
No, because they're not the team anymore.
That's a good point.
Remember that. They're the new word. Danny does a lot of impressions. Who have you tried and wanted to do so bad but never got there? This is actually a great question because it's selfishly about me. There are a million when you do impressions. Like, there's so many that you would love to have. And people always ask you, like, hey, can you do this? And hoping that you can. And then when the answer is no, they're so gravely disappointed and that feeling sucks. But my answer to that one, my white whale, Denzel. I should 100% be able to do a Denzel impression, and I can't come close.
Love Denzel.
It's worse now than when I started. It breaks
Let's
me.
see what you got.
I won't do it.
Let's see what you got.
I will not do it. It sucks. Like when I started trying more than that, 25 years ago, like kind of a quivering lip sort of thing with like okay, all right. Like just those little nuanced things that he does. There's so many people that do it so well. The fact that I can't do it at all makes me sick to my stomach. That's my answer. It's Denzel.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Let's hit the phones really quickly. Let's go to Chris and Sterling. Rapid fire here. Chris, what do you got?
Dude, I went to a Philly game with my father-in-law like 2 years after the link opened. My wife's from Philly. And we won the game, and I wore underneath my jacket because it was cold as shit.
You can't curse, my guy.
Sorry, dude.
That's no good.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
You got to just use a letter there instead of the word. Let's go to Matt and Oldie. You ready for Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag? Matt?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fella.
Yeah, man.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, tell Darius to hit it when you're ready to ask the question.
All right, Darius, hit it.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
So I'm relatively new to the area. If I wanted to instantaneously be known as a Washington football fan, what jersey should I buy? Leave Jaden Daniels out of it.
Okay. So I am a Jersey hipster. So the answer I will give you is very different than what other people will give you. I think if you were a portly fellow, if you were a beefier guy, then you need 2 numbers on that sweater. Let's make sure that we put 2 numbers on that jersey. Very, very important. I would say if that is the case, then you should probably go with a Johnny Newton. That's a 95, Johnny Newton. Or let's go with a Sam Cosmi. 76.
Bit more mainstream is Terry McLaurin. That's a fan favorite. Other people have that jersey, which is a non-starter for Grant, but not for everyone else.
Yep.
He is a very popular Washington guy. He is signed here for the long term as well.
I also think that there's just something to having a purchase that you make that you know is going to sustain for an extended period of time. And via that lens, like the marriage between that and Jersey hipster, if you're a smaller guy, I think like a Mikey Sanristil would be cool, or a Ben Sinnott. Now, he has 0 targets on the year, but that does not mean you can't buy his jersey. I think an 82 Ben Sinnott would look good on you. Let's do it again, Darius.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, I would get a Dante Fowler jersey myself.
Oh, number 6. Sure. No problem.
Question is, if Jay Gruden was going to join the show every day, how would you feel about that? You're no longer Grant and Danny. You're Grant, Danny, and Jay.
Tough being me.
Ooh, okay. Does our pay change in any way?
Oh, man. Oh, man, it just goes up.
Oh, it goes up? Then let's go. Where can I sign?
It goes up.
Yeah.
What if you want to have a circus animal in here? You put a bear right over there that's hungry. Look,
Right.
my pay goes up. That's fine. I'll be head on a swivel.
If
Stop being me.
I agree with you, Jay.
That's right, Jay.
If my pay goes up, the answer is yes to anybody, but definitely to Jay. My pay goes down, it gets tougher. But yeah, I'd love to work with Jay. I think he's a blast.
He's fantastic.
The tough thing is, and now I'm going to get serious for just a second. You gotta, if you're in radio every day, you're with someone all the time.
Yep.
You need someone that wants to work. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
You got to have someone that is going to put in the time and is going to want to succeed. And the issue is sometimes, and I don't think Jay would be this way, like if you've made a ton of money, it's not as important to you as it is to me. Like, this is my thing that puts food on the table. For you, it's just a thing you're doing because you wanted an activity. So I would need to talk with Jay and be like, hey, man, how much are you going to care about this thing? Otherwise, I'd just rather talk, have another guy that never coached in the NFL. But in terms of guests and having him on, he's my favorite.
He's terrific.
So, yeah, I would say I would definitely work with Jay. And if I'm making more money, sign me all the way up.
Yeah, seriously. The only thing I would add is a lot of times what happens on shows sometimes where the idea of somebody is so incredible because, like, our interviews with them, I think, are a blast. It's really, really fun. I look forward to it every Monday. But if you have a celebrity in the room, sometimes the show just becomes you're interviewing the celebrity. Does that make sense? Like a show where all you do is interview the coach every day for 4.5 hours as we're on the air would get pretty redundant and repetitive. And it's different to have like in-room chemistry with somebody. And I think we'd adapt to that because Jay gets along with everybody everywhere he's ever been. He's like,
best.
Glad handing and high-fiving and shucking and jiving. But it's a fragile ingredient, that radio chemistry.
That is how we do the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag, an original segment that we thought of.
We made it up.
Nobody had ever done previously.
Innovators.
Linnell has overtime coming up next on the Fan. By the way, Linnell, I heard you telling Hoffman yesterday that we get out a little late before your show, so I wanted to go extra late tonight, okay? So we will not break for another 5. I'm just kidding. Linnell's got overtime coming your way next. Make sure you're
Anything
listening.
else you want to say? I mean, we have some time, right?
Youngest in charge movement other than Toby when Toby's here. For Darius and for Ryan, who's also younger than Linnell. So he's also the youngest in charge. Grant and Danny saying so long. Listen to our guy next. He's got you covered all night long on the Fan.
Thank you for coming.